Chapter 802. The Red Monarch? You dare to kill me? Not even the God of Heaven can save you. Killing intent surged in Yang Feng's eyes, and he slashed out with his sword again. As if a peerless beast slashed at Hong Lei, she was instantly cut in two, and her life force was extinguished. Who? How dare you kill my daughter? I'll exterminate your entire family. A trace of warlock monarch rank breath diffused from Hong Lei's remains, and a red ray flew out in an instant, landed on Yang Feng, and formed a strange brand. Yang Feng scanned the bloodline tracing brand engraved by the red monarch brand with a glance and smiled coldly. Tracing brand? Unfortunately, this spell is ineffective against me. The many secret methods Yang Feng has mastered can't crack the tracing brand engraved by a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. However, he has the Devourer, one of the ultimate Shizu weapons that can devour any kind of energy. As such, he can easily crack the bloodline tracing brand. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the various treasures on Hong Lei's body flew into his hand. What a savage fellow! To dare to kill the Red Monarch's daughter, how audacious! A mere bright world warlock dares to kill the Red Monarch's daughter, how reckless! Hidden fluctuations diffused among the Infinity Warlocks. The Infinity Warlocks looked at Yang Feng with apprehension in their eyes. The Red Monarch is a warlock monarch rank powerhouse in the core world, and he is in charge of a huge warlock group, the Red Kingdom. In the Red King Nation, experts were as common as the clouds and the rain. Apprehensive of the Red Monarch's daughter, Hong Lei, the Infinity Warlocks gave way to her, which fostered her arrogant and despotic temperament. In the end, she was slain by Yang Feng. With a flash of distorted light, an Infinity Warlock broke through the obstruction of Yang Feng's battle robots and flew towards the Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree. In an instant, the Infinity Warlock slammed into an invisible barrier. As if an insect stuck to a spider web, he was unable to move. Styx water poured over him. At the same time, his soul was washed clean. His body swayed, and he sank into the Netherworld River, becoming a part of it. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the restless Infinity Warlocks turned cold, and they looked at the Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree with greed and fear in their eyes. An Infinity Warlock raised his voice, Lei Ming, stop. Let's break through that barrier first, and then fight for the Navagraha Life and Death Fruit Tree with our own abilities. All right. Once I destroy these guys from the Endless Abyss Plane, I'll break that barrier with you guys. Yang Feng responded decisively, and the fourth-generation battle robots besieging the Infinity Warlocks flew away and attacked the four Abyssal Grand Dukes. All kinds of light beams bombarded the three Abyssal Fiend Legions, causing them to suffer heavy casualties. The fleshly body of the Abyssal Fiends was far stronger than that of human warlocks. But after losing Abyssal Force and Dark Force, they were harvested like wheat under the siege of Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. They suffered heavy casualties, unable to withstand a single blow. Yang Feng has never heard of the Warlock Emperor rank existence behind the Endless Abyss Plane, which gave him an indistinct premonition. He doesn't want to let the scheme of that terrifying existence succeed. With countless Abyssal Fiends dying, the four Abyssal Grand Dukes can only show their strongest form and plunge into battle with Yang Feng's battle robots. If they don't take action, only death will await the Abyssal Fiends. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of the gold-horned Grand Duke like a ghost and sent a claw carrying primal chaos and suppressive aura barreling towards the gold-horned Grand Duke. Lei Ming, there is no enmity between us, so why are you attacking me? The complexion of the gold-horned Grand Duke changed dramatically. Numerous gold veins bulged on his body, and he bellowed and sent a fist barreling towards Yang Feng. Your heart is of great use to me. Yang Feng smiled coldly and uttered in his heart. His speed suddenly erupted, and he stabbed the gold-horned Grand Duke in the chest with his claw and dug out his heart. When the gold-horned Grand Duke's fist slammed into Yang Feng, it only caused him to tremble slightly. With a wave of his hand, Yang Feng sealed the gold-horned Grand Duke's corpse and heart, and then his gaze fell on the backed abyssal Grand Duke. The eyes of the backed abyssal Grand Duke shimmered coldly, and he suddenly retreated briskly and fled in the direction he came from. He knows that Yang Feng won't give up the Navagraha life-death fruit tree for him alone. A bunch of useless good-for-nothings. Suddenly, an ordinary-looking glorious sun warlock rank-backed abyssal fiend among the countless abyssal fiends uttered coldly and flicked the fingers of a hand, and a black rhombus crystal appeared in his hand. As soon as the black rhombus crystal appeared, Yang Feng's fate algorithm trembled wildly, and alarms went off. His face fell in an instant, and he abruptly retreated to the side, making way for the passage to the gold coffin. A dense swarm of shield troops flew out in an instant and activated magic shields to block in front of Yang Feng. In addition, countless battle robots flew over from all directions, activated their energy shields, and firmly guarded in front of Yang Feng. The glorious sun warlock rank-backed abyssal fiend took a deep look at Yang Feng and uttered a series of strange tones that Yang Feng has never heard before. The bodies of all the backed abyssal fiends instantly exploded, turning into rays of pure black light that entered the rhombus-shaped crystal. A vast and terrifying emperor's aura emanated from the black rhombus-shaped crystal. The black rhombus crystal suddenly shone brightly, and countless runes that Yang Feng has never seen before flickered, and a fearsome empyrean might that seems capable of tearing the sky and shattering countless worlds suddenly spread from the rhombus crystal. When the Infinity Warlocks sensed the fearsome empyrean might, they trembled with fear, and their eyes shimmered with despair. Although Infinity Warlocks were the strongest human warlocks in the Zhangji plane on the surface, and even in the 8 Warlock Dynasties eras, they were experts who dominated a region. But in front of a Warlock Emperor, they are still ant-like existences. The black rhombus-shaped crystal shattered and turned into a 10-meter-long pitch-black claw that was engraved with strange runes that had never been recorded before. As soon as the huge black claw appeared, fearsome empyrean might spread, and wisps of black gas, as if heavier than Mount Tai, cracked the earth and distorted the space. Within a radius of 1,000 meters from the huge black claw, the energy shields of the 4th-generation battle robots collapsed one by one, and they fell to the ground. The might of a Warlock Emperor rank existence has already materialized, and it possesses substantial power. It's terrifying to the extreme. Originally, in this magic ban world, the power of most warlocks is sealed. But as soon as the huge black claw appeared, it distorted the rules and extracted the power of the entire underworld. My lord is eternal and immortal. The glorious Dawn Warlock rank-backed abyssal roared with a fanatical expression on his face, and then his body exploded in an instant, and everything entered the black claw. Carrying fluctuations of power capable of destroying everything, the huge black claw descended from the sky and slammed towards the gold coffin. The gold coffin that doesn't seem to have any sense of existence suddenly radiated light, and the magic ban world seems to have come to life. The lid of the gold coffin slowly opened, and a wisp of empyrean might containing the essence of death at the flawless grade diffused from the lid. When the wisp of empyrean might diffused, a projection of the underworld, which spanned countless sticks and was filled with countless dead, including even dead Warlock Emperor rank existences, suddenly appeared. From the gold coffin, it seems that a peerless existence is slowly awakening. The huge black claw stabbed into the underworld, pierced through the underworld in an instant, and slammed into the gold coffin. Curses! An angry voice came from the gold coffin. As if a demonic voice, it exploded in the ears of the warlocks, deafened the warlocks present, and made them bleed. An ordinary-looking hand, but containing countless mysteries, extended from the gold coffin and slammed into the huge black claw. Boom! The magic ban world collapsed and split apart. The sticks collapsed, and the water splashed about. Waves of terrifying and peerless power surged within the forbidden magic world. Eroded by the fearsome power, 6 infinity warlocks close to the gold coffin turned into ashes. Countless battle robots close to the gold coffin disintegrated and turned into nothingness. The battle robots blocking in front of Yang Feng were also shattered by the fearsome shock wave. At the moment when the magic ban world collapsed, Yang Feng sensed that the seal binding him had collapsed. With a flick of his wrist, the mountain shield appeared in front of him and turned into a huge mountain that protected him, Wuxia, and the other two powerhouses. Chapter 803. When the fearsome shock wave slammed into the huge mountain range transformed from Yang Feng's mountain shield, the huge mountain range shattered one by one, and then slammed into the mountain shield itself and sent it flying a dozen-plus kilometers away together with Yang Feng. The Infinity Warlocks cast secret methods in an instant, and powerful defensive secret treasures suddenly appeared and guarded them. After losing the Magic Ban World's Magic Ban force, the Infinity Warlocks once again displayed their terrifying strength and resisted the aftermath of the fight between the two Warlock Emperor rank existences. Warlock Emperor rank existences are really terrifying. In front of Warlock Emperors, Infinity Warlocks are like ants. They can be easily obliterated. Sensing the fearsome fluctuations of power, Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with excitement and expectation, and he longed to be able to promote to a Warlock Emperor rank existence one day. After the fearsome aftermath of the explosion disappeared, the black claw released by the abyssal fiend disappeared. The netherworld has collapsed, and the Styx intercepted by the Death Lord has also collapsed and disappeared. Yang Feng and the other Infinity Warlocks are in a shattered space. In the shattered space, there are distorted spatial cracks everywhere. If a Glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouse is touched by the distorted spatial cracks, they will have a part of their body cut into pieces. Ignoring the distorted and shattered space, the Infinity Warlocks stared at the center of the space. In the center of the space, there is a gold coffin. The gold coffin is half collapsed, and drops of red blood, which look like the most precious elixirs, are dripping out of the gold coffin. Wisps of Empyrean might diffused from the gold coffin. Yang Feng looked at the Empyrean grade blood flowing out of the gold coffin, and his eyes lit up and his heart thumped wildly. The person inside the coffin is seriously injured. He can't even control his blood. Warlock Emperor rank existences have formidable resilience. Even if they are pierced by a sharp blade, it will be difficult for precious blood to flow out. The precious Empyrean grade blood is flowing out of the coffin. Clearly, the terrifying existence inside the gold coffin is so seriously injured that he can no longer control the flow of his blood. The eyes of the Infinity Warlocks present shone strangely, their hearts pounded wildly, and they stared at the gold coffin with peculiar thoughts in their minds. A living Warlock Emperor is a huge treasure trove. Every drop of his blood is extremely precious. If the blood of a living Warlock Emperor can be sucked dry and refined, then an ordinary Infinity Warlock will have the power to attack the Warlock Monarch realm. In addition, the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse contains flawless grade essence power, which is a material for refining top Empyrean grade secret treasures. In the long history of human warlocks, some Empyrean grade secret treasures that weren't refined by Warlock Emperors themselves were refined by Holy Spirit Warlock rank holy alchemists using the bodies of ancient Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses that were excavated. With a flash of golden light, the golden coffin seemed to have triggered some kind of law power. It twisted and disappeared in an instant. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of regret. He had no intention of chasing after them. What a pity. Each Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse is a heaven-defying, terrifying existence. The Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse inside the gold coffin was schemed against by a powerhouse of the same rank, which is why he was seriously injured. If the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse behind the abyssal fiend took action, then Yang Feng and the others might not be able to break the barrier between the gold coffin and the Styx. All of a sudden, the three Infinity Warlocks cast powerful spells barreling towards the void. In the void, a huge hole was opened, and dark chains pierced into the void and locked the gold coffin. At this moment, the gold coffin twisted slightly, and a weird eye with 9 pupils grew on it and looked at the three Infinity Warlocks. All of a sudden, the faces of the three Infinity Warlocks twisted, and they issued miserable screams. Pustules appeared on their bodies, as if there is something terrifying growing inside them. In the next moment, the three Infinity Warlocks exploded and turned into countless mucus fragments that scattered about. Almost at the same time, the bloodline relatives of the three Infinity Warlocks exploded in an instant. Hundreds of thousands of people died in an instant. Only those powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank barely survived. But they were all seriously injured, and their bloodline force was severely damaged. All the warlocks present can vaguely feel that the bloodline of the three Infinity Warlocks has been almost completely wiped out. Yang Feng felt a chill in his heart. What a terrifying method. As expected of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. Only Moonlight Warlock rank Transcendent rank powerhouses can barely resist such a bloodline curse. The rest were killed directly. When the Warlocks saw the fate of the three Infinity Warlocks, they felt a chill in their hearts, and no one tried to stop the gold coffin anymore. All the Infinity Warlocks have guessed that the Warlock Emperor rank existence inside the gold coffin has been seriously injured, and his origin has been damaged. However, no one dared to have any ideas about the gold coffin again. After all, the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse is a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. Even though his origin has been damaged and he is on the verge of death, but he can still slay Infinity Warlocks and wipe out entire families with a flip of his hand. None of the 8 Warlock Emperors were soft-hearted. However, the existence in the gold coffin casually used the bloodline curse that could exterminate a person's race. Clearly, it was one of the most ferocious existences among the 8. When the gold coffin disappeared, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into a ray of light shooting towards the Navagraha life-death fruit tree. In addition to Yang Feng, a dozen plus Infinity Warlocks also shot towards the Navagraha life-death fruit tree lightning fast. The countless battle robots surrounding Yang Feng attacked the Infinity Warlocks like a tide. Damn it! Kill him! Everyone, join hands and kill him! The eyes of the Infinity Warlocks flashed with madness, and they cast spells barreling towards the Infinity Warlocks at the forefront. Even Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses don't dare to underestimate the spells released by dozens of Infinity Warlocks. When the fastest Infinity Warlock was hit by various powerful spells, he was blasted into pieces, and even the soul attached to his Infinity Core was blasted into dregs. Yang Feng has just rushed halfway, when his body twisted and he avoided the center of the spells. The gazes of 7 or 8 Infinity Warlocks fell on Yang Feng. Yang Feng turned to look at them, smiled coldly, and beckoned with a hand. Alexia, Yu Yen, and Seabass, the 3 top powerhouses, flew to Yang Feng's side and stared coldly at the Infinity Warlocks. The hearts of the 7 or 8 Infinity Warlocks shook, and they averted their gazes. Yang Feng's subordinates are as numerous as the clouds in the sky. At the same time, he has a huge mechanical legion. He is ruthless and merciless. He even dared to kill the Red Monarch's daughter. These Infinity Warlocks don't want to become enemies with Yang Feng for no reason. It's time. Fire. Yang Feng stared at the Infinity Warlocks, his eyes flickered, streams of data flickered, and the level 4 optical computer network performed calculations. 32 blazing sun battlestars suddenly appeared above the Dullan Imperial Court. Their main cannons flashed, and 32 incomparably resplendent beams of light shot down from the sky. Under the bombardment of the 32 beams capable of destroying stars, a copious amount of seawater was vaporized, and as if Moses parted the sea, the entrance to the tomb of the Death Lord was exposed. The 32 beams slammed into the entrance of the tomb of the Death Lord, destroyed countless buildings along the way, and finally blasted into the queer relief. Boom! The strange relief was also blasted apart, and the entire shattered space collapsed again. The apocalyptic changes of the world and the collapse of the space appeared in the shattered space. Tens of thousands of mistwalkers suddenly erupted and turned into a dense fog that absorbed all power and perception. Behind the Navagraha life-death fruit tree, Yang Feng's ruler of the night avatar grabbed the 9 fruits and put them into a pouch. All of a sudden, strange runes appeared on the Navagraha life-death fruit tree, and it shrank in an instant, flew into the void, distorted, and escaped from the collapsed void. Regret flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. What a pity. Each eternal god tree possesses mystical powers. At the same time, they are extraordinary plants with the ability to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Unless it is a warlock emperor rank or great holy step powerhouse, eternal god trees with all kinds of special extraordinary powers won't submit to anyone. If an eternal divine spell like the Navagraha life-death fruit tree can be cultivated with enough resources, it will produce 9 Navagraha life-death fruit tree every 10,000 years, which can enable 9 warlock geniuses with superior level 8 soul aptitude to break through the godman boundary and create 9 heaven-defying powerhouses. This is why eternal god trees are precious. Moreover, each Navagraha life-death fruit tree can increase a warlock's lifespan by 100,000 years, for a total of 900,000 years. In the world of warlocks, it is an extremely rare treasure that can prolong one's lifespan. Chapter 804. Retreat. As soon as the 9 Navagraha life-death fruit tree fruits entered his hand, Yang Feng ordered decisively. While the countless 4th-generation battle robots are still fighting the Infinity Warlocks, Alexia and the other 2 experts flew to Yang Feng's side and escorted him into the distance. The Navagraha life-death fruit tree fruits were taken by Lei Ming. Among the Infinity Warlocks, there are many powerhouses. The eyes of an Infinity Warlock flickered with countless runes, gleamed with dim light, and pierced through the fog formed by the Mistwalkers, locked his eyes on Yang Feng, and barked. The Navagraha life-death fruit tree fruits were taken by Old Monster Cloud Sea. The Navagraha life-death fruit tree fruits were taken by 9 Destruction Towers Tower Master. Almost at the same time, voices sounded from all directions. A gale blew past, and the fog formed by the Mistwalkers twisted and revealed a passage, exposing the Infinity Warlock with a mystical eye technique to the other Infinity Warlocks. 9 lifelike Navagraha life-death fruit tree fruits flew towards the Infinity Warlock one after another. Die. Go to hell. Without hesitation, the dozens of Infinity Warlocks cast various powerful spells barreling towards the Infinity Warlock. The Infinity Warlocks have already gone crazy. As long as they sense something amiss, they will cast spells and kill the enemy. In any case, the Infinity Warlocks here are all enemies, so killing them won't be a big deal. No, it's not, me. The countenance of the Infinity Warlock changed dramatically, and magic shields appeared around him one after another, and a giant black shield suddenly appeared and blocked in front of him. Boom! Boom! The spells of the dozens of Infinity Warlocks slammed into the giant black shield from all directions and produced earth-shaking blasts. After withstanding a dozen-plus spells from the Infinity Warlock, the giant black shield shattered, and the remaining powerful spells swallowed the Infinity Warlock in an instant. An infinity core flew out of the fearsome magic explosion and disappeared like a meteor. Under the terrifying shockwaves of the spell, the 9 holographic projections of the Navagraha life-death fruit tree crumbled and completely shattered. Phantom. Thunder. The young master of the Undying Mountain, Lei Ming, stole the Navagraha life-death fruit. Watching the Navagraha life-death fruit tree projection collapse, the Infinity Warlocks calmed down a little. After thinking for a while, they vaguely deduced the truth from the current situation. Phantoms of true dragons, phoenixes, cheelants, tautais, devils, and all sorts of other terrifying existences suddenly appeared, blasting towards the main battle robots blocking their way. Under the attack of dozens of Infinity Warlocks, the 4th-generation battle robots were blasted apart, clearing a path leading to the outside world. When the dozens of Infinity Warlocks flew out of the tomb of the Death Lord, they were besieged by countless sea hunters. The dozens of Infinity Warlocks cast various powerful offensive spells and opened up a bloody path in the sea hunters' land. When they rushed out of the sea, they only saw the huge interstellar fleet escorting Yang Feng disappear into the distance. I finally got rid of those guys. What a great harvest this time. Yang Feng is covered in devourers, who are working hard to devour the tracing mark branded by the Red Monarch on his body. As long as the tracing mark branded by the Red Monarch is devoured by the devourers, Yang Feng will no longer have any hidden dangers. To be able to break the Red Monarch's tracing mark, what an interesting little fellow. A chuckle suddenly came from afar, and a terrifying expert dressed in a purple warlock robe, with a tall stature and ordinary appearance, but a pair of bright and spirited eyes, as if the world's most precious jewels, trod on air step by step. The powerhouse dressed in a purple warlock robe seems to be very leisurely. But with every step he takes, he crosses a distance of several kilometers. His movement speed is simply incredible. When Yang Feng saw the powerhouse dressed in a purple warlock robe, his heart skipped a beat, and he became alarmed. The fate algorithm pulsed, indicating the terror of the powerhouse dressed in a purple warlock robe. "Who are you?" The powerhouse dressed in a purple warlock robe uttered with a faint smile, "I am the master of the core world's Purple Moon Monarch city, the Purple Monarch. Lei Ming, or I should call you Yang Feng, hand over the Navagraha life-death fruit tree and submit to the Purple Moon Monarch city. Otherwise, today will be the day you die." What big talk! Let's see if you have the ability to do so. With a thought from Yang Feng, countless fourth-generation battle robots shot out like a tide and attacked the Purple Monarch. The 32 blazing sun battlestars flashed, and countless secondary artilleries fired a rain of light barreling towards the Purple Monarch. Is this the golem art you used to run amok in the world? Compared to the Golem Lord's Mechanical Legion, it's really lacking. The Purple Monarch smiled faintly, exuded Warlock Monarch rank might, and pointed with a finger. An endless purple light flew out of his hand and formed a purple torrent that swept towards Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. Amidst the terrifying purple torrent, countless fourth-generation battle robots exploded one after another, turning into balls of flame that fell from the sky to the ground. Swept by the purple torrent, 200,000 of the hundreds of thousands of fourth-generation battle robots were destroyed in an instant. With a flash of black light, the fully armed Alexia stimulated her power to the limit. Covered in fallen angel fire, she appeared behind the Purple Monarch, and slashed at him with her sword. Yu Yan, who looks like a black Fenghuang burning with flames, stabbed at the Purple Monarch with her spear. Eyes shot with blood, Seabass stimulated his power to the limit and slashed at the Purple Monarch with his sword. Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke Avatar jumped out of the void with the Monarch-grade secret treasure God Blood sword in his hand. Carrying the Law of Blood, he twisted and spiraled like a viper and slashed at the Purple Monarch from strange angles. To be able to subdue so many experts, Yang Feng, you have some skill. Unfortunately, the strength of a Warlock Monarch is beyond your imagination. With a mocking smile on his face, the Purple Monarch released endless purple divine light. Looking like an immortal godly monarch, he slapped a palm at Alexia. The palm seems to be extremely slow, but in fact, it is astonishingly fast. Although launched later, the palm slammed into Alexia's abdomen. With a flash of purple light, the fallen angel armor covering Alexia's abdomen was torn apart, and the purple beam blasted Alexia into the ground and blasted open a huge hole. Purple light suddenly converged and formed 3 purple stars that, as if containing the might of a world, suddenly slammed into Yu Yan, Seabass, and Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke Avatar. The power of the 3 purple stars erupted in an instant, and endless purple light severely injured Yu Yan, Seabass, and Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke Avatar, and they fell in different directions. Yu Yan, Seabass, Alexia, and Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke Avatar are all Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Any one of them can easily defeat junior Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, and their battle prowess is comparable to that of advanced Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. However, even with the 4 of them joining forces, they were still unable to withstand a single blow from the Purple King. Yang Feng looked at the Purple Monarch with a dignified look in his eyes. The fate algorithm throbbed, and a premonition of death welled up inside him, so strong. So this is a Warlock Monarch. It was too powerful. If I fight him head-on, I have no chance of winning at all. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a cold glint, he gnashed his teeth and mused, it seems that I can only use my final trump card and escape. Once I'm strong enough, I'll destroy Purple Moon Kingdom. If Yang Feng escapes, then Alexia, Yu Yen, Seabass, and Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke Avatar won't be able to escape from the Purple Monarch. But now, Yang Feng, who only has advanced Bright World Warlock rank cultivation base, is not the opponent of the Purple Monarch. He can only choose to escape. Purple Monarch, you dare to touch my big brother? Are you tired of living? Countless snowflakes drifted in the air and formed flowers of ice and snow in the void. Beautiful ice fairies formed from ice and snow flew in the void and sang hymns. Surrounded by ice and snow, a peerlessly beautiful woman with long black hair, dressed in a snow-white warlock robe, a perfect figure, an extraordinary and refined appearance, and a noble temperament, as if all the beauties in the world were occupied by her, descended from the sky and walked out step by step. Stunned, Yang Feng looked at the peerlessly beautiful woman walking out of the void, each step blossoming with lotuses, and exclaimed, "Shui, The peerless beauty who walked out of the void is the little beauty Shui Yang Feng found in the taboo stone." When the Purple Monarch saw Shui walk over, his thoughts revolved, his eyes flashed with endless shock, and he exclaimed, "Your big brother is Yang Feng? Then you're Shui, a personal disciple of the Battle Demon sect's great elder Wuxian? How is that possible? Wuxian is just an Infinity Warlock, how could she teach a Warlock Monarch like you? Each Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse is extremely powerful. In the 8 Warlock Dynasties eras, they would be overlords who dominated more than a dozen planes. After the collapse of the 8th Warlock Dynasty, there was practically no information about the birth of a Warlock Monarch among human Warlocks in the surface world. For Shui to advance to a Warlock Monarch is simply heaven-defying. Chapter 805. There was a flash of envy in Yang Feng's eyes, and he curbed the pride in his heart. I thought that by plundering the resources of countless forces, practicing countless secret methods, breaking through the Godman boundary, and promoting to inferior level 9 soul aptitude, my cultivation speed is already top-notch in the Zhangji plane. But it seems that I'm still a long way off from a true peerless genius. Yang Feng manufactured countless battle robots with Shizu technology, destroyed one warlock group after another, and plundered all the cultivation resources of those warlock groups to practice cultivation. This is why his cultivation speed is so astonishing. Although he didn't say it, but he felt a little proud in his heart. Now that he saw that Shui has promoted to a Warlock Monarch, the pride in Yang Feng's heart was completely suppressed. "You trash, you dare to attack my big brother? Kill yourself. If I do it myself, you'll only die a more painful death." Standing loftily in the void, Shui, like a god overlooking the secular world, looked coldly at the Purple Monarch of the Purple Moon Kingdom, and spoke calmly, but there was a trace of anger in her voice. A fierce glint suddenly surged in the Purple Monarch's eyes, and he said with a gloomy smile, "Ever since I promoted to an Infinity Warlock, it has been tens of thousands of years since someone dared to speak to me like this. A trifling new Warlock Monarch dares to be so arrogant and despotic. It just so happens that the Purple Moon Monarch City lacks a beautiful dog. Once I capture you alive, I'll make you my beautiful dog. That will be very interesting." Impudent. Shui frowned slightly, and endless ice force spread from her delicate body. As if she has become the incarnation of an invincible goddess of ice and snow, she pointed with a finger, and a world formed from the essence of ice and snow suddenly appeared. Within the world, ice and snow fluttered and everything froze, and the world crushed towards the purple monarch. As soon as the strange world of ice and snow appeared, the temperature within an area of 200,000 kilometers in radius suddenly dropped, and heavy snow covered the land. The area within an area of 200,000 kilometers seems to have turned into a divine country of ice and snow. If a celestial body like Earth was hit by this spell, it would be completely frozen in an instant, and the people of the world would become ice cubes. Purple Moon World. The purple monarch's eyes flashed with a dignified glint. World force erupted from his body, and a purple moon world with billions of inhabitants suddenly appeared. In the small world, which is who knows how many times stronger than the 9 small worlds inside Yangfeng, there are hundreds of millions of life forms chanting prayers. Purple moonlight lingers, exudes the aura of an immortal world, and shrouds the essence of the purple moon that can erode and purify everything. The purple moon profound meaning was the profound meaning that the Amethyst King had comprehended. It had the terrifying power of corrosion and purification. The purification power of the purple moon profound meaning was only slightly inferior to the glimmer of dawn profound meaning. It was also a top-notch and terrifying profound meaning without any shortcomings. The two profound mysteries, propelled by the power of the world, collided with each other. The profound of ice and snow froze everything. As the snowy wind blew, hundreds of millions of lives within the purple moon world were frozen. The terrifying icy wind blew directly towards the Purple King. The Purple King's expression changed drastically as he cried out involuntarily, "How is this possible? Shui, how can you be so strong?" The Purple Monarch is a peerless powerhouse who formed a small world inside him. Even among warlock monarchs, he is a first-rate powerhouse with few opponents. In the core world, there are less than 20 human warlock monarchs who are stronger than the Purple Monarch. For Shui to be able to break the Purple Monarch's essence of the purple moon with absolute power, this is simply heaven-defying. At the moment when the Purple Monarch was stunned, the endless snowy wind blew, and biting cold swallowed the Purple Monarch in an instant and condensed him into a block of ice. The block of ice has just formed, when the Purple Monarch opened his mouth, and the monarch-grade secret treasure purple moon bead suddenly appeared, turned into a purple moon wheel, and crushed the block of ice. After being strengthened by the purple moon pearl, the profound meaning of the purple moon was extremely ferocious. Wherever it passed, all the profound meanings of ice and snow were crushed. When the Purple Monarch's purple moon bead broke out of the ice, the purple moon bead radiated endless light that enveloped the earth. Within an area of 200,000 kilometers in radius, ice and snow force and purple moon force intertwined and entangled with each other. Within the area of 200,000 kilometers, ice and snow fluttered from time to time and purple light streaked across the sky from time to time. It seems that I underestimated you. In terms of strength alone, you are stronger than me. However, this purple moon bead is a monarch-grade secret treasure that I asked a monarch-grade alchemist to refine and spent 50,000 years and countless resources to refine into a monarch-grade secret treasure. With this king-grade secret treasure in hand, you are definitely not a match for me. Only death awaits you. The Purple King operated a secret technique, and endless world power diffused from his body, entering the purple moon pearl. The purple moon pearl shone brilliantly, as if it contained the mysteries of the world. Rays of purple moonlight diffused from it, purifying the power of ice and snow around it. If I say that you're trash, then you're trash. The essence of this secret treasure is so. Its only advantage is that it matches with the secret method you practice. Unfortunately, you're not an alchemist, so this secret treasure can't be perfectly compatible with you. To dare show off in front of me at this level, you're really reckless. Shui shone brightly, countless ice and snow runes revolved around her, and her beautiful eyes filled with pride and majesty. She looked at the Purple Monarch as if he was an ant. When the Purple Monarch was swept by Shui's indifferent gaze, his heart trembled slightly, as if he has encountered a fierce beast that he can't resist. "You trash, I'll let you experience the true power of a warlock monarch." Shi Shui smiled indifferently, then restrained all the anomalies around her, and, as if she has become an ordinary person, she took a step forward, appeared above the purple monarch, and grabbed the purple moon bead, which the purple monarch regards as his ultimate trump card. With a flash of white light, the purple moon bead was completely covered in ice and snow, cutting off its connection with the purple monarch. The purple monarch's face fell. As if he saw a ghost, he spewed out purple moonlight, and then his body exploded in an instant, and thousands upon thousands of purple moonlight escaped in different directions. Ice wind. Shi Shui's lily-white hand burst out with brilliant light, and a boundless ice wind enveloped the land and sealed the world in ice. In an instant, the countless purple moonlights of the purple monarch's avatar were frozen by the ice wind, and then condensed back into the purple monarch's true body and froze in an ice cube. A look of horror on his face, the purple monarch screamed, "Don't kill me. The Great Tribulation is coming, and every warlock monarch is a precious fighting force. Spare my life. I will fight with all my might in the Great Tribulation. Die." Shi Shui touched the purple monarch's forehead with a finger, and a warlock monarch core frozen in ice flew out and fell into her hand. The previously insufferably arrogant purple monarch died at Shi Shui's hands just like that. Watching Shi Shui easily suppress the purple monarch, Yang Feng's heart filled with shock. So strong, really too strong. As a warlock monarch of the Purple Moon Monarch City, the purple monarch's battle prowess is astonishing. When facing the siege of Alexia, Seabass, Yu Yan, and Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke Avatar, he easily defeated them without even using 1/10 of his true strength. But when faced with Shi Shui, he couldn't withstand a single blow. Shi Shui's battle prowess is simply outrageous. Yu Yan coughed up blood as she flew over and looked at Shi Shui with shock and jealousy in her beautiful eyes. So strong. Is this Yang Feng's adopted sister Shi Shui? It's true that her soul aptitude is superior level 8, but how could she become so strong in such a short period of time? Since Yu Yan submitted to Yang Feng and became one of his subordinates, she has been paying attention to Yang Feng's intelligence. Naturally, she knows that Yang Feng has a adopted sister called Shi Shui with superior level 8 soul aptitude. As soon as she entered the Battle Demon sect, she was accepted as a personal disciple by Wuxia. Her cultivation speed is also extraordinary. However, when the Battle Demon sect withdrew from the Cangji Plain, Shi Shui, who went out to experience the world, unexpectedly became a warlock monarch rank existence and reappeared in front of Yang Feng and company. This left Yu Yan dumbfounded. In Yu Yan's opinion, Yang Feng's cultivation speed is already very heaven-defying. But compared to Shi Shui, it's nothing. With a flash of white light, Shi Shui flew into the flagship where Yang Feng's true body is located, threw herself into Yang Feng's arms, and uttered sweetly, "Big brother, I missed you so much." "I missed you very much too." Yang Feng embraced Shi Shui in his arms and looked at her carefully. Smelling the fragrance coming from her, his eyes revealed an indescribable joy. Even the insufferably powerful purple monarch was slain by Shi Shui. The fairy-like Shi Shui curled up in Yang Feng's arms like a kitten, which naturally aroused his vanity and gave him an indescribable sense of joy. Yang Feng flicked his wrist, and 4 of the 9 Navagraha life-death fruit tree fruits he obtained with great difficulty appeared in his hand. "Shui, these are the Navagraha life-death fruit tree fruits I obtained. I obtained a total of 9. You can take advantage of the Navagraha life-death fruit tree fruits to break through the God-man boundary and advance your cultivation base to the next level." Shi Shui glanced at the 4 Navagraha life-death fruit tree fruits with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes, and she smiled, looking as bright and beautiful as 100 flowers blooming. "Big brother, when I was traveling the world, I had a great fortuitous encounter, and my soul aptitude has reached the superior level 9 great circle, which is why I was able to practice cultivation until the warlock monarch realm. I don't need the Navagraha life-death fruit tree fruits anymore. But big brother, your soul aptitude isn't perfect. You must take all 9 Navagraha life-death fruit tree fruits together to promote your soul aptitude to intermediate level 9. You can keep the Navagraha life-death fruit tree fruits for yourself. Chapter 806. Shi Shui has been separated from Yang Feng for less than 100 years, yet she has already promoted to a warlock monarch rank existence, and her soul aptitude has reached the superior level 9 great circle. She is even more heaven-defying than Yang Feng. Shi Shui uttered, "Do you know why the 8 human warlock emperors are so short-lived? Their lifespans can't compare to those of many long-lived species. Yang Feng has always found it strange. The human warlock emperors are world-shaking existences who founded one warlock dynasty after another, and even slayed warlock emperor rank existences of other races. For such peerless geniuses to die after living for only tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years is simply incredible." Shi Shui smiled sweetly, "Big brother, you're really smart. That's because the human warlock emperors are too powerful. If the soul of a moonlight warlock rank human warlock is like a burning candle, then the soul of a warlock emperor rank existence is like a sun, burning at all times and releasing formidable power." Yang Feng was speechless when he heard that, but stormy waves set off in his heart. In order to fight for the Navagraha life-death fruit tree, Yang Feng transferred countless experts and mobilized a large mechanical legion. He was almost killed by the purple monarch before he managed to snatch this treasure. There was a flash of tenderness in Shi Shui's beautiful eyes, and she curled up in Yang Feng's arms like a cat. She closed her beautiful eyes, a look of enjoyment on her face, and sighed faintly, "Big brother, try your best to improve your strength. It's not good for you to know too much about him." However, compared to other powerful beings, the lifespans of the 8 warlock emperors are pitifully short. After each of them ascended to the throne, they only lived for tens of thousands of years at most before their soul decayed and they died. Yang Feng's eyes shone, and he asked curiously, "What is the Great Tribulation?" Holy Spirit warlocks are the protectors of a race. In the Tsangji Plain, it is already very difficult to promote to a warlock monarch, let alone give birth to a Holy Spirit warlock before the Great Tribulation. Since the Time Lord established the first warlock dynasty, the existence of Eternals has not been a secret. Legend has it that the 8 warlock emperors have explored the relic sites of Eternals and pursued their footsteps in an attempt to become Eternals. Yang Feng asked, "Shui, how long can you stay this time?" Many Holy Spirit warlock monarch, and warlock emperor rank existences seal themselves with taboo stones or other methods. When the 2 universes merge to a certain extent, they will awaken and recover. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he said pensively, "I see. If we can kill and devour the powerhouses of the other universe, then the warlock emperor rank existences will be, on the warlock monarch rank existences, star saints will that Feng will be, infinity warlocks. Warlocks God soul rank existences are warlocks. If you haven't promoted to a Holy Spirit warlock by the time the Great Tribulation of heaven and earth fully unfolds, big brother, you will only become cannon fodder." The bigwig behind Shi Shui is absolutely tyrannical. Even if he is a Holy Spirit warlock, he is definitely a top figure among Holy Spirit warlocks. Just like the 9 Realms Lord, he is a peerless genius who once competed with warlock emperors. For Shi Shui to be able to promote to a warlock monarch rank existence in such a short period of time, the eternal behind her must be a Holy Spirit warlock or even a great holy step existence. Legend has it that the Eternals born in ancient times were the victors after the 2 universes devoured each other. Of course, the ancient times are too far away, and the specific situation cannot be verified. But once the universe we belong to can devour another universe, then the energy level of our universe will rise, and we, the life forms born in this universe, will naturally get great benefits. After the end of the eternal era, the energy level of our universe has dropped by a level, to the point where only warlock emperors can be born. No matter how talented a powerhouse is, the warlock emperor realm is already the limit. This is the limit of the universe's energy level. Yang Feng clenched his fists, put them down, and hugged Shi Shui in silence. Yang Feng frowned slightly and sighed slowly, a complicated shade flashed in his eyes, and he tightened his grip on Shi Shui. If I'm not mistaken, Shui, you should be the avatar of a bigwig, or a trump card of that bigwig's resurrection. Shi Shui, who emerged from a taboo stone, has a mysterious origin. For her to be able to promote to a warlock monarch in such a short period of time, there is only one possibility, that is, she must be related to a bigwig. The so-called Great Tribulation of Heaven and Earth is, in fact, a process in which another universe, which is half a level higher than ours, superimposes and fuses with our universe through an unimaginable method. The Great Tribulation of Heaven and Earth is a process in which two universes devour each other, fuse, and evolve. During this process, the more powerhouses of the other universe we kill, the more corpses we bring back to our universe will become resources for our universe. The reverse is also true. Therefore, the powerhouses of our universe and the other universe are in an irreconcilable relationship. Towards the end, the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses will take action. Shi Shui's big eyes, which seemed to be able to speak, turned slightly, brimmed with cunning, and she uttered with a smile, "Big brother, are you curious as to why I can practice cultivation faster than you? Each Holy Spirit Warlock rank existence is the guardian of a race, and their fleshly body and soul are extraordinary. If Shi Shui is the trump card of a resurrected Holy Spirit Warlock, then when the Holy Spirit Warlock is completely resurrected, it will be the time when Shi Shui's personality is digested, devoured, or directly extinguished. In ancient times, there were Eternals in our universe. The fleshly body and soul of Eternals have immortal characteristics. Even if the universe is destroyed, they will be immortal, unaffected, and have an endless lifespan. Shi Shui took a deep look at Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes shimmered with worry, and she sighed slowly. In the world of warlocks, Yang Feng had already seen a lot of bizarre things. Many of the laws here are completely different from those on Earth. In this strange world, cold air can freeze flames, stones can give birth to life, the dead can be resurrected, and so on. He has seen all kinds of unimaginable phenomena on Earth. However, this is the first time he has heard of superimposing universes and mutually devouring each other. Each of the Zhangji Plains' 8 warlock emperors is a world-shaking existence. They are far stronger than the brilliant Great Holy and many other race warlock emperor rank powerhouses. They can pinch a strong divine force rank god to death with a finger. Superior level, 9 soul aptitude. Shi Shui asked, "Big brother, do you know the legend of the Eternal?" Surprise flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, superimposing and devouring of another universe. This is really unheard of. Shi Shui is already a warlock monarch rank existence. For her, the various cultivation resources in Yang Feng's possession are too barren. Only the resources on the floating continent of the Heaven and Earth Spirit Roots branch may be useful to her. If our universe can annex the power of another universe, it will promote and become a powerful universe that can give birth to eternal sovereigns. Curiosity flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. He vaguely knows that Shi Shui is about to reveal a big secret, I don't know. Yang Feng suddenly asked, "Will its resurrection affect you?" Human warlocks of the Moonlight Warlock rank can absorb all kinds of extraordinary forces and evolve. The consumption of the soul is naturally absorbed from the universe, so the consumption isn't great. However, the soul of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse is too powerful. Just their existence consumes an astonishing amount of soul force. The soul force in this universe cannot bear the existence of Warlock Emperors, which is why their lifespan is so short and they die much earlier than some Infinity Warlock rank long-lived species. A treasure of heaven and earth like the Navagraha life-death fruit tree can extend the lifespan of an ordinary Warlock monarch by 100,000 years. But for a warlock emperor, it can only extend their lifespan by about 100 years at most. Shi Shui said. Yang Feng is currently just an advanced Bright World warlock. Even though he can suppress ordinary infinity warlocks, but in the eyes of real bigwigs, he is still too weak to withstand a single blow. Yang Feng replied, I know. Just like the brilliant Great Holy, an antique from the first warlock dynasty who has been dead for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, once he is resurrected, he will be another world-shaking existence. Shi Shui closed her eyes, as if to engrave everything about Yang Feng in her mind, and said faintly, I have to leave in a while. The Great Tribulation is coming. Before the Great Tribulation arrives, I must try my best to improve my cultivation base. It would be best if I can promote to a Holy Spirit warlock. Only then will I have the power to protect myself. If you want to protect me, big brother, you have to at least have a Holy Spirit warlock rank cultivation base, or at least possess Holy Spirit warlock rank battle prowess. Along the way, Yang Feng plundered countless resources and obtained numerous fortuitous encounters to cultivate to the advanced Bright World warlock realm. He is well aware of the difficulty of warlock cultivation. Only by taking 9 Navagraha life-death fruit trees at the same time can Yang Feng promote to intermediate level, 9 soul aptitude. If Yang Feng wants to promote his soul aptitude to superior level, 9, he will need to obtain 3 different eternal god fruits formed from eternal god trees, or a mysterious treasure of the same grade. During that process, a powerhouse from a universe half an energy level higher than ours will descend to our universe, kill us all, and turn us into resources for their universe's advancement. The human 8 warlock dynasties have accumulated who knows how many experts. When the universes merge, they will appear. Big brother, we don't have much time left. Shi Shui sighed faintly. Chapter 807. So that's how it is. None of the human Holy Spirit warlocks walked the world. It turns out that they sealed themselves to accumulate strength. They intend to appear at the most critical time with their peak strength. In that case, the Lord of Death in the golden coffin had originally planned to seal himself in the coffin. If it weren't for other warlock emperor rank existences, then we wouldn't be able to break his defensive barrier. There's even a great possibility that we will become his nourishment when he hibernates. Yang Feng's heart stirred slightly, and he recalled the Styx that is almost everywhere in the netherworld. When infinity warlocks fought each other for the Navagraha life-death fruit tree, most of the souls of those who died were sucked into the Styx and became its nourishment. The gold coffin is also under the Styx, forming a strange symbiotic relationship with the Styx. Now that Yang Feng thinks about it, if it wasn't for the warlock emperor of unknown origin from the abyss, it would be extremely difficult. If Yang Feng and them alone wanted to break the barrier formed by the Death Lord's coffin, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Shi Shui spread her lily-white hand, and a bright astral coordinate symbol appeared in her hand. Big brother, what you lack the most now is time. This is a plane located in the crack of the universe. The flow of time on this plane is 1001 compared to the flow of time on the Zhangji plane. 1,000 years on that plane is equivalent to 1 year on the Zhangji plane. These are the coordinates of that plane. Yang Feng pointed at the symbol, and the astral coordinates appeared in his sea of knowledge, a time flow ratio of 1001. There's actually such a plane. The universe is so big that nothing is too strange. I discovered that plane a long time ago. That plane was of no value to me at the time. It was just one of my backup plans. Now it's yours. I have to go now. Big brother, you have to work hard on your cultivation, don't die. Shi Shui kissed Yang Feng on the face, then her figure fluttered, and she flew out of his embrace. She took a deep look at Yang Feng and revealed a beautiful smile, and then her body suddenly disintegrated into countless snowflakes and disappeared. Yang Feng looked at the beautiful snowflakes with enigmatic light in his eyes, and he enunciated each syllable, I will definitely become a Holy Spirit Warlock and a Warlock Emperor in the future, capture you, protect you, and make it so that you can never escape from me." A voice came from the beautiful snowflakes. "I look forward to the arrival of that day." The Purple Monarch's storage ring and the Purple Monarch's corpse flew out of the snowflakes and landed in front of Yang Feng. Clearly, these are the final gifts Shi Shui left for Yang Feng. As soon as Shi Shui left, Yang Feng had the huge fleet pass through the warp gate and return to the branch floating continent without hesitation. A dozen or so days later, a terrifying aura suddenly soared into the sky from a secret chamber within the Bright Moon province. However, it was stopped by the formation within the chamber. In the secret room, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, and Junior Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power diffused from him. "With the help of the Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree, I finally promoted to an Infinity Warlock. I've truly become one of the top experts of the Zhangji Plane." Yang Feng sensed the terrifying power flowing inside him, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. With the help of the Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree, Yang Feng's soul aptitude not only advanced to intermediate level 9, but also broke through and advanced to an Infinity Warlock in one fell swoop. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he disappeared from the secret room. Below the branch floating continent, the leaf floating continent has been completely covered by countless Shizu buildings. Yang Feng strode into a large laboratory on the leaf floating continent. A huge crystal coffin suddenly appeared. Inside the crystal coffin, there is a peerless beauty sleeping. The peerless beauty is Agnipe, the commander of the First Legion under the command of Poidal, the lord of the 666th floor of the abyss. With a flash of light, the runes on Agnipe were unraveled. As if dead, she didn't budge, and the dark force inside her is like a pool of stagnant water. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Agnipe, I know you're awake. Let's talk. Otherwise, I can only choose to seal you or take away your angel heart to nurture another fallen angel." Inside the transparent crystal coffin, the beautiful and sexy Agnipe, who exudes a seductive aura, opened her eyes. With fearless and invincible confidence, she looked coldly at Yang Feng and said, "What's there to talk about?" Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "I want you to be my subordinate. Open your soul and let me set up a soul brand." Agnipe is a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, only one step away from advancing to a Warlock Monarch rank Blazing Angel. Her soul and body are perfectly combined. Unless she takes the initiative to open her soul, only a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse or above can forcibly leave a soul brand on her soul. At the time, Yang Feng was able to set up a soul brand on Alexia's soul because Alexia's strength was only at the pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank. Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses are divided into 6 levels: Junior, Intermediate, Advanced, Pinnacle, Quasi-Warlock Monarch, and Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. If the Quasi-Warlock Monarch and Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses get a chance, they may advance to the Warlock Monarch rank. Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses are virtually invincible among Infinity Warlocks. They can insta-kill ordinary Junior Infinity Warlocks. Agnipe, Nerissa, and Beskia, these 3 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses have the strength to insta-kill ordinary Junior Infinity Warlocks. They are the core of Poidal's Fallen Angel Legion. At the time, Poidal was able to lead his Fallen Angel Legion to slay a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. On one hand, it was because the Warlock Monarch was only a Junior Warlock Monarch, and on the other hand, it was because of the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses Agnipe, Nerissa, and Beskia. Agnipe uttered coldly, "You killed my lord, yet you want me to submit to you? That's impossible." Yang Feng uttered full of confidence, "The strong are respected among fallen angels. Ever since Alexia followed me, she has promoted to an Infinity Warlock rank fallen angel. If you are willing to submit to me, I will definitely promote you to a Warlock Monarch rank fallen angel in the future, and even to a Holy Spirit Warlock rank fallen angel is not impossible." With that, Junior Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power diffused from Yang Feng. There was a flash of emotion in Agnipe's beautiful eyes. Junior Infinity Warlock, you actually became an Infinity Warlock. At the time, it took Agnipe 60,000 years to evolve from an ordinary fallen angel to an Infinity Warlock rank blazing angel. Yang Feng, on the other hand, has promoted to an Infinity Warlock in less than 300 years of cultivation time. This cultivation speed is simply heaven-defying. Agnipe responded coldly, that's right. However, if you want me to be your subordinate, you have to defeat me with your own strength. Only then will I be willing to be your subordinate. Otherwise, you can just kill me now and dig out my fallen angel heart. With that, you should be able to cultivate an Infinity Warlock rank blazing angel. Yang Feng frowned slightly when he heard that. Digging out Agnipe's fallen angel heart, on the other hand, can cultivate an Infinity Warlock rank fallen angel. However, compared to a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank fallen angel who can contend against a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, there is a huge gap in value. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and black magic light flickered and entered Agnipe's body and sealed her again. In that case, I can only trouble you to continue sleeping. Agnipe's crystal coffin sank, and the crystal coffin sealing Nerissa emerged. Runes flickered and touched the seal on Nerissa. Yang Feng repeated what he said to Agnipe to Nerissa. Nerissa uttered coldly, "Kill me. I won't serve you." Yang Feng responded coldly, "I will think about it." The crystal coffin in which Nerissa was sealed sank, and the crystal coffin in which Beskia was sealed emerged. Yang Feng removed part of the seal on Beskia and repeated what he said to Agnipe. Beskia weighed it over and over again. Finally, her beautiful eyes shone, and she said with a sweet smile, 3,000 years, I can serve you for 3,000 years. However, after 3,000 years, you have to return me my freedom and remove the soul brand. At that time, let me choose whether to continue to follow you or not. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he revealed a smile, okay. I promise you. Beskia is a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, one of the strongest powerhouses among Infinity Warlocks. With Beskia submitting to Yang Feng's power increased greatly, and his rule became more stable. The Endless Abyss. In a secret room where Yang Feng's gold-horned avatar is located, a magic array flashed, and a gold-horned Grand Duke heart appeared on the magic array. Light shone, and abyssal fiend hearts appeared on the magic array. In the battle in the tomb of the Death Lord, Yang Feng killed a large number of abyssal fiend lords and harvested a large number of abyssal fiend lords' hearts. Once they are given to Yang Feng's abyssal lord avatar, they will be a top resource for cultivating subordinates. Yang Feng grabbed the gold-horned Grand Duke's heart in his hand, showed a smile, and swallowed it in one gulp. Chapter 808. When he swallowed the gold-horned heart, Yang Feng felt a fearsome power permeate his body. Gold runes suddenly appeared, and a fearsome power was released from his bloodline. His strength rose steadily, and it didn't take long for him to break through and promote to a Grand Duke rank gold-horned. The eyes of Yang Feng's gold-horned flashed fiercely. I finally promoted to a Grand Duke rank powerhouse. In this way, I have a bit of a foundation in the Endless Abyss. Now I can challenge the position of the 666th floor's floor lord. The floor lord of the 666th floor is Poidal. With his identity as the floor lord, even a Warlock Monarch rank existence is not his opponent in the 666th floor of the Abyss. Now that Poidal has died, the position of the floor lord of the 666th floor is vacant. This naturally attracted countless powerhouses, including Yang Feng. Yang Feng's abyssal lord avatar said coldly, "Men." A powerful sound wave pervaded the castle. An Earl rank-horned walked out of the void, bowed to Yang Feng, and uttered respectfully, "Great Master. What can I do for you?" When Yang Feng's Abyssal Lord Avatar attacked everywhere in the Endless Abyss, he also captured 2 Earl-rank Abyssal Fiends as his subordinates. The Horned Taisho is one of them. Yang Feng's eyes burned with gold flames, and he said flatly, "Pass down my order. Gather all the troops immediately and head to the 666th level of the Endless Abyss. I want to become the Abyss Master of the 666th level of the Endless Abyss." There was a flash of fear in Typhire's eyes, and he gritted his teeth and reminded, "Master, the floor lord of the 666th floor is Sir Lord Poidal. His fallen angel legion has even slain human warlock monarchs. Poidal, the succubus empress, and other floor lords are extremely powerful, and their fame has spread across countless planes. Junior abyssal fiends are not a big deal, but abyssal lords who have lived a little longer have heard of their names." Yang Feng's Abyssal Lord Avatar glanced at Tai Hua and said coldly, "Poidal has died. The 666th floor of the Abyss no longer has a master. Now our goal is the 666th floor." A strange light flashed in Tai Hua's eyes, and he said respectfully, "Yes. Great Master, I will carry out your orders immediately." The 666th floor of the Abyss, the Fallen City, is the royal city where Poidal lives. As soon as Poidal died, the sovereignty of the 666th floor of the Abyss entered Depravity City and became a symbol of authority. Outside the City of Depravity, countless abyssal demons were crazily slaughtering each other. Corpses were strewn all over the ground, and all kinds of twisted demonic creatures were everywhere. The 6 abyssal fiend legions watched coldly from the sidelines, urging the abyssal monsters to kill each other. In the Endless Abyss, slaughter, chaos, conspiracy, madness, and all evil and dark forces were the main themes. In order to seize the authority of the Abyssal Lord of an endless abyssal plane, the first step was to provide enough death. The more experts died, the faster the Abyssal Lord's authority would be condensed. A 3-meter-tall Baylor Marquis covered in raging flames stared at the battle, too slow. At this rate, it would take more than 100 years of fighting to condense the sovereign power of the Abyss. A large number of Abyssal Lords must die in order to condense the sovereign power of the Abyss as soon as possible. The Baylor Marquis roared, "Boga, Lelo, let's begin. After we eliminate them, we can compete for the position of the Abyssal Lord of this floor based on our own abilities. Kill them all." A 3-meter-tall ghost-eye fiend Marquis, with a fiendish face, sharp blades growing all over its body, blade-like claws, and strange runes flickering in its eyes, let out a ferocious roar. An abyssal legion composed of ghost-eye fiends rushed at another abyssal legion. Kill them. A 10-meter-tall ghost-eye fiend Marquis, with a green face and fangs, holding a huge wolf-tooth club, smiled ferociously, waved its huge wolf-tooth club, and led countless abyssal fiends towards another abyssal legion. As soon as the 3 abyssal Marquis attacked, countless powerhouses of the other 3 abyssal fiend legions died, and a huge hole was torn open. "Simonas, you're dead." The eyes of a backed abyssal fiend shimmered with a ferocious gleam. With a ferocious gleam in its eyes, it rushed over, blurred into motion, appeared in front of the Baylor Marquis, and clashed with it. Die. A 20-meter-tall Roman Elephantine Marquis, with the head of an elephant and a 20-meter-long blade in its hand, suddenly erupted with power and slashed at the ghost-eye fiend Marquis. "Fool, since I am your opponent, then you're dead." A skeleton fiend wizard formed from countless bones smiled ferociously and cast one spell after another barreling towards the ghost-eye fiend Marquis. As the 6 Marquis fought, a large number of abyssal fiends were hit by their spells and could only retreat, opening up a huge circle. Suddenly, a Grand Duke rank breath of power erupted, and a gold light erupted from the abyssal fiend ranks and swept towards the Baylor Marquis and the backed abyssal fiend Marquis. When the gold light disappeared, Yang Feng's figure appeared in the void. In his hand, there is a Baylor Marquis heart and a backed abyssal fiend heart, and 2 fearsome Marquis rank fluctuations of power diffused from the 2 hearts. As soon as the two fiend marquis died, the two abyssal lord energy and a large amount of soul force flew towards the city of depravity and became nourishment for the floor lord. Gold-horned Grand Duke. When the four abyssal lord marquis saw Yang Feng standing loftily in the void, their countenance changed dramatically, and they blurred into motion and fled in different directions. If the four abyssal lord marquis could obtain the abyssal lord energy of the 666th floor of the abyss, they would be able to contend against an abyssal Grand Duke like Yang Feng. But without the blessing of the abyssal lord energy, these abyssal lord marquis are powerless against Yang Feng and the other abyssal Grand Dukes. The abyssal lord marquis originally planned to fight each other and nourish themselves with the blood, souls, and authority of countless abyssal lords so that the authority symbol of the abyssal fiend lord can be born. In this way, if any one of them can compete for the authority symbol of the abyssal fiend lord and become the floor lord of that floor, they will no longer have to fear any enemies. But now that the abyssal Grand Duke Yang Feng has appeared, his plan has been completely ruined. Some earls and marquises of the abyss had used this method to seize the position of the abyss master. When Typhire sensed the frightening aura released by Yang Feng, he trembled, and his eyes flickered with endless shock. Grand Duke. My lord has promoted to a Grand Duke, that's really heaven-defying. Let's kill them all. Otherwise, one or more of us is bound to be sacrificed and become sacrifices for the authority symbol of the abyssal lord. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he flicked at 3 empty spaces, and sparks flew towards them like shooting stars. Not bad, Warren, interesting. In one space, a black light flashed, and a 3-meter-tall two-headed lion fiend with 2 lion heads exuding Grand Duke rank fluctuations of power appeared behind the elephant fiend. There is an elephant fiend heart in his hand. With a flash of black light, a handsome, pale, fallen kindred Grand Duke with an aristocratic temperament grabbed a Ghost Eye Fiend Marquis, bit the neck of the Ghost Eye Fiend Marquis, and sucked the Ghost Eye Fiend Marquis dry. After the fallen kindred Grand Duke sucked the Ghost Eye Fiend Marquis dry, a look of disgust appeared on his face, and he waved his hand, and the Ghost Eye Fiend Marquis dry disappeared. How disgusting. Sure enough, the blood of a beautiful and powerful virgin tastes the best. Baron, long time no see. Along with a wave of ecstasy, what seems to be the most beautiful voice in the world suddenly sounded, and a black whip shot out like a poisonous dragon, split into 2, and coiled around the giant ghost fiend Marquis and the skeleton fiend Marquis. The black whip, which looked like a poisonous dragon, pulled the Marquis's giant demon and the Marquis's skeleton demon mage to a woman wearing black leather. She was very sexy, and she looked as if she had been born to seduce men. Every strand of her hair was very attractive. She looked like she was born to seduce men. Every strand of her hair was very seductive. She was a beautiful succubus. Succubus Empress. When he saw the beautiful succubus, Yang Feng's pupils constricted, his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade, and he uttered, stressing each syllable. The succubus queen was the ruler of the 777th level of the endless abyss. She was the master of the 777th level. The succubus empress is known as the #1 beauty of the endless abyss, a peerless stunner with countless allies. She is a most fearsome enemy. Chapter 809. The succubus clan was beautiful and alluring. They were born with extraordinary charm. Even abyssal demons and abyssal demons that were different from humans would be attracted to them, becoming their protectors or masters. Succubi were also the common currency among the abyssal demon lords and the symbol of their wealth. The more succubi an abyssal demon overlord had, the more face and wealth that abyssal demon overlord had. Succubi were never known for their combat ability, but the succubus empress was an anomaly among the succubi. Not only was she a heavenly beauty, but her beauty was also incomparably tyrannical. Back then, when he was fighting for the 777th level of the abyssal plane, he had once killed an archduke-backed abyssal demon archduke. The backed abyssal fiend Grand Duke was a powerful abyssal fiend Grand Duke known for his combat prowess. For such a powerhouse to be killed by the succubus queen, one could only imagine how powerful her combat prowess was. After the succubus empress became the master of the 777th level, there were still countless powerful beings who wanted to take her as their personal pet. In those tens of thousands of years, 3 Grand Duke-level abyssal demons had died at his hands. The 2 Infinity Warlock rank abyssal fiends looked at the succubus empress with intoxication and apprehension in their eyes. Even a Grand Duke of the Abyss would be completely captivated by the succubus queen's charm if he wasn't careful. The tips of the succubus queen's black whips shook, and they turned into 2 snakes that bit out the hearts of the 2 marquises. The power of 2 abyssal lords suddenly flashed and disappeared into Depravity City. A skull crown inlaid with countless skulls suddenly flew out of the city of depravity, exuding an evil aura and the power of the abyss. The skull crown hovered between reality and illusion, and it was condensed from the authority of an abyssal lord. Once a certain number of lords of the abyss had fallen, it would turn from illusory to real and evolve into the true crown of the abyss lord. Once the deep lord truly grasped the crown would turn from solid to incorporeal and disappear into the deep lord's body. No one could become the master of an abyssal level before they killed the previous abyssal master. Dukes, would you be able to relinquish control of the 666th abyssal level to me? Of course, as compensation for your loss, I can invite you to my 777th level of the abyss as guests and enjoy all the best things in this world. The succubus empress showed Yang Feng's group of 3 a beautiful and bewitching smile. When the 2-headed lion devil and baron saw the charm demon queen's smile, their bodies trembled, and their eyes revealed a trace of greed. The succubus queen's 777th level of the abyss is definitely a paradise for all male creatures. Succubi that are rarely seen in the outside world can be seen everywhere in the 777th level of the abyss. Moreover, there are countless beauties of various races, the best wine, the most delicious extraordinary fruits, and the most delicious food. Many abyssal Grand Dukes were both fearful and yearning for the 777th level. The abyssal Grand Dukes who were fortunate enough to go to the 777th level of the abyss to enjoy themselves are full of praise for the 777th level of the abyss. The 2-headed lion devil suddenly transmitted his voice using a spell. Warren, the succubus empress is stronger than the 3 of us. Let's join forces and kill her. Yang Feng's eyes flickered for a while, and then he agreed, okay. Go. The 2-headed lion devil suddenly roared, blurred into motion, and rushed towards the succubus empress. The fallen kindred Grand Duke Baron turned into a stream of bloody light and suddenly turned into a sea of blood that swept towards the succubus empress. The succubus queen smiled sweetly, and the succubus whip in her hand suddenly shot up and turned into countless one-eyed demonic snakes. The eyes on the eyebrows of these snakes shone brightly, and rays of grey light shot into the endless sea of blood. The sea of blood exuding a fishy smell and countless resentful souls twisting and wailing, resembling a bloody hell, twisted and turned into the fallen kindred Grand Duke Baron in an instant. An ominous glint flashed in the eyes of the twin-headed lion devil, and he thrust his claw into the fallen kindred Grand Duke Baron in an instant. Extremely violent demonic chi twisted, pierced through the kindred Grand Duke Baron's heart, and dug it out. Riva, you bastard, you betrayed me. A look of horror and incredulity on his face, Baron roared, and his body disintegrated into streams of bloody light that fled in different directions. Dance of myriad snakes. The succubus whip in the succubus queen's hand shook slightly, and the one-eyed demonic snakes suddenly floated up and formed a strange formation. The one-eyed demonic snake's eyes shot out countless strange grey lights towards the bloody lights, forcibly sucking them in and reversing the flow. The countless rays of bloody light reversed and formed Baron's body. Countless cyclops snakes opened their mouths and bit Baron, causing him to scream miserably in pain. Riva turned around and stared coldly at Yang Feng. His eyes shimmered with vigilance and killing intent, and he asked coldly, "Warren, how did you find out that I'm an accomplice of the succubus empress?" Yang Feng replied coldly, "In the endless abyss, those who easily trust others are almost all dead. That baron should be a friend of hers, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen for your trick so easily." Riva smiled ferociously and said frigidly, "That's right. Baron and I have been friends for 15,000 years. During these 15,000 years, I've been his best friend. If it wasn't for the fact that he has to compete with Her Majesty the Empress for the 666th floor of the Endless Abyss, I would still be his best friend. Warren, with me and Her Majesty here, you have no chance of winning. Leave here, and we'll spare your life." In the Endless Abyss, betrayal, plots, and slaughter were the main themes. Even if you were an old friend of more than 10,000 years, they could still take your life at a critical moment. Therefore, in the Endless Abyss, only those who didn't trust anyone and were cunning could live like fish in water. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Spare my life? How funny. A dead man dares to talk to me like that, how amusing. Dead man." There was a flash of anger in Riva's eyes. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. He turned his head to look and was horrified to find that his right hand had pierced into his own heart and dug it out. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and Riva's heart flew out of his hand and landed in his hand. What spell is this? How can this be?" Riva's eyes widened, he screamed miserably, twisted in pain, and fell to the ground as a corpse. As soon as Riva died, a powerful abyssal authority turned into a stream of light and entered the crown of the Floor Lord in the sky. The crown of the Floor Lord suddenly turned from illusory to real, and an ancient, profound crown, which seems to be formed from the evilest force in the world, suddenly appeared, suspended in the void, and formed a black beam of light. What a powerful secret treasure! Even a Grand Duke like Riva was unknowingly bewitched by it. Amazing! The succubus empress clapped her hands and smiled sweetly, and strange runes appeared in her beautiful eyes. When she saw the phantom ruler in the form of an eye in Yang Feng's hand, strange phantom threads, which even infinity warlocks cannot see, retracted from Riva's body and entered Yang Feng's hand. Yang Feng looked at the peerlessly beautiful succubus empress with a cold gaze and looming killing intent in his eyes, and he said unhurriedly, "Riva is dead. Succubus Empress, I am determined to get this floor of the Endless Abyss. If we leave here, we can still make friends. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to kill you in this layer of the abyss and turn you into food for this layer." Two infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power hidden in the dark suddenly erupted, locked on the succubus empress, and then disappeared. In that case, let me congratulate Grand Duke Warren in advance for becoming the floor lord of the 666th floor. If you are interested, you can come to my 777th floor of the Endless Abyss as a guest. At that time, I will let you enjoy yourself. The succubus empress took a deep look at the two infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power hidden in the dark, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with apprehension. All of a sudden, she smiled sweetly and waved her lily-white hand, and a green jade mirror the size of a beautiful succubus flew out and landed in Yang Feng's hand. With a flash of green light, the succubus empress disintegrated into specks of light and disappeared. Yang Feng's avatar of a gold horn swept the abyssal lords controlled by the succubus empress with a glance, and then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a gold ray and plunged into the midst of the abyssal rank abyssal lords. "I am willing to surrender. Spare my life. Your Majesty Grand Duke, I am willing to be your lackey." The countenance of the abyssal rank abyssal lords changed dramatically, and they pleaded bitterly. Faced with the Grand Duke rank Yang Feng, they have no power to resist. Ignoring the pleas of the abyssal lords, Yang Feng killed them one by one. Along with flashes of light, the abyssal lord authority was absorbed into the crown of the abyss lord. When the abyssal lords in this area were all killed by Yang Feng and his subordinates, the crown of the Abyss Lord fell from the void, and Yang Feng grabbed it. Chapter 8:10. As soon as the Floor Lord crown fell into Yang Feng's hand, it turned from real to illusory, turned into a stream of light, and entered Yang Feng's body. In an instant, it seems as if all the abyssal force in the 666th floor is under Yang Feng's control. He can clearly sense that he can mobilize the power of the 666th floor to boost his strength for a short period of time and suppress his enemies at the same time. Once a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse steps into the 666th floor of the Abyss, they will be suppressed by the Floor Lord authority, and their strength will be reduced to the Infinity Warlock realm. With the blessing of the Floor Lord authority, Yang Feng can possess Warlock Monarch rank power for a short period of time. With this, even a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse will be suppressed if they meet Yang Feng on the 666th floor. The Floor Lord authority is very powerful, but it also has weaknesses. Firstly, he could only exercise the authority of the Abyss Master on the 666th level of the Endless Abyss. Second, the Abyss Sovereign can only suppress one person. If two Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses come, then it will be troublesome. As Yang Feng sensed the Floor Lord's authority, the optical computer network behind him carried out various analyses. After the analysis was complete, Yang Feng opened his eyes, took a step forward, and entered the core palace of the City of Fallen. Greetings, Master. When the remaining Abyssal Lords in the City of Fallen saw Yang Feng, they sensed the Floor Lord authority emanating from him, their complexion changed dramatically, and they knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Yang Feng walked to the throne in the core palace of the City of Fallen, sat down, and said coldly, as if a god overlooking all life, "From today on, Warren, am the master of the 666th floor of the Abyss. From today on, I, Warren, am the master of the 666th floor of the Abyss." Through the Floor Lord's authority, his voice spread throughout the 666th floor, and all abyssal fiends heard Yang Feng's voice. The irrational abyssal demonic creatures were branded by Yang Feng's Floor Lord authority. As long as Yang Feng runs into them, no matter how powerful they are, they will become his subordinates. Once the transcendent rank abyssal lords swear allegiance to Yang Feng, then Yang Feng can use the Floor Lord's authority to turn them into corpses with a single command, unable to resist. The 666th floor of the Abyss has a master. Warren, is this name unfamiliar? What is his origin? Isn't the master of the 666th floor the Succubus Empress? This time, he is determined to get the 666th level of the Abyss. How could this be? At the moment when Yang Feng announced that he is the floor master of the 666th floor, the formidable Grand Dukes in the Endless Abyss were alarmed, and powerful consciousnesses peaked at the 666th floor full of surprise and apprehension. Since the floors of the Abyss originate from the same source, they can be split and can be merged. If two floors of the Abyss merge, they will become more powerful. However, the fusion of the Endless Abyss would also consume countless precious treasures, many of which were treasures that could only be found by luck. In the Endless Abyss, there were many terrifying Grand Duke-level abyssal demons. However, most of these abyssal demons were abyssal lords of the abyssal layer. Most of them weren't interested in becoming the master of this level of the Endless Abyss, and the Grand Dukes who were interested in the 666th level would more or less give some face to the Succubus Queen, which was why there were so few Grand Dukes who came to compete. Now that Yang Feng has become the lord of the 666th floor of the Abyss, the abyssal Grand Dukes are full of interest in him. Some abyssal Grand Dukes who are close to the Succubus Empress are full of killing intent towards Yang Feng. However, since Yang Feng is on the 666th floor of the Abyss, even the abyssal Grand Dukes who want to kill him don't dare to step into this floor rashly. If they are careless, they will be suppressed by him. In the depths of the astral boundary, there is a boundless area shrouded in thick fog. In the starry sky in that area, the space distorted, and Yang Feng's true body appeared and looked towards the area. Yang Feng took a deep look at the space and mused, what a remote and distant place. If Shui hadn't given me the coordinates, it would be almost impossible to discover the existence of that world. Yang Feng's mechanical legion has been searching for all kinds of valuable planes in the astral boundary all these years for intelligent life forms to reside in. However, although there are countless planes in the astral boundary, but after millions of years of searching by human warlocks, many planes with intelligent life forms with them have been divided up by major forces. It is very difficult to find a grade 9 plane. Yang Feng's mechanical legion has found thousands of abandoned celestial bodies in the astral boundary and started mining them. However, they haven't found a single ownerless plane with intelligent life forms. In the depths of the astral boundary, the almost boundless area shrouded in thick fog is very strange. As soon as the battle robots Yang Feng quietly sent enter the area, they will be directly devoured, their connection with the optical computer network will be cut off, and they will disappear. This kind of place is the most dangerous and strange. No matter how the level 4 optical computer network tries to analyze it, it can't analyze the existence of the white fog. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and plunged into the white fog. As soon as he entered the white fog, Yang Feng felt that east, west, south, and north are completely confused, and he can hardly grasp his own existence. Moreover, his connection with the level 4 optical computer network was cut off in an instant. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he slowly released his tremendous soul force. The soul force has just been released, when it was completely devoured by the strange white fog. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he pointed with a finger and operated the law of wind, and a 5-meter-long hurricane took shape and collapsed. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered gravely, what a strange white fog. It makes people unable to distinguish between north, south, east, and south. It is difficult to operate elemental force and law force. Even if it is a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, they will be blocked by the white fog, not daring to go deep. However, I still have 2 ways to deal with this white fog. Fate algorithm. With a thought, Yang Feng operated the mysterious fate algorithm, and queer fluctuations gushed out of him and, guided by fate force, pointed him in the right direction. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, as expected of the highest secret method in the Eternal Continent. 10 days later, with a flash of black light, Yang Feng flew out of the strange white fog and appeared in an endless starry sky. In the endless starry sky, there are suns, moons, and other stars. In the center of the countless stars, there is an azure star. In Yang Feng's eyes, he can see countless auras of life diffusing from the azure star. What a beautiful celestial body, it's about 10 times larger than Earth. I'll have to go in before I know the specifics. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and like a meteor, he flew into the atmosphere of the celestial body. There is no repulsive force. Is this celestial body a grade 4 plane or above? No, it's life magic energy. The life magic energy on this celestial body is astonishingly low, even lower than that of a grade 9 plane. On such a plane, all kinds of extraordinary forces are greatly restricted. What's going on? This is equivalent to a magic ban world. My life force is sealed. The laws of heaven and earth have changed, strange. How is this possible? The laws of heaven and earth of the same universe shouldn't be different, right? Under Yang Feng's continuous calculations, as if a meteor, he uncontrollably fell from the sky towards the ground. The Chaoyang Spirit Mountain is one of the 10 great spiritual mountains of the Great Zhou Empire. Although the mountain is rugged and there are many beasts, but it is not a problem for martial arts experts. On this day, countless martial arts masters from the Great Zhou Empire came one after another. They used their lightness skills and climbed up the steep cliff. It was difficult for apes and monkeys to climb, and it was difficult for eagles to climb. On the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain, there is a decisive battle between the number one swordsman of the Great Zhou Empire's northern martial arts world, Lightless Sword Li Wujian, and the Great Grandmaster Reverend Lingkong of the southern martial arts world, Wu Lingkong. Since his debut, Lightless Sword Li Wujian has defeated countless experts. His most famous battle was when he went alone to the lair of the 72 bandits of the desert north and killed them all. In that battle, more than 100 bandits of the desert north died under his sword, establishing his unparalleled reputation. The great Grandmaster Reverend Lingkong of the southern martial arts world, Wu Lingkong, was born in the Spirit Void Path, one of the 3 holy lands of the martial arts world. At the age of 16, he reached the innate realm. At the age of 20, and at the age of 30, he became a great Grandmaster. The Spirit Space 7 colors he created is even more powerful. Since his debut, he has never been defeated. No one has been able to force him to display the 4th color of the Spirit Space 7 colors. In order to take his martial Dao path a step further, Li Wujian chose to challenge Reverend Lingkong, hoping to gain enlightenment in the decisive battle and take another step forward. This is why today's battle took place. The decisive battle between the 2 strongest experts in the martial arts world naturally attracted countless martial arts experts to come and watch the battle, forming a rare grand event in the martial arts world. On the summit of the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain, a swordsman in black is sitting cross-legged on the ground and looking at the forest in the distance. He seems to be integrated with the surrounding environment. The black-clothed swordsman's appearance was not handsome, and his facial features were even somewhat ugly. His hands were twice the size of an ordinary person, and they were covered with calluses from practicing martial arts. His stature was not tall, but he had an otherworldly temperament that made people have a good impression of him at first glance. Chapter 8:11. On the summit of Chaoyang Spirit Mountain stood more than 20 martial arts masters. Each of them had extremely powerful agility techniques and were famous experts in the martial arts world. Although her hairstyle was very rustic, her skin was snow-white, and her eyes were watery as if they could speak. She was a beautiful and pure young girl, who was about 15 or 16 years old, curiously asked the white-haired old man on the side, "Grandpa, Hero Lightless Sword Li Wujian is most famous for his lightless sword. It is said that the lightless sword is a peerless divine weapon that is difficult to find in the world, ranking 9th on the divine weapon list. Why don't I see his lightless sword now?" The white-haired old man looked at Li Wujian from afar, and his eyes flashed with envy and jealousy. He sighed slightly. Hero Li Wujian has cultivated to the point where there is no sword in his hand but a sword in his heart. There is nothing that cannot be used as a sword. Flowers, grass, trees, and everything else can be used as a sword. This realm is far beyond our imagination. A handsome young man in a white brocade robe with an extraordinary temperament gently waved the folding fan in his hand. He looked at Li Wujian with an unruly glint in his eyes. "One day, I, Zhao Changkong, will surpass Li Wujian and Wu Lingkong and become the strongest person in the world. He's here. Taoist Lingkong is here. What a powerful agility technique. The agility technique Lingkong's step of the Lingkong's 7 senses is really extraordinary. Walking in the air, almost like an immortal." On the summit, the famous experts from different places of the Great Zhou Empire suddenly had a flash of excitement in their eyes, and they began to discuss spiritedly. A tall Taoist priest with a clear face wearing a green Taoist robe seemed to be walking on air. He lightly tapped on the steep cliff and leaped up like a bird. With a single leap, he leaped more than 10 meters. His Taoist robe slightly puffed up and fluttered in the wind. As if he was walking on air, he flew towards the peak of the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain. The beautiful girl with a braid stared at the Taoist priest and couldn't help but clap her hands and praise, "Amazing! What a powerful agility technique! It's really heaven-defying that a human can cultivate agility technique to this level. Taoist Lingkong is worthy of being one of the 5 great grandmasters of the southern martial arts world of the Great Zhou Empire. Truly amazing! The eyes of the handsome young man, who was dressed in a white brocade robe, slightly narrowed. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. What a powerful Qinggong! As expected of one of the 5 great grandmasters of the southern martial arts world, Reverend Lingkong, who is a mainstay of the righteous path, is indeed extraordinary. The Lingkong 7 senses is worthy of being one of the strongest techniques of the righteous martial arts world. After a few ups and downs, Wu Lingkong descended from the sky like a large bird and gently landed on the peak of the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain. The famous experts of the Great Zhou Empire clearly saw the appearance of the strongest person of the southern martial arts world. Although he was already over 40 years old, his hair was still jet black and beautiful, without a single strand of white hair. His skin was sparkling, rosy, and incomparably smooth, like the skin of a baby. Spirit of Senses Mountain Master of Wu Sect, and Spirit Techniques of the Mountain, Senses Wu of Mountain Yang, and Sect, the world. Of Lingkong, young man, and, old, in Ling Wu Lingkong stood quietly on the summit of Chaoyang Spirit Mountain. He seemed to have merged with the entire summit of Chaoyang Spirit Mountain, as if he could shatter the void and ascend to immortality at any time. As soon as Wu Lingkong set foot on the summit of Chaoyang Spirit Mountain, the eyes of the 5 women on the summit were deeply attracted to him, almost unable to look away. "You're here." Li Wujian slowly got up. Every time his body moved an inch, his aura grew stronger and sharper. When he completely stood up from the ground, his entire temperament underwent an earth-shattering change. It was as if he had become a peerless sword. "I'm here." Wu Lingkong's voice was ethereal, and his temperament was ethereal. "Where's your lightless sword?" Li Wujian's eyes were like 2 sharp swords, piercing directly at Wu Lingkong. "I don't need it anymore." Disappointment flashed in Wu Lingkong's eyes, and he sighed faintly. "Unfortunately, although you have advanced to the realm of swordless in hand and swordless in heart. But you are still not my opponent. Unless you can advance to the realm of man is man and sword is sword, you will be able to fight me. The current you is not my opponent. I have practiced swordsmanship for 27 years and have never stopped practicing swordsmanship. Since my debut, I have never tasted defeat. I hope you can let me taste the taste of failure." Li Wujian stretched out his hand, and a gust of energy rolled out and sucked a branch 20 meters away into his hand. With a slight tremble of his internal force, the countless branches and leaves on the branch were shaken away, circled around the branch, and turned into a tiny tree sword. He revealed a frightening cultivation base that could injure people by plucking leaves and flowers. "Okay, I also want to see the power of the lightless sword that slayed the 72 bandits of Desert North." Wu Lingkong smiled slightly and walked step by step towards Li Wujian. Every time he took a step forward, he left a footprint several centimeters deep on the summit of Chaoyang Spirit Mountain. At the same time, with every step he took, his aura grew by a fraction. On the summit, all the martial arts experts held their breath, looking forward to the shocking battle. At this moment, a meteor suddenly dropped from the sky and slammed into a mountain peak beside the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain, leaving a trail of fire behind. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering noise, the mountain next to the summit of the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain collapsed. The earth trembled, a gust of wind blew, and countless shattered rocks flew in all directions. Amid the terrifying natural disaster, the duel between the 2 powerhouses on the summit of Chaoyang Spirit Mountain stopped, and all eyes looked towards the collapsed mountain. Meteorite. There may be meteorite iron. The peerless godly weapons on the divine weapon ranking are all forged from meteoric iron. Different meteoric iron has different abilities. If I can get a piece and find a divine smith to forge it in the future, I might be able to obtain a peerless godly weapon on the divine weapon ranking. The martial arts experts on the summit of Chaoyang Spirit Mountain looked at each other, their eyes flashed with a scorching glint, and they performed agility techniques and walked towards the collapsed mountain. Wu Lingkong's eyes, which are full of passion for life, suddenly flashed with a look of confusion, and he said with some uncertainty, "Li Wujian, I seem to have seen a person in the meteorite just now. As a great grandmaster of the southern martial arts world, Wu Lingkong has extraordinary eyesight. He can even clearly see the leg of a mosquito 100 meters away. But there was actually a person inside that meteor. It was simply unimaginable. It was something that no one dared to imagine. Li Wujian hesitated for a while before saying, I seem to have seen a person too. I'll go take a look. Wu Lingkong's figure fluttered, and he flew towards the other side of the cliff. As soon as he jumped out of the cliff, his inner force surged, his Taoist robe fluttered, and he flew towards the center of the collapsed mountain as if he was treading on air. Li Wujian's figure fluttered, and he also jumped out of the cliff and flew towards the center of the collapsed mountain. Every tens of meters, he would eject a leaf suspended in the air. With a light tap of his foot, he unleashed a peerless agility technique and flew towards the center of the collapsed mountain as if he was flying. In the center of the collapsed mountain, in a huge cave, Yang Feng got up and stretched his body, which issued crisp sounds. It's difficult to use magic power. The laws of heaven and earth have changed, but the power of the fleshly body has not been reduced. This is a world similar to the magic ban world. With a flick of his wrist, a magic stone appeared in Yang Feng's hand. After the magic stone appeared, Yang Feng felt that the life magic energy inside the magic stone was overflowing. Before long, more than half of the magic energy inside the magic stone was overflowing. Yang Feng took out another magic stone and observed it carefully. The life magic energy inside the magic stone also began to slowly overflow, but at a much slower rate than that of the magic stone. Yang Feng took a deep look at the magic stone and frowned. Before I analyze the laws of this world, I can't find a way to prevent this magic stone from overflowing with life magic energy. Is that the treasure brought by the meteorite? Boy, offer me the treasure in your hand. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. A handsome young man with a face as clear as jade, eyes as bright as the stars, and skin as translucent as jade walked over with large strides while fanning himself with a folding fan. Young Master Yuema, with matchless martial arts, you will rule the world for thousands of years. Young Master Yuema, with mysterious martial arts, you will command the world. 40+ guards in black attire with bulging temples appeared beside the young man and pointed their crossbows at Yang Feng, shouted slogans, and pointed the crossbows in their hands at Yang Feng. Is this a Wuxia world? That's right. If there were no extraordinary forces, then the world might evolve into a Wuxia world, or it might evolve into a technological world like Earth. However, fortunately, the world I transmigrated to is a warlock world. Otherwise, even if I dominate this low-level world, I won't be able to live forever, let alone achieve eternity. Yang Feng looked at the guards shouting loudly with a look of novelty in his eyes, and he sighed in his heart. Young Master Yuema, what brings you and your Black Moon guards here? Along with creepy laughter, a blind, short, hunchbacked old man with a scimitar on his waist walked out step by step, a gloomy smile on his face. Young Master Yuema said with a cold smile, One-eyed demon camel, you came as well. Did you come to avenge your blindness at the hands of the lightless sword Li Wujian? The one-eyed demon camel's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he took a deep look at young Master Yuema. Killing intent streaked past his eyes, and then his gaze fell on Yang Feng. Staring at the magic stone in Yang Feng's hand, his eyes shimmered with greed, and he uttered, Kill that kid, and we'll divide his treasures equally. Hurry up. Otherwise, once Li Wujian, Wu Lingkong, and them arrive, we won't be able to do anything. Chapter 8:12. We Green Mountain 6 demons want a share of that treasure as well. 6 shadows flew out from the side. 6 ugly freaks with all kinds of strange weapons appeared at the edge of the large hole formed by the meteorite fall and stared at Yang Feng with greed in their eyes. The low-grade magic crystal in Yang Feng's hand is overflowing with life magic energy. The martial arts experts were all sharp-witted, their strength was far greater than that of ordinary people. Once they arrived at the edge of the big hole, they felt their inner force slowly increase, and the treasure that increased their inner force was the low-grade magic crystal in Yang Feng's hand. Young Master Yuema took a deep look at the 6 ugly freaks with all kinds of strange weapons in their hands, his eyes shimmered with apprehension, and he said solemnly, "Green Mountain 6 demons, you 6 are indeed qualified to get a share. Each of the Green Mountain 6 demons is a pinnacle innate realm powerhouse who cultivates a set of strange cultivation methods. When the 6 of them join forces, they have even slain a Grandmaster realm expert. Individually, the Green Mountain 6 demons are only first-rate experts in the martial arts world. But when the 6 of them join forces, they are equivalent to top experts in the martial arts world. Young Master Yuema is extremely apprehensive of the Green Mountain 6 demons. Not wanting to complicate the issue, he just wants to seize the low-grade magic crystal from Yang Feng as soon as possible. The Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master has arrived. Flowers suddenly floated down from the sky, and 8 beautiful girls in white silk clothes walked over, carrying a luxurious palanquin made of silver and inlaid with countless diamonds, which was shrouded in a curtain of pearls. Dozens of beautiful female swordsmen were guarding the palanquin as they walked towards them. In the lead is a beautiful swordswoman dressed in white. She has an unearthly temperament. She is a first-class beauty. More than a dozen girls about 13 or 14 years old with extraordinary agility techniques, holding flower baskets, jump up and sprinkle the flower petals in the baskets at will. The beauties and the rain of flower petals form a beautiful scenery. The Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master. But when young Master Yuema, the one-eyed demon hunchback, and the Green Mountain 6 demons saw this scene, their faces changed dramatically, and they looked at the luxurious sedan chair with apprehension in their eyes. The Myriad Flower Palace was one of the top sects among the 7 Devil Dao sects. The palace master of the Myriad Flower Temple was publicly acknowledged as one of the 5 most beautiful women in the Jianghu. At the same time, she was also the strongest and most vicious demonic Dao witch. The Great Zhou Empire's great Grandmaster Saber King Qian Quangren had never been defeated in his life. However, he fell in love with the Myriad Flower Temple's temple master and eventually died at the hands of the Myriad Flower Temple's temple master. Apart from that, at least 20 Grandmaster experts had died tragically in the hands of the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master. The white-clothed female swordsman smiled faintly, and with a touch of fragrance, she took a step forward and said faintly, "Everyone, that person is an escaped slave of our Myriad Flower Temple. He stole a few treasures from our Myriad Flower Temple. Please give us some face and let our Myriad Flower Palace take him away." Young Master Yuema's eyes narrowed as he looked at the beautiful swordswoman and slowly said, "The head of the Myriad Flowers Temple's 10 flowers, crepe myrtle flower?" Apart from the mysterious, powerful, and peerlessly beautiful Myriad Flower Palace mistress, there were also the 10 flowers. The 10 flowers were crepe myrtle flower, Chinese rose flower, azalea flower, daffodil flower, plum blossom, white lotus flower, yellow chrysanthemum flower, clivia orchid, tulip flower, and green radish flower. Each of the Myriad Flower Palace's 10 flowers was an extremely outstanding and stunning beauty. At the same time, they were also martial arts experts. Each of them was a true disciple of the Myriad Flower Palace, and even the weakest was a consummate Khanate expert. The crepe myrtle flower of the 10 flowers was rumored to have cultivated to the peak of the Grandmaster realm. She was only one step away from the mysterious and unfathomable Great Grandmaster realm. "Everyone, you've come at the right time. You've really schemed to get here so quickly." A calm voice rang out from the sky, clearly entering everyone's ears. In the sky, Reverend Linkong's Taoist robe fluttered as he soared in the wind. He was like an immortal walking in the air as he walked toward them step by step. Reverend Linkong. Reverend Linkong. The expressions of the evil Dao experts present changed drastically, and fear flashed in their eyes. Young Master Yuema, One-Eyed Demon Camel, the Green Mountain 6 Demons, and the experts of the Myriad Flower Palace gathered here. It was naturally not a coincidence. Li Wujian and Wu Lingkong were among the top experts of the righteous Tao. If they could take advantage of the fact that both sides were injured and kill them here, it would definitely be a great loss for the righteous Tao. Moreover, the evil Tao experts gathered here either had a grudge against Li Wujian or Wu Lingkong. Young Master Yuema looked at Reverend Lingkong, who was flying in the air, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, his ears twitched slightly, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fire!" The Black Moon Guard holding the divine martial crossbow suddenly raised the crossbow bolts and shot them at Wu Lingkong in midair. More than 40 black crossbow bolts shot towards Wu Lingkong like raindrops, completely sealing off the space for Wu Lingkong to dodge. What a vicious method! I'll return them to you. In midair, Wu Lingkong flicked his sleeve and swept up the 40+ black crossbow bolts. Then, surging with inner force, he flicked his sleeve, and the black crossbow bolts flew back and shot into the Black Moon Guards. A dozen+ Black Moon Guards were run through, and they fell to the ground and howled in pain. So strong! This is a great Grandmaster. Seeing this scene, the countenance of the evil Tao experts changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with apprehension. As if a feather, Wu Lingkong floated lightly and landed on the edge of the huge pit Yang Feng created. He looked curiously at the hole behind Yang Feng, completely ignoring the evil Tao experts. Leaves carrying wisps of sword chi fell from the sky. Li Wujian stepped on the leaves carrying wisps of sword chi, floated in the air like a sword immortal, and slowly landed. So this is a martial arts expert, interesting. My name is Great Sky Demon. No, this name isn't domineering enough. By the way, my name is Demon Ancestor. Today, I will establish the Myriad Demons Temple. Originally, with your cultivation base, you aren't fit to be my subordinates. But since you and the Myriad Demons Temple are brought together by fate, let's join the Myriad Demons Temple and serve me. Yang Feng looked at Li Wujian, who fell from the sky. Instead of showing a look of horror like the others, he smiled and strode towards young Master Yuema. A fierce ray flashed in young Master Yuema's eyes, and he smiled coldly and barked, "Demon Ancestor? What a big tone. Let me send you off and let you be the Demon Ancestor in hell." Fire! Among the 4 personal guards of young Master Yuema, one suddenly appeared, pointed at Yang Feng with a divine martial crossbow in his hand, and fired an arrow. Wu Lingkong and Li Wujian just frowned slightly, but they didn't stop the personal guard of young Master Yuema. Yang Feng calls himself the Demon Ancestor and wants to take the 2 of them as subordinates. Even though they have extraordinary bearings and are broad-minded, but they are naturally displeased. Ding! Along with the crisp sound of metal striking metal, the crossbow bolt stabbed into Yang Feng's forehead, and then was sent flying aside and fell to the ground. Wu Shang! There's no trace of injury. How is this possible? That divine martial crossbow is a military crossbow that can even kill Grandmaster rank experts. Even a great Grandmaster who practiced a top-notch defensive martial art can't resist that crossbow bolt. How could he resist it, and not be injured at all? Dumbfounded, the experts of both the righteous and wicked path couldn't believe their eyes. Young Master Yuema's face fell, and he barked, "Fire, everyone, fire at once." The 40+ Black Moon Guards have already reloaded their crossbows. They pointed at Yang Feng, and a rain of crossbow bolts shot towards Yang Feng. Ding! 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 Amid crisp sounds, the crossbow bolts shot at Yang Feng, ricocheted, bent, and issued crisp sounds of metal striking each other. That's right. If I don't show you the gap in strength, I'll make you submit to me. How about this, I'll let you see the gap between us. Yang Feng smiled and blew lightly, and a breath of air formed a sword of qi that swept towards the more than 40 Black Moon Guards. In the blink of an eye, a line of blood appeared on the bodies of over 40 Black Moon guards. With a gust of wind, their bodies were split into two, and a large amount of blood splattered out of their bodies, splattering all over the ground. Killing people by blowing air. Besides, he killed 40 people in one breath from 100 meters away. He's not a human, he's definitely not a human. He's a demon, a demon. The ferocious one-eyed demon hunchback's face was ashen, his lips turned purple, and his body trembled. Suddenly, he turned around, shouted, performed a qigong, and fled into the distance. Did I say that you can go? Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. He joined his middle and index fingers together and flicked them, and an air shockwave shot out in a flash, slammed into the one-eyed magic camel's head, and exploded it. The head of the infamous one-eyed magic camel in the martial arts world exploded. Seeing this scene, the complexions of most of the experts from the righteous and demonic paths turned ashen, their bodies trembled, and their eyes shimmered with fear. To be able to kill a Grandmaster rank expert hundreds of meters away by blowing air and flicking a finger, this is a means that only ancient transcendence and transcendence have. Young Master Yuema, who is very clever, knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yang Feng until blood oozed out. He said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Demon Ancestor. This little one is willing to join the myriad demons' temple and serve the ancestor. You're quite clever, kid. Originally, the ancestor wanted to kill you as an example to others. However, now that the ancestor lacks manpower, I'll reluctantly spare your life." Yang Feng smiled, took a step forward, and crossed a distance of 100 meters. He touched young Master Yuema's forehead with his hand, stimulated the other party's power, and formed a strange brand that entered the other party. Chapter 8:13. Young Master Yuema was startled, yet he gritted his teeth and didn't move. As a clever man, he knows very well that in front of a terrifying existence like Yang Feng, he has no chance. If he resists, only death will await him. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "I placed a life and death seal on you. Every year, if you don't get the antidote, you'll be in so much pain that you wish you were dead. If you want to test the power of the life and death seal, you can find someone to help you remove it. However, if you touch the life and death seal, you'll experience a fate worse than death." Young Master Yuema trembled slightly, and his eyes shimmered with fear, yet he responded even more respectfully, "Yes. This subordinate is loyal to you, ancestor. I won't let you down." Yang Feng turned around and pointed to the martial arts experts coming from the myriad demons' temple and said flatly, "Okay, I'm not familiar with these people. Explain them to me. The myriad demons' temple needs to collect some minions, that's more convenient. This small world was discovered by Shui who knows how many tens of thousands of years ago. During that long period of time, it is very likely that other powerhouses will come to this world. Yang Feng wants to establish a force to act as his minions and search for traces of those powerhouses. If the situation turns bad, Yang Feng can abandon the myriad demons' temple like a gecko cutting off its tail. In any case, with his infinity warlock rank strength, he can casually establish such a force." Young Master Yuema responded, "Yes, ancestor. They are the Green Mountain 6 demons, famous experts in the underworld. The 6 of them once killed all 138 people in the Green Plum Manor because of a disagreement. Each of them is a first-rate expert in the underworld. When the 6 of them join forces, they can slay a Grandmaster realm expert." The Green Mountain 6 demons knelt on the ground and shouted, "We are willing to serve the demon ancestor. Please take us in. I don't like the sight of you 6 good-for-nothings, die." Yang Feng glanced at the Green Mountain 6 demons, then grabbed a handful of gravel and waved it. The sand and stone swept up and instantly enveloped the 6 devils of Green Mountain, blasting them into pieces and turning them into a bloody mist that scattered on the ground. Young Master Yuema trembled slightly. He looked at the location of the Green Mountain 6 demons with fear and rejoice, so strong. He's so strong that he's inhuman. None of the 6 devils of Green Mountain was a match for young Master Yuema, but even young Master Yuema might not be able to defeat them if the 6 of them joined forces. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, the famous Green Mountain 6 demons were turned into fragments. This kind of might was simply heaven-defying. Young Master Yuema pointed at Li Wujian, his eyes flashing with endless malice. That is the number 1 swordsman in the great Zhou Empire's northern martial world, Lightless Sword Li Wujian. Lightless Sword is known as the fastest sword in the world. He once went to the lair of the 72 Gobi bandits alone with a sword and killed all of them by himself. In young Master Yuema's view, since Yang Feng calls himself the demon ancestor, he is naturally an enemy of the righteous path. He introduced Li Wujian first because he wanted to kill Li Wujian with a borrowed knife. Demon ancestor, please guide me. Li Wujian stretched out his hand, and his internal force surged. Not far away, dozens of swordsmen suddenly unsheathed their swords and flew towards him. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a steel longsword in his hand, while the other longswords stabbed into the ground one after another. As a top swordsman, Li Wujian knows that having a sword in your heart and a sword in your hand is far inferior to having a fine steel sword in your hand. Since he hasn't practiced Henglian martial arts, he naturally doesn't dare to be careless when dealing with a top powerhouse like Yang Feng. Lord Demon Ancestor, may I ask if you came from beyond the heavens? Reverend Lingkong Wu Lingkong took a step. As if he has integrated with the environment, his ethereal eyes are full of curiosity about the world, without a trace of fear towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng flicked a finger, and a fearsome shock wave shot towards Li Wujian and Wu Lingkong. Li Wujian's face fell. His internal force surged, the surrounding leaves fluttered, and he stabbed out with his strongest sword strike. A 30-centimeter long sword ray ejected from the fine steel sword and stabbed into the void. Under the pressure of the demon ancestor, Li Wujian finally made another breakthrough, broke through his limits, and stabbed out with his strongest sword strike. Bang! Along with a crisp sound, the fine steel sword in Li Wujian's hand shattered, and he fell to the ground like a broken rag doll. He spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and his eyes shimmered with despair. Defeated. Even a peerless swordsman like Li Wujian was defeated by him. This demon ancestor isn't human. Too strong. What martial art does the demon ancestor cultivate? How can he be so strong? The demon ancestor isn't human, but a monster that crawled out of hell. Seeing this scene, the martial arts experts felt a chill in their hearts, shivered, and revealed fear in their eyes. The leader of the 10 flowers, Myrtle Flower's beautiful face became incomparably pale, and her delicate body trembled from fear. This was the first time she had seen such a terrifying and despair-inducing expert. How can this person be so powerful? No, how can there be such a strong person? Lord Demon Ancestor, excuse me. Wu Lingkong sighed slightly. As if he blended into the environment, he took a step forward and shot towards Yang Feng, leaving an afterimage in his wake. Yang Feng's gaze fell on the beautiful swordsman of the Myriad Flowers Temple, and he showed a satisfied smile. Not bad, they are really pleasing to the eye. I wonder what their cultivation aptitude is like. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and an air shock wave instantly slammed into Wu Lingkong and blasted him away. He spewed out blood and fell to the ground like a broken rag doll, his face ashen, and he coughed up blood. The martial arts experts watched dumbstruck as the great grandmaster of the Spirit Void Path, one of the 3 holy lands of the martial arts world, was flicked away like a dead dog by Yang Feng. Yang Feng took a step forward and instantly disappeared from the eyes of the martial arts expert. Then, like a ghost, he abruptly appeared in front of Crepe Myrtle and pressed his hand on the head of Crepe Myrtle. This was the first time that Lagerstremia was so frivolous by a man. She wanted to resist, but she was so afraid that she couldn't budge. As if a mouse seeing a cat, she didn't dare to move. Suddenly, Yang Feng's eyes lit up and flashed with joy, and he revealed a smile. Superior level, 7 soul aptitude, how remarkable. You and I are brought together by fate. From today on, you are one of my disciples. I will teach you a supreme secret method to break through the limits of the human body and set foot on the warlock, no, on the path to immortality. In the world of warlocks, level 5 soul aptitude was already considered excellent, level 6 soul aptitude was considered a genius, and level 7 soul aptitude was considered a genius among geniuses. Geniuses such as Huang Yihe and Wuxia originally had superior level 7 soul aptitude. Lagerstremia turned out to have superior level 7 soul aptitude. If this was the Zhangji plane, no matter which warlock group it was, they would fight over her. Being quick-witted, Lagerstremia knelt on the ground and bowed to Yang Feng, disciple Qinghe. Lagerstremia greets teacher. Young Master Yuema stared at Lagerstremia with jealousy in his eyes. Damn it, why is it her and not me? Why didn't he accept me as a disciple? Yang Feng took out a mid-grade magic stone, crushed it, and touched Lagerstremia's forehead with a finger. Formidable life magic energy poured into Qinghe. Lagerstremia, and under his guidance, the secret treasuries inside her opened. Qinghe. Lagerstremia's aura broke through to the Great Grandmaster realm, and the inner force inside her churned, and she became a Great Grandmaster rank powerhouse. A fearsome Great Grandmaster rank aura diffused from Qinghe. Lagerstremia and suppressed the surroundings. Li Wujian coughed up blood and stared at Qinghe. Lagerstremia with shock in his eyes. Great Grandmaster, who is this demon ancestor? What kind of martial art is that? How can it make someone become a Great Grandmaster all of a sudden? Li Wujian challenged a Great Grandmaster this time because he wanted to use the tremendous pressure in a desperate situation to make a breakthrough in one fell swoop and promote to a Great Grandmaster. Qinghe. Lagerstremia was originally much weaker than Li Wujian. But now she has become a Great Grandmaster rank powerhouse, which is simply heaven-defying. Wu Lingkong coughed up blood, and his eyes shimmered with shock. Great Grandmaster, what an amazing method. In the Great Zhou Empire, Great Grandmaster rank powerhouses are already at the pinnacle. Above them, there are only the 7 sacred warriors. Every one of the 7 great martial saints was a mysterious expert, or a powerful imperial preceptor of a nation. They don't step into the martial world lightly. The strongest martial arts experts in the martial world are Great Grandmasters. Yang Feng swept the palanquin with his gaze and said lightly, Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master, come out. Yes. Lord Demon Ancestor. An extremely pleasant voice came from the palanquin, and a flawless jade hand lifted the pearl curtain. A peerless beauty wearing a silver palace dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders and a perfect figure, like the embodiment of beauty. She had the purity of a young girl and the charm of a mature woman. She was extremely beautiful and had an otherworldly temperament. Any man who saw her would be deeply attracted to her. With a touch of fragrance, she walked out of the palanquin in an elegant and flawless manner. Qinghe. Lagerstremia is already a peerless beauty. But compared to the Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master, she is like a green leaf set off by a red flower, becoming unremarkable. When she stands next to the Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master, all the limelight is taken away by her. Everyone's eyes fall on the Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master, not Qinghe. Lagerstremia. When the martial arts experts in the surroundings saw the Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master, many people couldn't help but inhale a breath of cold air, and admiration appeared in their eyes. Chapter 8:14. Yang Feng glanced at the Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master, and his eyes shimmered with admiration. Not bad, her innate quality is outstanding, and she also cultivates top-notch charm techniques. In this world without extraordinary powers, few men can escape her charm. However, compared to the Succubus Empress, she's still far behind. The Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master's charm techniques are already at the pinnacle in this world. Every frown and smile of hers is full of charm and beauty. However, limited by the fact that she doesn't have extraordinary powers, her charm is still far from that of goddesses and succubus empresses. She can't charm Yang Feng at all. Let me see how your aptitude is. Yang Feng smiled and extended his hand towards the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master. Sir Demon Ancestor, the pretty face of the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master trembled slightly, and she revealed a pitiful and endearing expression. She raised her lily-white hand and quietly unleashed 36 transformations, trying to break free from Yang Feng's grasp. Even the most stone-hearted person will soften after seeing the pitiful expression on the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master's face. Yang Feng's face remained unchanged. He pressed his hand on the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master's head and began to examine her soul aptitude. If it was the Zhangji plane, Yang Feng could easily scan the soul aptitude of ordinary people with a sweep of his soul force. But in this strange world, Yang Feng can only perceive the soul aptitude of others through personal contact. Get your dirty hands off me! Suddenly, an angry shout came from not far away, and a handsome young hero roared, unleashed an agility technique, and leapt towards Yang Feng like a big bird. Yang Feng casually waved his hand, and several stones flew out and blasted into the head of the young hero, blasting open several huge bloody holes on the young hero's head. Throwing knives, dark swords, sleeve darts, and other hidden weapons suddenly shot towards Yang Feng from the crowd like raindrops. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a handful of sand and stones entered the crowd. In an instant, as if hit by a cannonball, the crowd was shrouded in blood, and corpses littered the ground. It was a tragic sight. When the martial arts experts saw the hidden weapons experts being insta-killed like ants by Yang Feng, they felt a chill in their hearts, filled with fear, and trembled. Some martial arts experts even trembled so much that they couldn't even hold their weapons steadily. The sound of weapons falling to the ground echoed in the area. When the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master saw Yang Feng's indifferent expression as if he was crushing a group of ants, she felt a chill in her heart, and no longer dared to make any small movements. She let Yang Feng's big hand press down on her body and knead her wantonly. Yang Feng glanced at the temple master with a look, and his eyes flashed with pleasant surprise. Superior level, 7 soul aptitude, a rare cultivation genius. This world looks pretty good. There are good seedlings everywhere. Yang Feng said with satisfaction, very well, what's your name? The Myriad Flower Palace's palace master said with a dignified smile, Demon Ancestor, my name is Xiaofan Luo. Yang Feng said with a chuckle, be my disciple and serve me, or die, you choose. By the way, more than 10 million lives have withered at my hands. The Myriad Flower Palace's palace master immediately felt a chill run down her spine. As the temple master of the 7 demonic path sects, more than 100 martial arts experts have died at her hands. She was already a famous monster in the martial arts world. However, Yang Feng killed more than 10 million people. Just thinking about it, the heart of the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master trembled. What he said is true. The temple master was talented and had superior level, 7 soul aptitude. She was a genius among geniuses. Besides, she had extraordinary intuition. When she realized that Yang Feng's words weren't false, she felt a chill in her heart. The temple master knelt on the ground, bowed to Yang Feng, and said respectfully, Disciple Xiaofan Luo greets teacher. Ha, good disciple. Yang Feng smiled, glanced at the martial arts experts rushing over, and said flatly, kneel down and join the Myriad Demons Temple as my minions. If you don't join, you can die. An innate swordsman barked, everyone, run. There are so many of us here. Even if he is a martial sage, he can't kill us all. In an instant, hundreds of martial arts experts performed agility techniques and fled in different directions. A bunch of idiots. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with ridicule. He extended his hand, and stones flew up from the ground, fell into his hand, and then shot out. Like meteors, the stones smashed into the bodies of the hundreds of martial arts masters. Like cannonballs with life, they pierced through the hundreds of martial arts masters one by one. Within a few breaths of time, the hundreds of martial arts experts who chose to escape turned into broken corpses and fell to the ground. What a scary person. This is already something that only legendary god-level powerhouses can achieve. When the remaining martial arts experts saw this scene, they trembled, no longer having the will to resist. Lord Demon Ancestor, your martial arts are matchless, and you have unified the martial world for thousands of years. I am Black Mountain Leopard Jiang City, I am willing to serve you, Ancestor. Lord Demon Ancestor, your martial arts are profound, and you can command the world. No one dares to disobey you. I am Verger Flying Moxiong, I am willing to serve you, Ancestor. The remaining martial arts experts knelt down and shouted. They flattered Yang Feng in a frenzy. Young Master Yuema's face twitched, and he knelt on the ground and sang praises. Yang Feng glanced at Reverend Lingkong and said coldly, Wu Lingkong, submit to me, or die. Wu Lingkong coughed up a large amount of blood. Still as graceful as before, he said with a smile, I can't betray my sect. Besides, I've lived long enough. Please give me a quick death, Lord Demon Ancestor. Actually, I quite appreciate you. What a pity. Yang Feng sighed regretfully and flicked a finger, and a grain of sand flew out and entered Wu Lingkong's forehead in an instant. In an instant, Wu Lingkong's aura disappeared. With a smile on his face, he lost his vitality. After killing Wu Lingkong, Yang Feng glanced at Li Wujian and asked flatly, What about you, Li Wujian? Li Wujian hesitated for a while before asking, Lord Demon Ancestor, if I serve you, can I learn more profound martial arts? Yang Feng smiled proudly and uttered full of confidence, Of course. The martial arts you learn are too shallow, so it's impossible for you to live forever. If you learn 10% or 20% of my abilities, living for 1,000 years won't be a problem. 1,000 years of longevity. Can I really live for 1,000 years? When they heard this, the eyes of Crepe Myrtle, young Master Yuema, and the Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master lit up, and their hearts beat wildly. In this world, apart from the legendary transcendent rank powerhouses, even martial sacred rank powerhouses only have a lifespan of about 110 years. 1,000 years of longevity is enough to make countless powerhouses go crazy. There is great terror between life and death. I, Li Wujian, am just an ordinary person after all. Li Wujian let out a long sigh, knelt on the ground, and said with some discomfort, Li Wujian is willing to serve Lord Demon Ancestor. It didn't take long for the news of the Myriad Demons Temple to spread throughout the world. Many martial arts experts gathered in the Myriad Demons Temple, including Lightless Sword Li Wujian, the Myriad Flowers Temple's Temple Master Qiao Meng Luo, and the head of the Myriad Flowers Temple's 10 Flowers Ladger Streamia Qinghe Ziwei, who have all advanced to the Great Grandmaster rank. Great Grandmaster rank experts are already top experts in the martial arts world. Even the Spirit Void Road, one of the 3 holy lands of the martial arts world, only has 2 Great Grandmaster rank experts. With the 3 Great Grandmasters Li Wujian, Qiao Meng Luo, and Qinghe Ziwei joining forces with countless martial arts experts as their minions, the martial arts world's gangs were annexed by the Myriad Demons Temple, and those who were unwilling to submit were destroyed. The Purple Sun Manor is the residence of the Great Zhou Empire's 36 provinces Wei Province's hero Purple Sun Sword Li Feiyun. But now, it has quietly become the headquarters of the Myriad Demons Temple. When the beautiful swordswoman Qinghe Ziwei, dressed in white, stepped into the rear garden of the Purple Sun Manor, she saw a luxurious litter placed in the rear garden. Sitting in the luxurious litter, Yang Feng is flipping through ancient books. Kneeling beside him are the Myriad Flowers Temple's 10 Flowers Qian Jieyu and the Narcissus Zhang Qian. The Rose Qianjiayu is a slender woman with an oval face and a slender figure. She is about 21 or 22 years old, the most beautiful age for a woman. She exudes a charming and feminine aura. The Narcissus Zhangqian has a baby face, twin peaks almost bursting out of her clothes, and a childlike complexion and huge breasts. She is a pure and sexy beauty. At this time, the Rose Qianjiayu and the Narcissus Zhangqian are wearing faintly discernible silk gauze clothes. They are beautiful and full of temptation. In front of the luxurious carriage, there were over 20 extremely beautiful and cute little Lolas from the Myriad Flower Palace. They were around the age of 11 or 12, and they were frolicking around, forming a beautiful scene. When she saw this scene, Qinghe Ziwei's eyes flashed with jealousy, and she cursed in her heart, "Two little foxes." The strength of the Rose Qianjiayu and the Narcissus Zhangqian is far below that of the crepe myrtle flower Qinghe Ziwei. But as soon as they joined the Myriad Demon's temple, they wholeheartedly won Yang Feng's favor. After being pampered by Yang Feng a few times, they gained fearsome strength and have become great grandmaster rank experts. When Qinghe Ziwei thought that she worked so hard, yet was easily overtaken by the Rose Qianjiayu and the Narcissus Zhangqian, she felt a little jealous. When the Rose Qianjiayu and the Daffodil Zhangqian saw Qinghe Ziwei step into the garden, they felt slightly nervous, and tried to curry favor with Yang Feng even more wholeheartedly, hoping that he would focus all his attention on them. Chapter 8:15. Qinghe Ziwei saluted Yang Feng and handed him a stack of books. "Sir Demon Ancestor, the emotionless path has already surrendered to the Myriad Demon's temple. These are the ancient books they collected." The emotionless path was one of the 7 demonic path sects and had a great grandmaster rank expert. However, the Myriad Flowers Temple's 10 flowers were first-class beauties, and their sole aptitude was level 6 or above. Yang Feng used a secret method to promote them to the great grandmaster rank. The emotionless path only had one great grandmaster rank expert. Facing the attacks of more than 10 great grandmasters, it had no chance of winning. Yang Feng took the stack of ancient books and flipped through them. With a glance, he easily understood and absorbed all the information contained in the pages. The computing power of Infinity Warlocks far surpassed that of Shizu level 4 optical computers. The computing power of Earth's supercomputers could not compare to that of Infinity Warlocks. Qinghe Ziwei looked at Yang Feng with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. "The longer I get along with him, the more I can feel how powerful and fearsome he is. Could it be that those ancient myths and legends are true?" The disciples of the Myriad Flowers Temple were all beautiful women, and they were the closest to Yang Feng. Each of the Myriad Flowers Temple's 10 flowers was Yang Feng's personal maids and concubines. The closer they were to Yang Feng, the more they could feel how unfathomable and fearsome he was. Suddenly, Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he took out a gold page from the emotionless path, scanned it, and uttered unhurriedly, "True Dragon Heaven Suppression Secret Method." Qinghe Ziwei answered, "The True Dragon Heaven Suppression Secret Method is a legend. The Dragon Emperor cultivated a supreme secret method. According to legend, the Dragon Emperor, the Demon Venerable, and the Heavenly Venerable contended for hegemony. The fierce battle between the 3 god-venerable powerhouses shattered heaven and earth, rolled the seas, and shattered the stars. The Dragon Emperor's True Dragon Heaven Suppression Secret Method, the Demon Venerable's Devour Secret Method, and the Heavenly Venerable's Mighty God Split Sky Secret Method are all invincible supreme secret methods." Qianjiayu reminded him in a roundabout way, "However, these 3 divine skills are only legendary. Since ancient times, no one has managed to cultivate these 3 divine skills." Zhangqian smiled sweetly, "That's right, the people who cultivate these 3 divine arts either explode and die, or become crippled. As time passed, no one cultivated these 3 divine arts anymore." Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "Of course not. These three secret methods are indeed tyrannical secret methods, with the weakest being warlock monarch rank secret methods. It was easy to imagine how much resources this secret technique required. In this world, there isn't even a single magical stone. It's no different from a fool's dream to cultivate such a secret technique. Moreover, the people who spread these secret methods don't have good intentions. If someone is able to cultivate these secret methods to the level 1 warlock realm, that is, the Xiantian realm, then their soul will be shattered and their soul force will become the nourishment of the terrifying existence who pass down these three great secret methods. Yang Feng is from the Battle Demon sect and has collected countless secret methods, including several Empyrean grade secret methods. The three great secret methods are Warlock Monarch rank secret methods. For Qinghe Ziwei and the others, these secret methods are as incomprehensible as a heavenly book. Yet, he saw through the essence of the three secret methods at a glance. Warlock Monarch, what's that? Sure enough, he's not from our world. Is he an outsider? Doubts welled up in the hearts of Qinghe Ziwei and the other two beauties. But they wisely pretended not to hear what Yang Feng said just now, and didn't ask any questions. Yang Feng has no intention of concealing his strength. In this small world, except for the Dragon Emperor, the Demon Venerable, and the Heavenly Venerable whose strength is unknown, whether they are still alive or not, even if the people of this world come together to deal with him, they won't be able to harm him. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, the Great Zhou Empire enshrines the Heavenly Venerable, the Golden Canopy Imperial Court enshrines the Demon Venerable, and the Sea Dragon Empire enshrines the Dragon Emperor. It seems that these three empires are their tentacles that control this world. Interesting, let me cut off their tentacles and see how they react. Yang Feng uttered, pass down my order. The myriad demons' temple's forces are going to attack the Great Zhou Empire. Ziwei, go and organize an army of around 1,000 people. Jieyu, Qian, come with me to subdue the Wei province's army. Ziwei and the other two responded respectfully, yes. Lord Demon Ancestor. The Wei province's army camp. Suddenly, a patrolling soldier pointed outside and asked curiously, what's that? Gazes looked into the distance and saw 16 beautiful swordsmen dressed in white carrying a luxurious gold litter coming this way. There are 3 people sitting on the gold litter. They are Yang Feng, Qian Jieyu, and Zhang Qian. Lord Demon Ancestor, your divine power is unparalleled. No one dares to disobey your commands. Lord Demon Ancestor, you are accomplished in both literature and martial arts. You will rule the world for thousands of years. The 30 or so Black Moon Guards beat the gongs and beat the drums, flattering the palace of 10,000 demons, while the 200 martial arts experts who had been subdued by the palace of 10,000 demons followed behind them like a mob. If these martial arts experts fought one-on-one, each one of them could kill more than 5 soldiers. However, if 200 elite soldiers joined forces, they could completely kill those martial arts masters as easily as killing chickens. I am the Myriad Demons Temple's demon ancestor. Today, I came to subdue the Wei province's army. Those who obey me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. Quickly come out and surrender to the old ancestor. Sitting on the gold litter, Yang Feng's voice was flat, and he flicked his finger, and a stone shot out like a railgun in the blink of an eye, slammed into the entrance of the Wei province's barracks, and blasted the entrance to the Wei province's barracks to pieces. So strong. So strong. He's not human. How can a human do this? What a monster. The demon ancestor is a terrible monster. According to legend, even great grandmaster rank experts can't resist a casual blow from him. It seems that this is true. When the Myriad Demons Temple's experts saw this scene, their hearts filled with shock. These experts who have just joined the Myriad Demons Temple have never seen Yang Feng take action. Now that they saw Yang Feng take action, they lost all hope. Under attack, the Wei province's army camp descended into chaos at once. Sitting calmly on the luxurious litter, Yang Feng has no intention of taking this opportunity to attack the Wei province's army. Not long after, an army of about 20,000 soldiers surged out from the camp. "You're the demon ancestor who's playing tricks? To dare behave atrociously in my Wei province's army, what gall? You're really tired of living." Surrounded by dozens of generals, a burly general wearing a radiant armor, riding a black horse, exuding an overbearing aura, pointed at Yang Feng with a halberd in hand and barked. Yang Feng flicked a finger, and a stone slammed into the general's head like a meteor and smashed his head. Then, as if it has a life of its own, the stone spun towards the other generals and smashed their heads one by one before finally landing in front of the last general. The general screamed and fell from his horse. With a look of horror on his face, he looked at the corpses around him and retched. Xian Jieyu looked at the general sympathetically, her heart filled with shock. So strong. This demon ancestor is so strong that it makes people despair. Even a great grandmaster rank expert would die of exhaustion when faced with the siege of a powerful army if he didn't escape. But Yang Feng, sitting in the litter with Xian Jieyu in one hand, killed dozens of generals with a flick of his finger. This is simply appalling. Yang Feng glanced at the general and uttered flatly, "Surrender or die." Frightened out of his wits, the general knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "I, Lu Sandao, am willing to surrender and serve the ancestor." A burly man glanced at Lu Sandao contemptuously and barked, "Lu Sandao, you coward. Brothers, come with me to avenge the marshal. Kill. Avenge the marshal." A cavalryman exuding a valiant, iron-blooded aura galloped out of the army and charged towards Yang Feng with ferocious killing intent. Cavalryman. It's the Wei province's black cavalryman. When the martial arts experts saw the 2,000 cavalrymen, their faces changed dramatically, and fear shimmered in their eyes. Cavalrymen were the nemesis of martial arts experts. Once besieged by the 2,000 cavalrymen, the martial arts experts would be easily trampled into meat paste. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a stone strangely shot into the midst of the 2,000 cavalrymen and raised a mist of blood. Virtually in a breath of time, the 2,000 cavalrymen were strangely run through by the stone and turned into corpses that fell to the ground. No one survived. Ding! 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 When the soldiers of the Wei province's army saw the 2,000 cavalrymen crushed like ants, their faces turned pale, their bodies trembled, and the weapons in their hands fell to the ground. "I surrender! I surrender!" When the Wei province's army surrendered, the entire Wei province fell into Yang Feng's hands. As soon as Yang Feng took control of the Wei province, he announced to the world that he ascended the throne and proclaimed himself an emperor. The Great Chu Empire was born. Many officials of the Wei province and countless martial arts experts of the Temple of Myriad Demons directly became officials of the Great Chu Empire. The world was shocked. The Great Zhou Empire immediately dispatched 100,000 troops and had the famous General Red Tiger Hu Yanhao command the 100,000 troops to attack the Wei province. Qi province, the Great Zhou Empire, in the camp of the rebel subjugation army, gathered Hu Yanhao and many generals. Hu Yanhao looked around and asked solemnly, "Who is this demon ancestor? Who knows where he came from?" Before Yang Feng proclaimed himself an emperor, no one in the Great Zhou Empire paid much attention to him. After all, the Great Zhou Empire's officials didn't care about him at all. Chapter 8:16. Legend has it that the demon ancestor descended to our world along with a meteor from the summit of the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain. He is a guest from beyond the heavens, and his cultivation base is world-shaking. He subdued all the martial arts experts in the Chaoyang Spirit Mountain. The great Grandmaster Reverend Lingkong was slain by him. The lightless sword Li Wujian and the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master submitted to him. They were taken in as minions, and he established the Myriad Demons Temple. Using the myriad demons' temple as his foundation, the demon ancestor went on expeditions and collected scum from the Jianghu for his own use. Not long ago, his ambitions were exposed. He killed the Wei province's generals, forced the Wei province's army to surrender, and then proclaimed himself an emperor in the Wei province. A civil official said slowly. A general showed a look of ridicule. What an idiot. The Wei province is just an inner province of the Great Zhou Empire's 36 provinces. It has a sparse population and poor resources. The Wei province's army is the weakest army of the Great Zhou Empire. He raised an army in the Wei province and contended against the Great Zhou Empire's 36 provinces. He's overestimating his capabilities. What a fool. Many of the generals also showed a hint of agreement. From a strategic point of view, occupying the Wei province and proclaiming himself an emperor is the stupidest strategy. Moreover, once Yang Feng proclaims himself an emperor, the Great Zhou Empire will destroy him at all costs. A dignified look flashed in the eyes of a general, and he said solemnly, however, it is said that the demon ancestor killed 2,000 elite cavalrymen of the Wei province's army by himself, which was how he subdued the Wei province's army of 20,000 in one fell swoop. Such a powerhouse is not easy to deal with. A general sneered, to say that a stone killed 2,000 cavalrymen is an exaggeration. Don't we know what kind of trash the Wei province's army is? Most likely, after the demon ancestor killed more than 100 cavalrymen, those cowards lost their courage and collapsed. When he said this, the generals in the tent nodded in agreement. They have all heard of powerhouses who can fight 100 enemies by themselves. Martial arts experts who have cultivated to the great Grandmaster realm indeed have the strength to fight 100 enemies by themselves. Hu Yanhao's eyes shimmered with a cold ray, and he said solemnly, I specially asked His Majesty to issue a decree to mobilize the border army's 20,000 Black Tiger Corps. Even if he's a martial saint, we can still kill him with our lives. A stocky general's eyes lit up and he said with an excited smile, since the Black Tiger army is here, then that demon ancestor is dead for sure. The Black Tiger army was the most elite cavalry unit in the Great Zhou Empire's border army. They had been fighting against the elite cavalries of the Golden Tribe royal court at the border all year round. They were a group of iron-blooded elites who were not afraid of death. Once the casualty rate of an ordinary cavalry unit reached 10%, there was a possibility that it would collapse. As for the Black Tiger army, even if the casualty rate was as high as 60%, they could still maintain an extremely terrifying morale. This was the biggest difference between elite cavalry and ordinary cavalry. As long as the commander-in-chief gave the order, the Black Tiger army would jump in without hesitation even if it was a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames. Only this kind of elite, iron-blooded army could use human lives to grind a martial sage to death. A general smiled excitedly and said, once the Black Tiger army arrives, those clowns will definitely die. Another general said worriedly, once the Black Tiger army arrives, those clowns will naturally be unable to withstand a single blow. But the demon ancestor is very powerful. If he personally assassinates us, how can we guard against it? There are several great Grandmaster experts in the Temple of Demons. They might not be able to fight head-on, but they are first-class experts in assassination. A general with excellent military skills could surround and kill a great Grandmaster expert with a few thousand soldiers. However, martial Grandmaster-level experts could easily take the head of a general at night if they practiced the assassin's path a little. Hu Yanhao smiled slightly and said, don't worry. Everyone, please take a look. Who is this? A middle-aged man with short hair, a burly figure, and a thick saber on his back slowly stepped into the tent. His entire body was filled with a domineering aura, and his appearance was handsome. He was like an unsheathed divine saber that was incomparably sharp. Lord Saber Saint. It's Lord Saber Saint. Greetings, Lord Saber Saint. When all the generals saw the middle-aged man, their eyes flashed with awe. They stood up one after another and bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was the pinnacle of martial arts experts in this world, Saber Saint Ding Tong, one of the 7 martial saints. When the Saber Saint, Ding Tong, was traveling on the grassland, he encountered 1,000 Golden Wolf cavalrymen, the most elite guards of the Khan of the Golden Tribe royal court, who were killing and looting at will. He drew his saber in anger and single-handedly beheaded the 1,000 Golden Wolf cavalrymen. This inhuman and terrifying battle record established the Saber Saint's supreme prestige. The military worshipped the strong. Saber Saint Ding Tong became the idol of the great Zhou Empire's border troops after he single-handedly beheaded 1,000 Golden Wolf cavalrymen armed to the teeth. Ding Tong strode proudly to Hu Yanhao's side and sat down. He said with a confident smile, "Everyone, don't worry. If the demon ancestor dares to come to the camp to assassinate us, I will definitely cut him down with my saber. With Lord Saber Saint here, if the demon ancestor dares to come, he will absolutely not be able to return. With Lord Saber Saint here, we can sleep peacefully." Countless praises filled the tent, and all the generals were brimming with confidence. The great Chu Empire's emperor, the demon ancestor, has arrived. You rebels, hurry up and get out. Surrender to the emperor of the great Chu Empire. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice reverberated in the tent, clearly appearing in everyone's ears. It was as if the voice was speaking in everyone's ears, incomparably clear. Ding Tong's eyes flashed with a dignified look, and he slowly said, "What a profound internal force. This is a martial arts expert at the great grandmaster level. It seems that the demon ancestor's methods are extraordinary. He was able to subdue such an expert in such a short period of time." Hu Yanhao sneered and said, "Let's go. Let's go and see what the demon ancestor is capable of." Under Hu Yanhao's command, the 100,000 troops walked out of the camp in an orderly manner and formed a formation outside the camp. Spears fell like rain and swords fell like a forest. The 100,000 troops of the great Zhou Empire were clearly divided and disciplined, giving off the demeanor of an iron army. On the other side, on the great Chu Empire's side, 16 beautiful girls in white are carrying a luxurious litter. On the litter, Yang Feng is embracing the Myriad Flowers Temple's temple master Qiao Meng Luo and the head of the Myriad Flowers Temple's 10 Flowers Lagerstreamia Qinghe Ziwei. Behind Yang Feng, there are 3,000 mounted cavalrymen. The origin of the 3,000 mounted cavalrymen is complicated. There are 500 cavalrymen who are soldiers of the Wei province's army, while the remaining 2,500 are martial arts experts who can ride horses but aren't proficient in horsemanship. In front of the luxurious litter, there are 2 people standing. One is lightless sword Li Wujian, the other is young Master Yuema. Young Master Yuema is quick-witted and efficient. Since Yang Feng is skilled in using him, he helped him advance to a great Grandmaster realm expert. A bunch of mobs. Hu Yanhao led the generals to look at the great Chu Empire's army from afar with a look of contempt in their eyes. When the other generals saw the 3,000 rabble, they all sneered, and their eyes were filled with contempt. As long as the generals take 500 people with them, they would dare to charge at the 3,000 mounted infantry and defeat them in one fell swoop. Commander-in-Chief, I only need 3,000 Black Tiger troops to kill them. Please let me be the vanguard. Commander-in-Chief, I only need 1,000 Black Tiger troops to detect them. If I let even one of them escape, I'll behead you. Let me be the vanguard. The eyes of the generals of the Black Tiger troops shone with excitement, and they shouted and patted their chests to guarantee their promises. Yang Feng's great Chu Empire is an enemy state. For a general, the greatest achievement in destroying a state can allow them to rise to the top in a single bound, be conferred the title of aristocrat, and enjoy endless glory, splendor, and wealth. There was a flash of pity in Qiao Mengluo's eyes, and she smiled lightly. A bunch of idiots, you don't understand what a terrifying monster you're facing. Yang Feng also smiled and quietly watched the generals of the Black Tiger troops scramble for the vanguard position. Hu Yanhao's eyes shimmered coldly, and he barked, "Hua Muxiong." A burly man with many scars on his body and a valiant aura exuding from his body urged his horse forward and said, "Your subordinate is here." Hu Yanhao pointed at Yang Feng and company with his sword and ordered coldly, "Take 10,000 Black Tiger troops and annihilate them." Hua Muxiong glanced at Yang Feng and company, showed a ferocious and excited smile, and said rudely, "Yes, Commander-in-Chief. I guarantee that I'll cut them all to pieces. If even one of them escapes, Commander-in-Chief, take my head and kick it like a ball. Brothers, charge with me." With a roar, Hua Muxiong urged his horse forward and led the 10,000 iron-blood cavalrymen, who have gone through countless battles, to charge at Yang Feng and company. The earth trembled as the 10,000 horses galloped forward. The 10,000 Black Tiger troops wore armor, held lances, had ferocious expressions, and exuded bloodthirsty smiles. They looked like ferocious beasts in human form. When the 3,000 cavalrymen on the Great Chu Empire's side saw the charge of the Black Tiger troops, their countenances changed dramatically. Except for the 500 Wei province's cavalrymen who have seen the terror of Yang Feng, most of the martial arts experts who haven't seen Yang Feng's power changed their countenances greatly, and they urged their horses to retreat slowly. Dozens of the Great Chu Empire's cavalrymen even turned around and retreated. What elite cavalrymen, but unfortunately, the enemy is me. Yang Feng looked at the ferocious 10,000-strong Black Tiger troops, smiled faintly, and flicked his finger, and 10 stones suddenly shot out and shot into the midst of the 10,000-strong Black Tiger troops like meteors. Chapter 8:17. Ever since Yang Feng started his campaign against the Great Zhou Empire, the temper of the Great Zhou Empire's Emperor Wu Shanming has become irritable. He has already executed 4 eunuchs for trivial matters, giving people a taste of what it feels like to be in the company of a tiger. In less than 10 days, 20 provinces have been captured by Yang Feng's army and are heading straight for the Great Zhou Empire's capital, Heaven Luo City. The void assassin walking in the void suddenly appeared, its engine roared, and it flew into the distance. "A trifling golem dares to make fun of me, go to hell." The 10 stones stained with the blood of the Black Tiger troops suddenly turned and slammed into the heads of dozens of fleeing cavalrymen of the Great Chu Empire, killing them in an instant. Sword Saint Ding Tong died just like that. What's this? Who else in this world can stop this monster? Wu Shanming stepped into the passage. He killed 50,000 elite troops in an instant. Is he still human? Yang Feng personally led the army and crushed the rebels along the way. As a result, the number of troops grew like a rolling snowball. There was silence on the battlefield, and everyone's eyes flickered with incredulity. Too powerful. As long as His Majesty is here, we are invincible. Wu Shanming knelt on the cold golden ground, kowtowed 9 times, and said respectfully, "Great Heavenly Venerable, the 10th Emperor of the Great Zhou Empire, Wu Shanming, requests an audience." The stone statue flickered slightly and shot out rays of yellow light, forming a strange passage in the void. "All of you, stand down." 1. Even the 10,000 invincible Black Tiger troops revealed a look of fear in their eyes. The Black Tiger troops aren't afraid of sacrifice, but they aren't willing to throw away their lives meaninglessly. Xiao Mengluo's beautiful eyes shimmered with a complicated look, and she sighed softly. Sword Saint Ding Tong died a worthless death. Wu Shanming took out a jade box and opened it, revealing a stone statue. He hesitated for a while, then gritted his teeth, cut his finger, and dripped drops of blood into the stone statue. Li Wujian's eyes bloomed with a strange brilliance as he praised, "Amazing." As expected of the Sword Saint, he had already entered the supreme realm of man being man, saber being saber, man and saber as one. How amazing! I'm afraid I won't be able to block his saber. Yes. Your Majesty. Young Master Yuema and Li Wujian bowed respectfully to Yang Feng, and then took the 3,000 cavalrymen of the Great Chu Empire to rush towards the 40,000 elite soldiers of the Great Zhou Empire kneeling on the ground. Full of excitement, the 3,000 martial arts experts recruited by the Great Chu Empire looked at Yang Feng as if they were looking at an invincible god. So strong. Wherever the army passed, one province after another was easily captured by Yang Feng. The sword Saint Ding Tong entered a mysterious realm, and his aura grew stronger with every step he took. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the deepest part of the temple, and a 100-meter-long finger suddenly appeared in the void and pressed down on a void assassin. The void assassin's energy shield was smashed, and the void assassin was crushed. Along with a crisp sound, the god weapon transcendent blade on the sword Saint Ding Tong's back suddenly unsheathed and fell into the sword Saint Ding Tong's hand. As if man and blade have become one, they have become a peerless blade. He died before he could make a move. The surrounding eunuchs responded respectfully and retreated. Terrifying, that's really terrifying. How can there be such a person? Clang. A cold voice came from the gold idol. You know my rules. Did the demon venerable or the dragon emperor take action? Wu Shanming replied respectfully, no, it was a visitor from beyond the heavens who calls himself the demon ancestor. As soon as he took action, he insta-killed my 100,000 troops. Within a few breaths of time, the 50,000 elite troops turned into corpses. Hu Yanhao couldn't believe his eyes. The commander-in-chief of the army, Hu Yanhao, knelt on the ground, raised his hands high, looked around with fear in his eyes, and muttered with a distressed expression, dead, they're all dead. 2. After a few breaths of time, the Great Zhou Empire's elite troops dropped from 90,000 to 40,000. 50,000 elite troops along with dozens of generals were insta-killed. A few days later, the commander-in-chief of the Great Zhou Empire, Hu Yanhao, along with a dozen generals, surrendered to Yang Feng. The eunuchs standing aside lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. Tianluo City, the royal palace, in a study, the Great Zhou Empire's Emperor Wu Shanming looked at the memorials with an ashen face and gritted his teeth, saying, damn demon ancestor, damn beast. I will exterminate your 10 clans. I'm also a little tired of it. I'll count to 3. After 3, if the Great Zhou Empire is still standing and holding a weapon, then all of you can go to hell. Those who throw away their weapons, kneel on the ground, and raise their hands will live. They're just ants. Within a few breaths of time, the 10,000 Black Tiger troops were wiped out. Trembling, the martial arts experts subdued by the myriad demons temple looked at the indifferent Yang Feng sitting on the luxurious litter, full of excitement, as if they saw an invincible god. Stones shot out of the luxurious litter Yang Feng was sitting in and sank into the midst of the elite troops of the Great Zhou Empire. In an instant, a mist of blood splattered. Beside Hu Yanhao, more than a dozen ferocious generals were kneeling on the ground. Their bodies were covered in the blood of their comrades, and their bodies were trembling. As if they fell into an ice cave, the faces of the generals of the Great Zhou Empire turned ashen as they stared at the corpse of the sword Saint Ding Tong, a chill filling their hearts. The dozen fierce generals looked at the hell-like scene and murmured. Xiao Mengluo looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes. He killed 10,000 cavalrymen with a wave of his hand and still has it easy. How terrifyingly powerful. Can humans be this powerful? The 40,000 elite troops of the Great Zhou Empire were reorganized. Among them, Yang Feng let Hu Yanhao and the other surrendered generals command 20,000 elite troops, and they continued to attack the Great Zhou Empire. Hu Yanhao's gaze fell on the sword Saint Ding Tong, and he uttered respectfully, Sir Sword Saint, please take action and kill that monster. Yang Feng's flat voice reverberated in the ears of the 90,000 elite troops of the Great Zhou Empire. Like the whisper of a fiend, the eyes of the 90,000 elite troops shimmered with fear and despair. After the defeat of Hu Yanhao's 100,000 elite troops, the Great Zhou Empire mobilized troops to encircle and suppress Yang Feng. A dignified look in his eyes, the sword Saint Ding Tong took a deep breath, walked towards Yang Feng, and said in a loud voice, "Demon ancestor, the Great Zhou Empire's Ding Tong will fight you." When Yang Feng counted to 2, a large number of the Great Zhou Empire's elite troops dropped their weapons, knelt on the ground, and raised their hands high. Yang Feng smiled faintly and flicked a finger, and a stone disappeared from his hand in an instant. Wu Shanming hesitated for a moment, and then barked. When the remaining 90,000 elite troops of the Great Zhou Empire saw this scene, they trembled, and a hair-raising chill welled up inside them. Hu Yanhao's expression is very unsightly. He looked around, and the generals moved their heads away, not daring to look him in the eye. All of a sudden, the huge gold idol uttered a cry of surprise, then suddenly moved and extended its hand towards the void. A faint voice came from the huge gold idol, "Interesting. In this world, to insta-kill an army of 100,000 troops with a single move, interesting. This required an extremely precise control over one's power. That fellow must be a glorious dawn warlock or above existence. If it's a body-tempering warlock, it can be extended to the moonlight warlock realm." Li Wujian is at a loss, unable to believe his eyes. Although he also believes that Yang Feng is far stronger than the sword Saint Ding Tong. However, the sword Saint Ding Tong can't even block Yang Feng's stone, which is far beyond Li Wujian's imagination. 3. The golden god statue grabbed nothing but air. In an instant, the head of the sword Saint Ding Tong exploded like that of an ordinary black tiger soldier, and a copious amount of blood scattered on the ground. Yang Feng glared at the 10,000 black tiger warhorses. As if they had encountered a dragon or a natural predator, the 10,000 black tiger warhorses were terrified. They obediently ran to the side of the Great Chu Empire's 3,000 cavalrymen and formed a huge herd. The teeth of many veterans who have experienced countless wars trembled, and their eyes filled with fear. How can there be such a person? How can the demon ancestor be so powerful? Dead, the sword Saint Ding Tong died just like that? Is he still a human? When young Master Yuema saw this scene, he was both excited, fearful, and glad. No matter how many times I see it, this method is too heaven-defying. A blood-colored mist instantly enveloped the 10,000 black tiger soldiers. The heads of the 10,000 black tiger soldiers exploded one by one, and they fell from their warhorses. "Yes, your majesty. So strong, this is the demon ancestor. His Majesty the Emperor." All eyes were focused on sword Saint Ding Tong, and they were filled with anticipation. Yang Feng said flatly, "Yuema, Li Wujian, take people to clean up the battlefield." "Dead, they're all dead." With a flash of light, a huge temple made of gold appeared in front of Wu Shanming. There was a 100-meter-tall statue of a deity inscribed with countless mysterious runes in the huge temple. Young Master Yuema's inner force surged, and he said loudly, "Hu Yanhao, you've seen the ancestor's divine art. Surrender quickly. Do you want the ancestor to kill you all?" Chapter 8:18. In Yang Feng's eyes, a mortal state like the Great Zhou Empire is just an ant-like existence that can be wiped out at any time. Only the terrifying powerhouses hidden behind the Great Zhou Empire are Yang Feng's greatest enemies. Suddenly, a dozen or so young men and women dressed in silks and satins rushed out and galloped madly on the street. They were either rich or noble young men and women. What amazing horsemanship! The young marquis's horsemanship has improved a lot. When the three beautiful girls Huang Juhua, Clivia, and Tulip saw Yang Feng like this, their beautiful eyes revealed a look of fascination. It is this man in front of them who captured 20 provinces in 10 days and killed more than 400,000 troops. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Great Chu Empire's replacement of the Great Zhou Empire is just around the corner. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered with a smile, "Yes, I'm also very curious. How can a mere human warlock live so long?" Hundreds of martial arts experts of the Black Guard unleashed their agility techniques and rushed this way. "How dare you, lowly commoner? How dare you block my way? Die!" The dozen-plus young men and women dressed in silks and satins are clearly the children of bigwigs. They have a lofty status in the Great Zhou Empire. If ordinary people are killed by their horses, they will only have to pay a little money at most. If a Holy Spirit warlock rank existence occupies this world, Yang Feng can only disband the Great Chu Empire and find a way to hide. After probing, he found out that the Heavenly Venerable only has Infinity Warlock rank strength, which made him feel a little relieved. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared at the other end of the warp gate, in a luxurious residence in the Heaven Luo City. In this world, the laws of heaven and earth are completely different from those of the Zhangji Plane, and life magic energy is scarce. Some earth-shaking spells that Infinity Warlocks can use in the Zhangji Plane cannot be cast here. Disappointment flashed in Clivia's eyes. The firework released by the expert from Six-Fan School was of the highest level. The city guard system was alerted and the army quickly gathered there. The black-haired, slender, and beautiful girl, Kuai Lan, who exuded a pure aura, casually draped a layer of white gauze over her shoulders. She smiled sweetly and said, "Your Majesty, where are you going?" When the experts from the Great Zhou Empire's 6 doors saw the fireworks, they immediately used their qinggong and rushed over. Yang Feng's Great Chu Empire has already shown the power to sweep the world. Countless greater aristocrats in the Tianluo city have been in cahoots with Yang Feng's Great Chu Empire. At the same time, the Myriad Flower Palace had been operating in Heaven Luo City for many years and had countless strongholds. This luxurious mansion was one of the strongholds of the 10,000 Flower Palace. Yang Feng uttered lightly, "I am the demon ancestor. The emperor of the Great Chu Empire." In this world, human warlocks could only utilize the tyrannical extraordinary power of their fleshly bodies. The power of the physical body was also a common power in many planes. Even if the essence of the world was sealed, the power of the physical body could not be sealed. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. The Heavenly Venerable possesses Infinity Warlock rank strength, so the Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor are at most in the Infinity Warlock rank. In this world, there shouldn't be any means to threaten my life. For an Heavenly Venerable to live for hundreds of thousands of years is simply shocking. A constable stepped forward and stared at Yang Feng with apprehension in his eyes, saying, "Brother, this is the son of the mighty Marquis of the Great Zhou Empire. You have already killed the son of the champion Marquis. If you kill him as well, there will be no place for you in this world." An invincible hero like Yang Feng who single-handedly destroyed a state naturally attracted the admiration of countless beautiful women. The Imperial Palace. The place where the Heavenly Venerable is the Imperial Palace. All of a sudden, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with surprise, and he took a step forward. As if a ghost, he appeared in front of the most arrogant and despotic young man and grabbed him. Yang Feng pinched Kaffir Lily's face and uttered with a smile, "Unfortunately, no matter how much you beg me, I can't take you there. The fight between me and the Heavenly Venerable is too dangerous. Even I can't split my attention to protect you in the middle of the fight." A handsome young man dressed in green clothes, but with a fierce expression on his face, glanced at Yang Feng with a fierce gleam in his eyes, and he pulled the reins, and the horse under him stood up and stomped heavily on Yang Feng's chest. Another nobleman blew a flute, and the dozens of Six-Fan School experts who were on standby not far away immediately used their qinggong to fly over. For human warlocks, the lifespan of 100,000 years is a huge threshold. Many human Infinity Warlocks only have a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. Compared to gods, kindred, and other long-lived species, they are far behind. Even human long-lived bloodline warlocks, unless they have completely purified their bloodline and reverted to their ancestral roots, it is still difficult for them to break through the 100,000-year lifespan limit. In the rear garden of a luxurious villa, Yang Feng sat in a luxurious litter surrounded by the three famous flowers of the myriad flowers temple, the chrysanthemum, the clivia, and the tulip. He looked very happy. In this world, 1,000 years will pass, but on the Zhangji plain, only 1 year will pass. However, if you stay in this world for 1,000 years, your lifespan will be weakened by 1,000 years, no different from that on the Zhangji plain. A young man said with a ferocious smile, "Lowly, do you see that? So many experts had already rushed over. Why don't you quickly kneel down and repent of your sins? In this way, you may still have a chance to live." Yang Feng attacked the Great Zhou Empire in order to force out the heavenly venerable hiding in the depths of the Great Zhou Empire, and then use his battle robots to probe the other party's strength. As expected of the champion Marquis Manners Junior Marquis, his equestrian skills are far beyond our level. The complexion of the ordinary people on the street changed dramatically, and they fled in all directions. No one dared to block in front of the young men and women. Suddenly, a stream of information flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he raised the corners of his mouth and revealed a smile in his eyes. He finally revealed his true colors. This strength should be that of an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. Heavenly Venerable. It's an expert. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, Tianluo City. The Heavenly Venerable is hiding in Tianluo City. I'll go meet him. Heavenly Venerable, Demon Ancestor, I'm curious to know who is stronger. Due to the relatively low energy level of the universe, although Warlock Monarch, Holy Spirit Warlock, and Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses possess earth-shattering strength, but their lifespans can't even compare to that of some Infinity Warlocks. Scram. Lowly, scram. Otherwise, he would die. Ha ha ha. When the Six Doors Gate expert with Pinnacle Innate Realm Cultivation base saw the death of the champion Marquis, his complexion changed dramatically, and he raised his hand, and fireworks soared into the sky. When the commander of the Black Guard, a department of the Great Zhou Empire that specializes in dealing with martial arts experts, saw the fireworks in the sky, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he revealed a cruel and sinister smile. A young aristocrat with a pale face roared fiercely, "You lowly commoner, how dare you kill people in the imperial city? You're finished, you're dead. He's the only son of the champion Marquis. You dare to kill him, you're dead." There are martial arts experts stirring up trouble, and they're experts above the Grandmaster rank. Brothers, come with me. An enigmatic gleam flashed in Clivia's beautiful eyes, and she uttered with a sweet smile, "Your Majesty, I'm really looking forward to the fight between you and the Heavenly Venerable." Huang Jiuhua, Clivia, and Tulip were taken aback, and their beautiful eyes shimmered with incredulity. Behind the young aristocrat in green, the rest of the aristocrat youngsters watched this cruel scene with smiles on their faces and cruel pleasure in their eyes. Yang Feng smiled, turned around, and went to a secret room in the depths of the villa, where no one was allowed to enter, and pushed open a warp gate. Yang Feng struggled slightly and broke free from the leg of chalk. His tiger-like eyes suddenly radiated brilliant light, and his temperament suddenly changed. From a lazy hedonistic son of a rich family, he became an overbearing overlord that suppressed the world. Just as the horse was about to trample on Yang Feng's chest, a stone, like a stream of light, ran through the horse and blasted a huge hole in the body of the champion Marquis Junior Marquis along with the horse, turning them into two corpses that fell to the ground. Yang Feng looked strangely at the arrogant and despotic young aristocrat in his hand and said with a smile, "Inferior level 8 soul aptitude. This guy is a freakish genius." Yang Feng took a deep look in the direction of the imperial palace, the corners of his mouth rose into a smile, and he strode towards the imperial palace. The Blue Stone Street was where the poor people of the Tianluo city lived. Aristocrat youngsters liked to gallop here and startle the passers-by. On the Blue Stone Street, no matter what happened, even if a few people were killed, their families could take care of them in minutes. For human warlocks, 10,000 years was a huge hurdle. Unless it was a human warlock with a long-lived bloodline, for orthodox warlocks, if they couldn't practice cultivation to the Moonlight Warlock rank, then it was very rare for them to live for thousands of years. Huang Jiuhua, who had an oval face and a fiery and sexy figure, was a mixture of the boorishness of the prairie beauties and the charm of the Central Plains beauties. She cried out involuntarily, "Celestial Venerable, isn't that a character from myths and legends? Could it be that he really exists? However, even if he is real, it has been hundreds of thousands of years since the mythological era, how could he still be alive?" Chapter 8:19. The Demon Ancestor. His Majesty the Great Chu Empire's Emperor. The Demon Ancestor who insta-killed a 100,000-strong army. The Demon Ancestor, is it the Demon Ancestor who captured 20 provinces in 10 days and destroyed a state by himself? When the originally insufferably arrogant aristocratic children heard Yang Feng's name, they trembled, their teeth chattered, and their eyes filled with fear. The Demon Ancestor. He's the Demon Ancestor. It's the Demon Ancestor. When the constables of the 6 doors heard Yang Feng's name, their countenance changed dramatically, and they took more than 20 steps back. The Demon Ancestor was an invincible existence who wiped out a 100,000-strong army by himself, destroyed a state by himself, and captured 20 provinces in 10 days. Everyone present was well informed. They knew that it was not a rumor that the Demon Ancestor wiped out a 100,000-strong army by himself, but a fact. Such a terrifying existence wasn't something that humans could contend against. The aristocratic youngster in Yang Feng's grasp trembled and shouted, "Sir Demon Ancestor, I am willing to serve you. Please spare my life, Sir Demon Ancestor. There are Bo Lu, and then there are horses. Horses are common, but Bo Lu is rare. With this kind of temperament, even if 1 or 2 are cultivated, I'm afraid that in the future, they will only deceive their masters and destroy their ancestors. Besides, there are so many geniuses in this world. It doesn't matter if 1 or 2 die." Yang Feng sighed slightly and pointed with a finger on the forehead of the aristocratic youngster. The youngster's body suddenly exploded, and a copious amount of blood spilled on the ground. When the aristocratic youngsters saw this scene, they trembled, and their eyes filled with fear. Yang Feng swept the experts of the 6 doors and the countless soldiers surrounding him with a glance, and then said with a smile, "I'm going to break into the imperial palace. Aren't you going to stop me?" The 6 doors chief constable suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, trembled, and his eyes shimmered with fear, yet he didn't dare to step forward. The experts of the 6 doors were silent, and they didn't dare to step forward. Many of them even quietly retreated. If someone had told them before that they wanted to break into the imperial palace by themselves, they would have thought that the person was a madman. However, if a living legend like the ancestral demon wanted to break through the palace, it was still unknown how long the palace could last. Yang Feng smiled and strode towards the imperial palace. The experts of the 6 doors who were originally surrounding Yang Feng used their agility techniques to retreat to the side, not daring to block Yang Feng. What's going on? As soon as the commander of the blackguard led the hundreds of blackguard experts to the vicinity, he saw the strange scene. He was slightly shocked in his heart, and a trace of a bad premonition surged in his heart. The Black Guard commander used secret sound transmission and asked the chief constable of the 6 doors gate, Mu Baifeng, what happened? Who is that person? Mu Baifeng transmitted, that person claims to be the Demon Ancestor, the emperor of the fake Chu Empire. We're going to attack the palace now. The commander of the blackguard was shocked and angry. Demon Ancestor. It was actually the devil ancestor. How was this possible? He should be a few hundred kilometers away in Ganzhou. How could he appear here? This must be fake. He must be a fake. Mu Baifeng, your Zhao family is indebted to the emperor, so hurry up and capture the fake demon ancestor. Mu Baifeng transmitted, this guy doesn't seem to be a fake. Zhang Qingcheng, you are the commander of the blackguard. It's your duty to suppress such heretics. Why don't the blackguard capture him? This is a great achievement. Zhang Qingcheng snorted coldly and took a deep look at Yang Feng, his eyes full of apprehension. Humph, that's only natural. I will capture him at the right time. Under Zhang Qingcheng's lead, the hundreds of black guards followed Yang Feng from a distance. What's going on? When the commander of the city guards Zhou Jin arrived with 3,000 elite city guards, he saw the experts of the Six Doors Gate and the blackguard following hundreds of meters behind Yang Feng, not daring to go up and capture him. He was at a loss. Who cares? That guy killed the son of the champion marquis. Even if he is a martial sage, but besieged by so many experts, only death awaits him. Zhou Jin only hesitated for a moment, and then the desire to get the attention of the champion marquis welled up inside him. He pointed at Yang Feng and barked, capture him. If he dares to resist, kill him. The 3,000 elite city guards armed with blades and shields and dressed in light armor charged towards Yang Feng like a tide. They completely blocked the space, sealing off the space where the martial arts masters could perform their lightness skill that they were so proud of. Mu Baifeng's eyes flashed with excitement, a good chance. Zhang Qingcheng showed an excited smile, and the inner force inside him surged, ready to take action at a moment's notice. Zhou Jin, that fool, well done. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a stone flew into the midst of the 3,000 elite city guards. A mist of blood drifted, and the heads of the 3,000 elite city guards exploded, turning the Bluestone Street into a hell on earth. Zhou Jin's headless body fell to the ground from his horse. Seeing this scene, the faces of the Scions, the Six Doors, and the black guards turned pale, trembled, and their teeth chattered. They couldn't even hold their weapons stably. Ding! 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 With a series of crisp sounds, the weapons in the hands of the Six-Fan School and the blackguards fell to the ground one after another. With an enigmatic smile on his face, Yang Feng glanced at the Six Doors and the black guards behind him and said flatly, "Since you have seen the power of the demon ancestor, do you surrender or die? If you want to die, I will grant you an equal death." Yang Feng's voice was flat, but the content was cruel. Set off by the corpses of the 3,000 city guards, it gave people a hair-raising feeling. Zhang Qingcheng knelt on the ground decisively and said loudly, "I am the commander of the Black Guards Zhang Qingcheng. I am willing to lead the Black Guards to serve your majesty." The hundreds of Black Guards also knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "I am willing to serve your majesty." Mu Baifeng heaved a long sigh, knelt on the ground, and said respectfully, "Chief Constable Mu Baifeng of the Six Doors is willing to lead the Six Doors to serve your majesty. Li Li is willing to serve your majesty." With complicated feelings in their hearts, everyone present knelt on the ground and uttered respectfully. Yang Feng said flatly, "Get up. Follow me to take over the imperial city and maintain order there." Mu Baifeng heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Yes. Your Majesty." Suddenly, fireworks rose in the imperial city, and all kinds of alarms sounded frantically. Troops began to gather in the direction of the imperial city. After all, the Great Zhou Empire is one of the 3 empires in the world. Its dynasty has existed for hundreds of years, and it is at its strongest. Its rule is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and there is no lack of die-hard loyalists. Yang Feng glanced at the fireworks, smiled softly, and continued to stroll towards the imperial palace. Mu Baifeng looked at the fireworks rising in the sky and smiled bitterly. If the opponent is him, it will be meaningless. In front of the Green Dragon Gate of Tianluo City's imperial palace, the gate of the Green Dragon Gate was closed. The fully armed imperial guards looked into the distance as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Under the watchful gazes of the imperial guards, Yang Feng appeared in front of the gate with a motley crew of 3,000 people he recruited along the way. When Yang Feng was 2 arrow shots away from the gate, he flicked his finger, and a stone shot out like a cannonball and slammed into the gate. Boom! Amidst a loud bang, the steel city gate that weighed a few 100,000 kilograms was immediately blasted into pieces, transforming into countless fragments that shot in all directions. Boom! Yang Feng flicked his finger again, and a stone slammed into a section of the city wall. The section of the city wall collapsed and revealed a huge hole. The morale of the imperial guards atop the city wall hit rock bottom in an instant. They trembled all over, and their eyes filled with fear and despair. In a siege, when a city gate is breached, it indicates that the defending side is doomed. Next, it is time for the victorious side to harvest the fruits of victory. Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty! When the 3,000 people recruited by Yang Feng saw that the imperial palace was breached, they were filled with excitement and shouted loudly. Yang Feng glanced at the city wall and said coldly, "Surrender, or die. I'll give you only 3 seconds to consider. After 3 seconds, those who kneel down and surrender will be spared." A burly, handsome young general exuding the aura of a powerhouse walked out of the city gate and said loudly, "There's no need, your majesty demon ancestor. I, Murong Chang, am willing to lead the 5,000 brothers stationed at the Green Dragon Gate to surrender to you. Please take us in, your majesty." Zhang Qingcheng's eyes flickered, and he mused, "This Murong Chang is really cunning. In this way, by relying on Sir Demon Ancestor at a critical time, he will definitely have a very high status in the future." Yang Feng said lightly, "Murong Chang, you are responsible for commanding the troops and maintaining order in the imperial palace. The imperial palace is mine. I don't want to see it in chaos, with people burning, killing, and looting indiscriminately. If they dare to do so, then kill them all." "Yes, your majesty." Murong Chang saluted Yang Feng. His eyes shimmered brightly, and he said solemnly, "Your majesty, I still have many good brothers in the imperial guards. I'm willing to be the vanguard to persuade them to surrender for your majesty." Yang Feng responded, "Okay." When Murong Chang surrendered, the imperial guard commanders in the imperial palace knew that the situation was hopeless. They surrendered decisively and chose to submit to the demon ancestor. The great Zhou Empire's imperial palace was easily controlled by Yang Feng just like that. Chapter 820. In front of the imperial study, there are hundreds of death soldiers nurtured by the royal family. Armed with weapons, the death soldiers guarded in front of the imperial study with the will to die surging in their eyes. Outside the imperial study, there is a dense crowd of imperial guards. In the center of the imperial guard stands Yang Feng. Murong Chang looked at the leader of the hundreds of death soldiers with a complicated look in his eyes, and then he stepped forward and said decisively, "Yuan Batian, surrender. The situation is hopeless. Only by surrendering to His Majesty the Demon Ancestor can you survive." The burly Imperial Guard General, who was exuding a terrifying aura of a Grandmaster and was holding a long saber, shouted, "Shut up, you rebels. Murong Chang, Huianda, Zhou Sheng, His Majesty has treated you well. He promoted you from lowly commoners to Imperial Guard commanders and aristocrats. Now you betrayed His Majesty and even shamelessly came to persuade him to surrender. Don't you feel ashamed?" A wisp of shame flashed in the eyes of Murong Chang, Huienda, Zhou Sheng, and the other Imperial Guard generals, but they remained silent. The 3 Imperial Guard high-ranking officers were promoted by His Majesty the Great Zhou Empire's Emperor Wu Shanming, and they have always been loyal to him. But this time, Yang Feng's incarnation of the demon ancestor is really invincible. He is a terrifying existence that can wipe out 100,000 troops with a wave of his hand. They had no choice but to surrender. Batian, forget it. You can't blame them for this. The door of the Imperial study opened, and a dozen people walked out. The person in the lead is Wu Shanming, the emperor of the Great Zhou Empire. The beautiful middle-aged woman beside him is his empress. Behind Wu Shanming, there are a dozen very good-looking young men and women. They are Wu Shanming's sons and daughters. Yuan Batian bowed to Wu Shanming and uttered, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Wu Shanming glanced at Yuan Batian, his eyes flashed with relief, and he said solemnly, "Batian, take these brothers to surrender to Lord Demon Ancestor." Lord Demon Ancestor has always treated surrendered generals equally. He rewards and punishes them clearly. He is indeed a rare wise ruler. This is an order, it cannot be violated. Yes. Your Majesty. With tears in his eyes, Yuan Batian dropped the weapon in his hand, knelt before Yang Feng, and remained silent. The hundreds of death guards dropped their weapons, knelt before Yang Feng, and remained silent. Lord Fiend Ancestor, you can take my life and the Great Zhou Empire. I can cooperate with you to issue an imperial edict to have the other provinces give up resistance and surrender to the Great Chu Empire. Please be merciful and spare the lives of my wife and children. I beg of you. Wu Shanming gave a long sigh, his eyes shimmered with despair, and he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at Wu Shanming's children, and his eyes lit up at once. He strode towards a beautiful girl about 15 or 16 years old, dressed in white, and looking delicate and charming. Seeing this scene, Murong Chang's eyes dimmed slightly, 7th Princess. The eyes of Hu Yenda and the 6 or 7 young imperial guards turned gloomy. The name of the 15 or 16-year-old girl is Wu Meiying. She is the 7th princess of the Great Cloud Dynasty. She is privately recognized as the #1 beauty of the Great Zhou Empire's aristocrats. Wu Meiying bowed to Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with determination. She raised her delicate and pretty face and pleaded pitifully, "Greetings, Your Majesty Demon Ancestor. Please be merciful and let go of my imperial father, my imperial mother, and my elder brothers and sisters. Meiying is willing to serve Your Majesty Demon Ancestor forever as a slave. I won't have any complaints." When Yang Feng felt Wu Meiying's aptitude, his eyes lit up at once, and he revealed a satisfied smile. Intermediate level, 8 soul aptitude, this world is really a treasure trove of talents. However, the Heavenly Venerable didn't even take such a talent under his command. It seems that his injuries aren't clear. In the world of warlocks, intermediate level, 8 soul aptitude is a heaven-defying soul aptitude. Yang Feng has seen countless geniuses, but only the little lowly Regina he got from God Blood Plane has intermediate level, 8 soul aptitude. As for superior level, 8 soul aptitude, Yang Feng has only seen one person, Shi Shui. The gap between level 7 soul aptitude and level 8 soul aptitude is known as the celestial boundary. Warlock geniuses with level 8 soul aptitude can undoubtedly promote to glorious dawn warlocks without any bottlenecks. Their probability of promoting to bright world warlocks and infinity warlocks is much higher than that of ordinary warlocks. It can be said that as long as Yang Feng is willing to spend a large amount of resources and nurture them carefully, Regina and Wu Meiying can be nurtured into infinity warlocks. Moreover, they will be pinnacle infinity warlocks who formed a small world inside them. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Okay, then from today on, you are one of my people. I will also let your parents off the hook and not attack them." Wu Meiying bowed and wept tears of joy. "Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty." All the Wu family members present wept tears of joy and saluted Yang Feng. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Wu Shanming, take that thing out." I want to meet the Heavenly Venerable of legend. The Heavenly Venerable of legend is still alive? Impossible. The Heavenly Venerable is already a figure of the mythological era. It has been hundreds of thousands of years since the mythological era. How can he still be alive? The demon ancestor wants to fight the Heavenly Venerable, then he really is a mythological steppe powerhouse. According to legend, above the martial sage realm is the mythological realm. I didn't expect that legend to be true, that there really is a mythological steppe powerhouse who can live forever. The Imperial Guard commanders stared at Yang Feng with a complicated look in their eyes. Many people glanced at Wu Meiying with jealousy in their eyes. Immortality, that is everyone's dream. However, in this world, no matter how much power and wealth a person has, they can live to 60+ years old at most. People who can live to 70+ years old are very rare. If the Heavenly Venerable exists, then he has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. A living legend of longevity has appeared in front of them. For Yang Feng to be able to oppose a mythological figure like the Heavenly Venerable, he is naturally a mythological steppe powerhouse of the same rank and possesses a secret method to live forever. Wu Meiying's beautiful eyes blossomed with an enigmatic look. Wu Shanming uttered, "Your Majesty, the demon ancestor, Sir Heavenly Venerable has destroyed the statue used to enter and exit the Heavenly Venerable's palace." Destroyed? It looks like I'll have to put in a little more effort. Yang Feng clapped his hands, and the void distorted, and void assassins flew out and landed in front of Wu Shanming and company. The void assassins grabbed Wu Meiying and the others from the Wu family, then roared their engines and flew into the distance. Murong Chang. Take your people and evacuate the Imperial Palace at once. This place is likely to be dangerous. Yang Feng faintly left behind a sentence, then took a step forward, his body blurred, and he disappeared from where he stood. Murong Chang ordered decisively, "Retreat. Brothers, retreat with me at once." As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the imperial study, his eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and the transcendent pupils suddenly appeared and looked around. Illuminated by the countless runes of the transcendent pupils, a twisted passageway appeared in the imperial study and extended towards a place of nothingness. Yang Feng tore open a huge hole in the twisted passageway, and then strode into the twisted passageway. The twisted passageway churned and rolled, looking like a twisted maze. If it was an ordinary warlock who entered such a maze, they would sink forever, unable to escape. Yang Feng's transcendent pupils shone brightly, and he stepped on the correct nodes one after another and walked towards the end of the maze. After a dozen+ breaths of time, a beautiful and magnificent palace appeared in front of Yang Feng. In the beautiful and magnificent palace, there sits a handsome middle-aged man dressed in a silver warlock robe. The handsome middle-aged man in a silver warlock robe took a deep look at Yang Feng and asked with a smile, "Are you a warlock?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "Yes, I am a human warlock from the Zhangji Plain." "Are you a Heavenly Venerable?" The Heavenly Venerable smiled and said, "Heavenly Venerable? That's just a name given by the ignorant aboriginals of this world. I am a rogue warlock from the Great Cloud Dynasty, the God's Eyes." The names of warlocks have a wonderful power. Some warlocks can even cast all kinds of wicked curses on the enemy through their name. Therefore, many warlocks like to hide their true names and call themselves by all kinds of strange nicknames. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "I am the supreme sword of the Great Cloud Dynasty's battle demon sect, as well as the demon ancestor of this world. God's Eyes, I'm curious, how can you live in this world for hundreds of thousands of years?" The eyes of the God's Eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered with a smile, "Everyone has their own secrets, and I am no exception. People don't like men who are poor at the root." Yang Feng uttered flatly, "I like this world very much. However, I don't want others to know about it." God's Eyes, what choice do you think I would make in this situation? The God's Eyes replied calmly, "According to the warlock style, of course it would be to cut weeds by the roots, eliminate all insiders, and take control of the world. Yang Feng stared at the god's eyes and uttered, "Smart. Now I'll give you two choices. The first is to become my subordinate and hand over all your secrets. The second is to die here. Which one do you choose?" "I choose the third one, and I'll kill you here." The god's eyes suddenly smiled brightly, and an extremely violent wave of power spread out from his body. 100 eyes appeared on his body, each of which radiated queer light and strengthened the power of his fleshly body. Chapter 8:21. In an instant, the god's eyes changed from an ordinary person to a fearsome god with infinite power, who can easily tear apart the void and move mountains and drain seas. Exuding an inhuman breath, he sent a palm barreling towards Yang Feng. The god's eye's control of power has reached an extremely terrifying level. With all his essence, qi, and spirit converged in the palm, not leaking a trace of power. Virtually as swift as a clap of thunder, the palm slammed into Yang Feng's fleshly body. Boom! Following an earth-shattering blare, the vast temple shattered and collapsed completely. 1,000 meters above the Tianluo city's royal palace, the void suddenly collapsed, the space cracked, and countless fragments of an idol fell to the ground like meteorites. From the space, a meteor flew out and slammed into the ground. Boom! Following an earth-shaking blare, a huge hole was blasted open in the ground, and countless rubble splashed in all directions. The handsome god's eyes, dressed in a silver warlock robe, with an immortal-like temperament, flew out of the hole, treaded on air, and looked coldly at the ground. Cangji Plains human warlocks have invaded countless planes, and they have mastered various axioms to analyze the plane origin will of various planes. Since this world can accommodate infinity warlocks, it is not a low-level ordinary plane. Since the god's eyes has stayed here for hundreds of thousands of years, he has naturally analyzed the laws of this world. Mu Rongqiang looked at the god's eyes in the sky, who is dressed in a silver warlock robe and has strange eyes on his body, and his heart filled with shock. That's the heavenly venerate of legend. Mu Baifeng looked at the god's eyes in the sky with shock. Heavenly venerate, that's the heavenly venerate. He actually exists. A mythical figure like the heavenly venerate. Heavenly venerate. That's the heavenly venerate. The god's eyes is an infinity warlock rank existence. Even though this world is very strange and the laws of heaven and earth are completely different from those of the Cangji plane, his sense of existence is still very strong, far surpassing that of ordinary beings. This is what an infinity warlock is. No matter where they go, they are still extremely powerful. They are existences at the top of the world food chain. Once the god's eye used its own power, that extraordinary and powerful presence could no longer be hidden. At a glance, people would understand that he is the only mythical heavenly venerable who can rival Yang Feng. A trace of fear welled up in Murongchang's heart, since that was a sky sovereign, then the person who was sent flying just now was the demon ancestor. What if the fiend ancestor is defeated? The Imperial Guard commanders who have just submitted to Yang Feng looked at the heavenly venerable standing proudly in the sky with shock and fear in their hearts. They are looking forward to Yang Feng turning the tables and defeating the heavenly venerable. Wu Shanming, who had been grabbed by the void assassin, looked at the heavenly venerate in the sky and then at his daughter, Wu Meiying, with a complicated feeling in his heart. If it was before, Wu Shanming would have hoped that the heavenly venerable would kill Yang Feng. But his most beloved daughter is about to become Yang Feng's woman. Once Wu Meiying is favored and gets the impartation of the secret method to live forever, the Wu family will achieve far greater achievements than before. And he himself is more likely to gain immortality. This filled his heart with complicated feelings. Wu Meiying stared in the direction where Yang Feng was sent flying with worry in her beautiful eyes. She is very worried that Yang Feng will be killed. In that case, it will be difficult for her to get the secret method to live forever from him. Do you only have this much strength? You're too weak. In the center of the falling meteorite, Yang Feng opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. Primal chaos runes appeared on his body. He operated the primal chaos imperishable body secret method, and his injuries healed completely. Astonishment flashed in the eyes of the god's eyes, and he roared exasperatedly, "How is this possible? The laws of heaven and earth of this world are completely different from those of the Zhangji plane. How can you recover so quickly?" The god's eye did not control his voice at all. Between the heavens and the earth, it was as if a sudden clap of thunder had exploded. Within a radius of 100 miles, the ears of countless commoners were blasted to the point that blood flowed out. Some of the weaker elders were even blasted to death by that sound. If it wasn't for the fact that the demonic energy of heaven and earth in this world was thin, the god's eye's roar would have killed millions of residents in Tianluo City. So strong. Is this a mythical steppe powerhouse? That's heaven-defying. Murong Chang, Mu Baifeng, and other martial arts experts bled from their ears, felt sharp pain in their heads, and stared at the god's eyes in the sky with shock in their eyes. To be able to kill martial arts experts more than a dozen kilometers away with a roar, this realm is far beyond the imagination of Murong Chang and them. It's very simple. The difference in strength between us is too great. There's a fundamental difference. Yang Feng smiled faintly and took a step forward. A blur appeared above the god's eyes, and a palm bearing the weight of a mountain barreled towards the god's eyes. The countless eyes on the god's eyes body opened, his hands radiated golden light, and he blocked with all his strength. Boom! When the god's eyes was hit by Yang Feng's palm, it issued a heaven-shaking blare, and the strange eyes on its body burst open. A copious amount of blood splashed about and fell to the ground, making a heaven-shaking blare. Murong Chang was dumbfounded, insta-killed? The heavenly venerable was insta-killed. Mu Baifeng was also dumbfounded, that's the heavenly venerable, one of the 3 tycoons of legends. He was insta-killed just like that. That's unreasonable. Wu Shanming looked at Yang Feng standing proudly in the sky and murmured, "The demon ancestor, is this the demon ancestor? He's so strong. I have nothing to say about losing to such a person." In all fairness, Wu Shanming can be called a wise monarch, and he hasn't made any mistakes in governance. The great Zhou Empire has been well governed by him. If it wasn't for Yang Feng's heaven-defying rise, the 7 demonic path sects wouldn't have been able to stir up any waves in the great Zhou Empire. But now that he ran into Yang Feng, he can only blame it on his bad luck. At that time, the 10th Princess Wu Mingxuang, who was only 13 or 14 years old, took a deep look at her elder sister next to her, and her eyes shimmered with jealousy. The demon ancestor is really strong. Damn it, why did he take a fancy to my elder sister instead of me? Although Wu Mingxuang is young, but she grew up in the imperial palace, which hides the most sinister and dark places in the world. She is far more mature than children of ordinary families. From Yang Feng's few words, she has already speculated that he wants to teach Wu Meiying a powerful secret method, which is why she is full of jealousy towards her elder sister. Yang Feng said flatly, "Dead? No. No matter how much the laws of heaven and earth have changed, an infinity warlock is an infinity warlock after all. They won't die that easily. God's eyes, there's no need to play dead, this trick doesn't work on me." The god's eyes issued a mad roar, "You forced me to do this. Damned Zenith Sword, since you forced me to this state, let's perish together." The fate algorithm inside Yang Feng suddenly throbbed violently, and a premonition of death welled up inside him. A dignified shade flashed in his eyes, the phantom ruler projection appeared behind him, and strange phantom ripples spread in all directions. Die. The god's eyes took out a white sword tip about 30 centimeters long. The white sword tip fragment is as white as jade. But if you look at it with a top-eye ability, you will see that the white sword tip is engraved with countless mysterious runes and exudes a flawless Empyrean-grade secret treasure aura that contains the truth of the universe. Eyes shot with blood, the god's eyes roared wildly and stimulated the power of the Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragment. The white sword tip flashed, and mysterious runes appeared on the blade. Every time a rune appeared, the breath of the god's eyes weakened by a fraction, and his body shriveled. After 3 breaths of time, the god's eyes has turned into a mummy. Die! The god's eyes pointed at Yang Feng and shouted sternly. The Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragment slashed the air, and a white thread flashed, and a huge crack appeared in the space. A huge ravine 100,000 kilometers long and 10 meters wide appeared out of thin air. Everything in the huge ravine has been wiped out, leaving no trace. Breathing heavily, a weak expression on his face, the god's eyes whispered, "Idiot, who asked you to go against me? Damn idiot, this strike consumed at least 100,000 years of my lifespan. This trash, I don't know how long I'll have to stay in this damn place to recover." So this is the power of an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, it's really powerful. Although it is far inferior to a true Empyrean-grade secret treasure, but it is indeed a rare secret treasure. To be able to mobilize the power of the Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragment with your Infinity Warlock rank strength, did you sacrifice your lifespan? Where did you get so much lifespan? An extremely calm voice suddenly rang out behind the god's eye. With a look of horror on his face, the god's eyes screamed, Didn't I kill you?" With the power of the God Slayer White Jade Sword, even if an avatar is hit, it will follow the avatar and slay the true body and avatars. How can you still be alive? Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Because you're slashing at the air. Throw the God Slayer White Jade Sword over." To his horror, the god's eyes found himself completely out of control, and threw the God Slayer White Jade Sword in front of Yang Feng. Chapter 822. Yang Feng pinched the God Slayer White Jade Sword fragment, and his eyes shimmered with admiration. So this is an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Unfortunately, it's just a fragment. Did you get this Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragment in this world? The god's eyes couldn't help but reply, "Yes. I got the God Slayer White Jade Sword in this world." Transparent threads extended from the phantom ruler and pierced into the god's eyes, causing the god's eyes to fall into a muddle-headed state, hovering between real and illusory, unable to control his body. Yang Feng asked, "What Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragments do the Demon Venerable and Dragon Emperor have?" The god's eyes answered, "They are all God Slayer White Jade Sword fragments. This world was originally a Grade 2 plane, slightly inferior to the 36 primary material planes. It has great evolutionary potential. An unknown Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse extracted the plane origin will of the entire plane to nourish the Empyrean-grade secret treasure God Slayer White Jade Sword, which is why this world has become so strange. The human Warlock Emperors of the 8 Warlock Emperors have conquered countless planes. However, there are also some Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses hidden in the countless planes. They hide in the darkness of history, seal themselves, and wait for the arrival of the eternal sovereign age. Only Eternals had eternal life, supreme and invincible power. Once someone promotes to an eternal sovereign, then countless planes in the universe will fall under their control. Even the invincible 8 Warlock Emperors can't withstand a single blow from an eternal sovereign. Yang Feng uttered flatly, as expected of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, "What a big move." He extracted the world origin force of a Grade 2 plane to nourish his secret treasure. However, something must have happened to the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten this treasure. The god's eyes uttered, "The God Slayer White Jade Sword no longer has its owner's soul brand. Clearly, its owner has died. Moreover, the time of this world has been distorted by the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. 10,000 years have passed in the outside world, but 10 million years have passed in this world. All the arrangements of the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse were obliterated by time, which is how we obtained the God Slayer White Jade Sword fragment. Holding the God Slayer White Jade Sword, Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with regret. Unfortunately, it is not an Empyrean-grade secret treasure that I forged myself. Even if it is completely repaired, I can at most exert 70% of the power of an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Every Emperor-grade secret treasure possessed spirituality. At the same time, they possessed world-shaking might. Unless it was an Emperor-grade secret treasure that he had personally refined and left his mark on it from the very beginning, he would not be able to bring out the peerless power of that Emperor-grade secret treasure. Otherwise, even if it is another Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse with an Empyrean-grade secret treasure forged by their predecessors, they can at most exert 80% of the power of the Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Except for the Dawn Lord, the other 8 Warlock Emperors all have Empyrean-grade secret treasures they forged themselves, which are the embodiment of their flawless grade essence core. The human 7 Warlock Emperors with their exclusive Empyrean-grade secret treasures were invincible emperors who swept through the world. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. However, I don't have to bite off more than I can chew. As long as I can get the complete Empyrean-grade secret treasure God Slayer White Jade Sword, I'll have another trump card. A complete Empyrean-grade secret treasure was enough to suppress a Warlock dynasty. The reason why the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western world's 3 dynasties are in a stalemate, and none of them can annex the other Warlock dynasty, is that the 4 forces have Empyrean-grade secret treasures as their underlying strength. Once the 4 Warlock dynasties go all out and sacrifice countless Warlocks to stimulate the power of Empyrean-grade secret treasures, they can even slay Warlock monarchs and seriously injure weaker Holy Spirit Warlocks. Because of this, although the Tsangji Plain is coveted by countless races, but it is still the world of human Warlocks. On one hand, it is because of the deterrence of the core world's human Warlock powerhouses. On the other hand, it is because the 4 Warlock dynasties are indeed very powerful. The reason why the Bright Moon Province, one of the 36 greater provinces, was seized by Yang Feng is because the Great Cloud Dynasty has to suppress countless planes, and its powerhouses are widely distributed. Moreover, after the Great Cloud Dynasty wiped out the 10 great sects, there was a power vacuum in many places, and its strength was greatly weakened. Coupled with the rebellion of several great families, the Great Cloud Dynasty had no choice but to compromise with Yang Feng's Undying Mountain. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he asked curiously, "God's eyes, you're just an ordinary infinity Warlock, how can you have a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years?" The God's eyes answered, "In the depths of this plane's core, there is an eternal God tree light of eternity. I once obtained a few light of eternity in the core world, which is why I have a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years." Yang Feng's breathing became rapid, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Light of eternity, it's the eternal God tree light of eternity that has a miraculous effect on tempering the fleshly body. Each eternal God tree has the ability to increase lifespan, enhance soul aptitude, soul force, and fleshly body. In addition, each eternal God tree has a different emphasis. The Navagraha Life-Death Fruit Tree focuses on the soul aptitude and lifespan of a Warlock. The Light of Eternity focuses on the lifespan and fleshly body of a Warlock. Among the 8 Warlock Emperors, only the Time Lord and the Taboo Lord have mastered the Light of Eternity Eternal God Tree. After the Taboo Lord perished, the Eternal God Tree, the Eternal Light, disappeared. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. If an eternal God tree can absorb enough resources, it will generally bear a fruit every 10,000 years. In a world with distorted space, if there are enough resources, it can bear an eternal God fruit every 10 years. If Yang Feng can harvest the Light of Eternity fruits continuously, his fleshly body will be promoted to an incredible realm. Moreover, taking the Light of Eternity fruits can greatly increase Yang Feng's lifespan and nourish his origin power. For Yang Feng, the light of eternity is more important than the God-Slayer white jade sword. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he said solemnly, "Take me to the place where the light of eternity is located." The location of the light of eternity is sealed by a world seal gate built by a warlock emperor rank powerhouse. Only by gathering 3 seal keys can you enter the world seal gate. At the time, I, the demon venerable, and the dragon emperor each seized a seal key. This is the key to the seal. The god's eyes spread the fingers of a hand, and a white key suddenly appeared and radiated resplendent light. Yang Feng grabbed the white key and sank into his thoughts. If I use a devourer, I can destroy the world seal gate by force. But if that happened, the eternal light might be able to escape from the world seal door. With my current strength, it's not very realistic to keep the eternal god tree. Eternal god trees are peerless treasures passed down from the age of eternals. Eternal god trees have no fighting strength. Even if an ordinary person approaches them, they can pluck fruits from them. However, they also have spirituality and formidable escape abilities. Unless it is a great holy step powerhouse, even ordinary Holy Spirit warlocks can't keep them here. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and he uttered unhurriedly, "In that case, whether I want to gather the God-Slayer white jade sword or get the eternal god tree the light of eternity, I need to get rid of the demon venerable and the dragon emperor." Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Then everything that happened today must be concealed. Otherwise, they won't be fooled." Fortunately, this is not the Zhangji plane. The phantom ruler distorts everyone's memories. The phantom ruler's figure suddenly appeared in the void, and its eyes opened strangely. Phantom ripples suddenly erupted and swept out in a radius of 1,000 miles. The demon ancestor destroyed the imperial palace just because His Majesty the Emperor disobeyed him. That's too savage. He single-handedly destroyed the entire Great Zhou Empire. In the places swept by the phantom ruler's fluctuations, the memories of the ordinary people were distorted. The memories of the ordinary people were distorted beyond recognition. Yang Feng uttered coldly, "God's eyes, submit to me or die, choose one." The phantom ruler's light dimmed, and the god's eyes recovered part of his will. The god's eyes flickered for a while, and then said respectfully, "I am willing to submit to you, sir." Yang Feng uttered with a cold smile, "Open your soul and let me set a soul brand." A crafty guy like the god's eyes is always thinking of rebelling against his master. If he doesn't set a soul brand, he will most likely rebel at any time. The god's eyes suddenly fell silent and exuded a gloomy aura. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "I have no less than 10 infinity warlocks as subordinates. If you want to die, god's eyes, I can fulfill your wish. Your infinity core and bones are also top alchemy materials." "I understand, my lord." The god's eyes sighed, and a soul projection suddenly emerged from him. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the true god Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. Countless rune chains flew out from the true god Empyrean imprint, stabbed into the soul projection of the god's eyes, and set up a soul brand in the depths of the god's eye's soul. When the true god Empyrean imprint disappeared, the god's eyes sensed that a fearsome brand appeared in the depths of his soul, and his heart shook at once. What an amazing method! Chapter 823. Qi Bor raised his head and said in a trembling voice, "Sir Demon Venerable, the demon ancestor has already led his troops into the prairie. Please stay and protect us, Sir Demon Venerable. We are your most devout believers." Those 500,000 cavalrymen were practically invincible in battle on the grasslands. Therefore, the Golden Tribe Imperial Court has always maintained a strategic offensive posture against the Great Zhou dynasty. The Great Chu Empire immediately replaced the Great Zhou Empire as one of the 3 great empires of this world. At this moment, a voice suddenly drifted in the tent. Everyone's eyes blurred, and a person appeared in the center of the tent. Now, one of the three most powerful true gods of legend is standing in front of everyone and frankly losing to the newly risen demon ancestor. This naturally filled the hearts of the Golden Tribe Imperial Court's aristocrats with shock. The eyes of the Golden Tribe Imperial Court's aristocrats filled with shock, and they commented spiritedly, their eyes flashing with incredulity. The Golden Tribe Imperial Court has countless means to deal with the elites of the Great Zhou Empire. But against Yang Feng, who can annihilate 20,000 elite cavalrymen in one move, no one is willing to throw away their lives. When the Golden Tribe Imperial Court's aristocrats saw this scene, their complexion changed greatly, and they shivered, not daring to say a word. Qi Bo's fate made them understand that in the eyes of the demon venerable, they are just ants that can be killed at will. They have no status. Yang Feng taking Wu Meiying as a consort can greatly appease the old ministers of the Great Zhou Empire, so that they won't panic. At the same time, it can make the government more smooth. Before long, the news that the Great Zhou Empire's Emperor Demon ancestor took Wu Meiying, the daughter of the Great Zhou Empire's Emperor Wu Shanming, as a consort spread throughout the Great Zhou Empire. When Bo Er saw the young man, he respectfully knelt on the ground and bowed to the young man. When the news reached the Golden Tribe Imperial Court, the entire Golden Tribe Imperial Court fell into a panic. After the evil god statue absorbed a large amount of blood, it opened its eyes, and a twisted vortex spread from its eyes, pierced into the void, and revealed a deeply hidden dark passage. I am the Heavenly Venerable. Every warlock emperor has opened up a very powerful world inside them. That world is extremely vast, powerful, and has countless life forms and resources. Although it is slightly inferior to the 36 primary material planes, it cannot give birth to a warlock emperor rank existence. The 20,000 elites of the Black Wolf tribe took the initiative to intercept the army commanded by Yang Feng, but were completely annihilated by Yang Feng in one move. When the news reached the Golden Tribe Royal Court, everyone fell silent. Qi Bo Er's eyes flashed with a wisp of light as he said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" All the nobles of the Golden Tribe Royal Court knelt on the ground and bowed to the young man respectfully. God's eyes said indifferently, "I came here this time to find Demon Exalts. Qi Bo Er, since you are this generation's heavenly Khan, you should have a way to summon the Demon Venerable. Go and summon the Demon Lord immediately. Tell him that I have been defeated by the Demon Lord. If we want to defeat Demon Alpha, none of the three of us can beat him. Only when the three of us work together can we suppress him." From the dark passage came a faint voice. It's unclear whether it's a man or a woman. Pokiriot's eyes flashed with derision, and he flicked his finger, and an air beam slammed into Qi Bo Er's head and blasted it apart. Red and white matter instantly covered the Golden Tribe Royal Court. What's going on? How did the Heavenly Venerable lose? Qi Bo Er cut his wrist, and a large amount of blood flowed out of his hand and entered the evil god statue. The eyes of God's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he said solemnly, "I alone am not his opponent. But if the three of us work together, we can suppress him. He also hides a great secret, that is, the whereabouts of the corpse of the Warlock Emperor who manipulates this world. If we can get this great secret, it won't be impossible for us to promote to Holy Spirit Warlocks in the future." There was complete silence in the Golden Tribe Royal Court. No one dared to speak. When the generals made eye contact with Qi Bo Er, they looked away, fear in their eyes. After all, the Great Zhou Empire's foundation is too shallow, and its development is too fast. Most of the officials in the Great Zhou Empire are officials of the Great Zhou Empire. Only in the center of the Great Zhou Empire are some officials from the Myriad Demons Temple. The three Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses stayed in this world for hundreds of thousands of years. On the one hand, it was to heal the soul injuries caused by the collision of the three Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragments. On the other hand, it was to find the location of the corpse of the fallen Warlock Emperor. Qi Bo Er's eyes flashed with awe, and he spoke more respectfully, so you are the mighty Heavenly Venerable. What brings you here? Heavenly Venerable. The Heavenly Venerable of legend, who is as famous as the Demon Venerable. With a flash of black light, a 2-meter tall, handsome young man with strange runes engraved on his face flew out of the dark passage. He exudes a wicked charm. When the old ministers of the great Zhou Empire heard this news, they felt a lot more at ease. The news that Yang Feng destroyed the great Zhou Empire's imperial palace by himself has reached the Golden Tribe Royal Court. The Golden Tribe Royal Court has already sent countless spies to infiltrate the great Zhou Empire, and all the spies returned with the same information. The ministers of the Golden Tribe Royal Court also started to doubt his words. An ant-like thing dares to make demands of me, you really overestimate yourself. If an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse can control a Warlock Emperor corpse and control the great world inside the corpse, it won't be a problem for them to promote to a Warlock Monarch. At the same time, there is a great possibility that they will spend tens of thousands of years to advance to a Holy Spirit Warlock. Qi Bo said slowly, our people have confirmed it. The 20,000 elite cavalrymen commanded by the great Chu Empire's emperor, the demon ancestor, have entered the grassland and destroyed 36 tribes. The 20,000 elites of the Black Wolf tribe were wiped out by the demon ancestor. If you have any good ideas, please don't hesitate to mention them. 5 days after Yang Feng married Wu Meiying, he announced that he would lead 20,000 cavalrymen to the Golden Tribe Royal Court in the grassland. I can help you. After the Great Zhou Empire's royal palace was destroyed, the Great Zhou Emperor immediately issued an imperial decree and ordered the remaining provinces of the Great Zhou Empire to surrender to Yang Feng's Great Chu Empire. Qi Bo responded respectfully and took out a statue of an evil god with a green face and fangs, a burly figure, and a pair of dragon wings on the back. God's eyes, it's you, you old fart. You came to me because your lifespan is about to run out. Do you want me to help you open the gate of the seal? Gazes full of shock and awe focused on the god's eyes. Heavenly Venerables are peerless powerhouses of legend who possess the strength to destroy a state by themselves. In the grassland, the strong are revered. Naturally, they are even more in awe of the god's eyes. The god's eyes said lightly, and wisps of transcendent rank might slowly diffused. Greetings, Demon Venerable. Before this, if the Great Zhou Empire dared to send 20,000 cavalrymen to attack the Golden Palace, they would definitely be wiped out by the Golden Palace's cavalrymen. But now, none of the cavalrymen dared to stand up and fight Yang Feng. The entire grassland is the Golden Palace's pasture. As long as the Golden Palace wants to, it can mobilize 500,000 cavalrymen in a very short time. No, this pressure, he should be a Heavenly Venerable on the same level as the Demon Venerable. Pokiriot said casually, let's go. Let's go find the old dragon. Yes. The Heavenly Venerable. In the Golden Palace, the Khan of Heaven Qi Bo is sitting on the throne. Knowing that the situation is hopeless, the provinces obeyed the imperial decree and surrendered to the Great Chu Empire. He's the Heavenly Venerable. The Celestial Master, the Demon Lord, and the Dragon Emperor were the three true gods in the most popular myths and legends in this world. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the three of them fought fiercely for the world, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack and the sun and moon to lose their light. There are traces of the battle left by the three terrifying existences everywhere. Pokiriot sneered, if you lost to him, then why are you looking for me? My strength is about the same as yours. Since that guy is an opponent you can't defeat, then I'm not his opponent either. The Demon Venerable is the belief of everyone in the Golden Palace. The aristocrats grew up listening to the legends of the Demon Venerable. Moreover, the way the Demon Venerable appeared is so strange and extraordinary. It is natural that the aristocrats are in awe of him. That ravine is 100,000 kilometers long. That ravine should be the trace left behind by the fight between the demon ancestor and the Heavenly Venerable. Below Qi Bo sat the important ministers and generals of the Golden Tribe Royal Court. Within the Golden Tribe Royal Court, there was an atmosphere of tension, fear, and even despair. The god's eyes said flatly, "Pokiriot, a warlock from the Tsangji Plain came to this world. He is a top infinity warlock and a body-tempering warlock. He has several complete holy grade secret treasures on him. I lost to him." What? The heavenly venerable lost? If the corpse of the warlock emperor fell into the hands of a top holy step warlock alchemist, they could even refine a complete Empyrean grade secret treasure. When the person suddenly appeared in the center of the tent, everyone's eyes were deeply attracted to him in an instant, as if he is the center of the universe. However, the world inside every warlock emperor rank powerhouse is a grade 2 plane that can give birth to holy spirit warlocks. It has countless resources and powerful life magic energy. In that case, I'll go with you to persuade the old dragon. Chapter 824. Pokiriot's figure suddenly blurred, and he disappeared from the Golden Canopy Imperial Court. The god's eyes abruptly disappeared from the Golden Canopy Imperial Court as well. Silence reigned in the Golden Canopy Imperial Court. The aristocrats looked at Qi Bo's corpse in the center of the Imperial Court in silence. Their eyes shimmered with an enigmatic light. The Golden Canopy Imperial Court was not the opponent of the Great Chu Empire's army commanded by Yang Feng to begin with. Now that the Gold Canopy Imperial Court's Khan of Heaven was crushed to death by the demon venerable they believed in like an ant, no one is in the mood to contend against Yang Feng. An aristocrat hesitated for a moment and asked, "What do we do now?" An aristocrat uttered with a cold smile, "The demon ancestor is a terrifying existence that even the demon venerable admits that he is inferior to. Since the demon venerable left, what else can we do? Surrender. The Great Zhou Empire surrenders to the demon ancestor, but it's just a change of name. It's still the same people who rule the Great Zhou Empire." That's right. As long as we have people by the demon ancestor's side, then there won't be a problem. With the veil of concealment exposed, the aristocrats of the Golden Canopy Imperial Court began to discuss the matter of surrender without the slightest scruple. Since the demon venerable of legend is not the demon ancestor's opponent, ordinary people like them have no psychological obstacles in surrendering. An aristocrat said to Zakuburo of the left, "Zakuburo, your daughter Kaina is the most beautiful woman in the Golden Canopy Imperial Court. Wild geese flying in the sky and wild wolves running on the prairie will fall head over heels for her beauty. If she can gain the favor of the demon ancestor, then we will have a foothold." Gazes full of peculiarities focused on Zakuburo of the Golden Canopy Imperial Court. Kaina is recognized as the #1 beauty of the younger generation in the Golden Canopy Imperial Court. Even Khan of Heaven Qi Bo, who is interested in her, hinted to Zakuburo several times. However, Zakuburo of the left, who is very distressed for his precious daughter, pretended not to understand Khan of Heaven Qi Bo's hints and let Kaina escape. Zakuburo keenly sensed danger and killing intent from the strange gazes around him. If he did not agree, countless hidden enemies would pounce on him and use this excuse to kill him and divide up his grassland, slaves, and herdsmen. Zakuburo said decisively, "All right. I am willing to offer my daughter, Kaina, to the demon ancestor." More than a dozen gazes surged with a trace of disappointment and apprehension. Once Zakuburo's daughter became the demon ancestor's personal pet, no one would dare to provoke Zakuburo again. The Khan of Heaven Chiber would not dare to attack an important minister of the Golden Tribe Royal Court like Zakuburo because of various scruples. Demon Ancestor, Celestial Venerables, and Demon Venerables were god-fiend powerhouses who didn't see the nobles as human beings. They would kill them at will. Such existences made the nobles of the grasslands extremely fearful. The Azure Sea region was the world's largest sea region. The Sea Dragon Empire was located in the Azure Sea region. It was an empire formed by 3 large islands and hundreds of thousands of islands floating in the sea. 2 black lights descended from the sky and instantly flew towards the Golden Dragon Island, one of the 3 big islands. What's that? 2 people, they're actually 2 people flying in the sky. How is this possible? Even a sea-treading martial sage can jump 20 zhang at most. They can't fly in the sky. Who are those 2 people? In front of the Sea Dragon Empire's imperial palace on the Golden Dragon Island, the imperial guards looked at the 2 experts flying in the sky, stunned and full of fear. Demon Venerable Pokiriot looked at the imperial guards of the Sea Dragon Empire and said with a cold smile, "The Demon Venerable has arrived. Sea Dragon Empire's emperor, hurry up and come out to greet him." A burst of weird laughter instantly enveloped the entire Sea Dragon Empire's imperial palace. The bodies of the imperial guards who were patrolling the city walls exploded one by one. In an instant, thousands of imperial guards had fallen, becoming corpses one by one. The strange death spread towards the imperial palace, plunging the people in the imperial palace into chaos and despair. Screams of horror rang out incessantly. The god's eyes, on the other hand, looked down with an indifferent expression on his face. The god's eyes, who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, has become indifferent to life and death. At the same time, the number of people who have died at his hands is more than 10 million. In his eyes, the residents of this world were all like ants, so killing them was not a big deal. Only the top forces such as the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western world's 3 dynasties can formulate strict laws to protect ordinary people. Ordinary people are the foundation of warlocks. Countless pinnacle infinity warlocks, warlock monarchs, Holy Spirit warlocks, and even warlock emperors are born from ordinary people. If there are no restrictions, an infinity warlock can kill countless ordinary people in the Great Cloud Dynasty within a year and refine them into monarch-grade soul stones or even holy-grade soul stones. In this way, although there will be one more warlock monarch rank powerhouse, but the existence of the entire human race will be seriously threatened. Therefore, the restrictions on warlocks in the Zhangji Plain are extremely strict. However, in this small world without a master, there are many infinity warlocks like the Demon Venerable Pokiriot who don't regard ordinary people as people. Chui Wuheng, the Emperor of the Sea Dragon Empire, greets Sir Demon Venerable. Please show mercy and spare the lives of my subordinates, Sir Demon Venerable. A middle-aged man in an imperial robe with an extraordinary bearing strode over under the protection of dozens of royal guards. In fact, the Great Zhou Empire's Emperor Wu Shanming, the Golden Canopy Imperial Court's Khan of Heaven Qi Bor, and the Sea Dragon Empire's Emperor Chui Wuheng can all be regarded as wise monarchs. Unfortunately, in this era of transcendence and transcendence, wise monarchs are powerless to reverse the situation. They can only kneel before transcendence and transcendence. The Demon Venerable Pokiriot said with a ferocious smile, "Chui Wuheng, summon the Dragon Emperor and call out that damned old dragon. Otherwise, I will join forces with the Heavenly Venerable and kill everyone in the Sea Dragon Empire. Leave no one alive." A peerlessly terrifying aura emanated from the Celestial Lord's eyes body. The 2 terrifying auras of the Celestial Demon Realm pressed down on the bodies of the mortals below like Mount Tai, making it difficult for everyone to breathe and even look at them directly. Is this the strength of the legendary Heavenly Venerable and Demon Venerable? Myth-rank powerhouses are really despairing. Chui Wuheng looked at the Demon Venerable and the Heavenly Venerable in the sky and sighed slightly, then took out an ordinary bead, cut his wrist, and a large amount of blood poured into the bead. The bead suddenly floated in the air and continued to expand, opening up to reveal a bottomless cave. Strands of terrifying dragon chi emanated from the cave, pressuring the mortals within 100 meters to the point that they could not breathe. A cold voice came from the cave, "God's Eye, Pokiriot, have the 2 of you joined hands?" The Demon Venerable's eyes shimmered with a wicked light, and he said in a tempting tone, "That's right. An infinity warlock who calls himself the demon ancestor came to this world and defeated the god's eyes. That guy has the whereabouts of the corpse of the god slayer White Jade Sword's master. How about it, are you interested in joining forces with us to kill that guy? The light of eternity has matured. As long as the three of us join forces and kill that guy, we can make up for the lifespan consumed with the light of eternity. If we can get that Warlock Emperor's corpse, the three of us can promote to Warlock Monarch rank existences. In the future, when we return to the Tsangji Plain, it won't be an issue to establish a Warlock dynasty. If the three Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses have an Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragment in their hands and advance steadily, they may really overthrow the Great Cloud dynasty and establish a new Warlock dynasty. Okay, I'll join you. A purple figure flew out of the hole, and a tall, handsome young man with 2 dragon horns on his head, who looks to be only 15 or 16 years old, appeared in front of everyone. Shui Wuheng took a deep look at the young man, and his eyes shimmered with astonishment. That's the Dragon Emperor, so young. As expected of an immortal legend. Are you guys discussing how to ambush me? A flat voice suddenly came from the side. The void distorted, and Yang Feng slowly walked out of the void and looked at the Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor with an enigmatic smile. Demon Ancestor. The complexion of the Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor suddenly changed dramatically, and they retreated briskly and looked at Yang Feng with apprehension. The Demon Venerable's gaze fell on the god's eyes and he asked coldly, "God's eyes, did you betray us?" Standing aside, the god's eyes uttered indifferently, "Master's cultivation base is heaven-defying. You should surrender to him." "You want me to surrender?" The Demon Venerable smiled coldly and flicked his wrist, and a fragment of the White Jade God Slayer sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Wisps of Empyrean might spread from the fragment. The Dragon Emperor extended his hand, and a fragment of the White Jade God Slayer sword with only the hilt and a small part of the blade appeared in his hand. The Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor are both experienced infinity warlocks. Each of them has extremely rich combat experience. Since the god's eyes betrayed them, they instinctively felt that something is amiss. Yang Feng clapped his hands and laughed, "What a fast reaction. Unfortunately, you're a step too slow. Otherwise, since you have an Empyrean-grade secret treasure fragment, even if I wanted to deal with you, I would have to pay a great price. Hand over the White Jade God Slayer sword fragment and the keys in your hands." The transparent threads hidden behind the Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor suddenly became obvious. Involuntarily, the Demon Venerable and the Dragon Emperor threw the White Jade God Slayer sword fragment and the 2 jade-like keys towards Yang Feng with a look of horror on their faces. Chapter 825. The god's eyes looked at the flickering phantom ruler with astonishment in his eyes. What a powerful secret treasure. This is definitely a terrifying secret treasure at the pinnacle of illusions. Infinity warlocks are top powerhouses in this world and are proficient in countless secret methods. It is easy to defeat them, but very difficult to kill them, and even more difficult to control them with illusions. For the Phantom Ruler to be able to control powerhouses like the God's Eyes, the Demon Venerable, and the Dragon Emperor is simply heaven-defying. With a wave of his hand, Yang Feng grabbed the 3 keys and sealed them into 3 boxes, and then pinched the 3 parts of the God Slayer White Jade sword together. With a flick of his finger, white light flashed, and the God Slayer White Jade sword was pinched together and turned into a perfect blade. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of regret. Unfortunately, even if its surface can be repaired, but its internal injuries show no signs of healing. This Empyrean-grade secret treasure still needs the plain origin force of this world to be fully repaired. Empyrean-grade secret treasures are extraordinarily powerful. Each Empyrean-grade secret treasure possesses world-shaking power and is extremely hard. Once an Empyrean-grade secret treasure is fully formed, it must be a Warlock Emperor rank existence or the master who refined it. Otherwise, even a great holy step existence cannot destroy an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. However, once an Empyrean-grade secret treasure is severely damaged, it will be extremely difficult for it to recover. The God-Slayer White Jade Sword was broken into several pieces, and its spirituality extinguished. With such a serious injury, even a Warlock Emperor rank existence can only extract the plane origin force of a Grade 2 plane to heal it. Yang Feng sealed the God-Slayer White Jade Sword in a jade box, looked at the two Infinity Warlocks with an enigmatic smile, and said, "Demon Venerable, Dragon Emperor, do you too submit to me, or die?" The Demon Venerable uttered with an unruly smile, "If you want me to submit to you, then wait until you reach the Holy Spirit Warlock rank. Then go to hell." Yang Feng appeared in front of the Demon Venerable with a step, stabbed a finger into the Demon Venerable's forehead, and dug, and the Demon Venerable's infinity core flew into his hand. A look of horror on his face, the Demon Venerable didn't expect Yang Feng to kill him, an Infinity Warlock, without hesitation. It should be noted that an Infinity Warlock is the highest realm expert in the Zhangji plane. Any Infinity Warlock can increase the strength of a major force by leaps and bounds. When the Dragon Emperor saw this, he said decisively, "Cui Yi is willing to serve you, please take me in." Yang Feng said coldly, "Release your soul." The Dragon Emperor gritted his teeth, and a dragon-shaped soul projection suddenly appeared. With a flick of Yang Feng's finger, the true God Empyrean imprint suddenly appeared, and countless black rune chains stabbed into the dragon-shaped soul projection like a tide and engraved mysterious runes on it. Yang Feng said lightly, "Take me to the place where the light of eternity is sealed." God's Eye replied respectfully, "Yes, Master." With a sway of their figures, the three of them turned into three beams of light and flew into the distance. The Demon Ancestor. Cui Wuheng looked at the back of Yang Feng's group of three and sighed, looking like he has aged by dozens of years. Faced with the Demon Ancestor, the legendary Dragon Emperor was subdued without a single move. Cui Wuheng, who originally had no confidence in the Great Chu Empire to contend against the Demon Ancestor, felt even more despair now. The God's Eyes group of three flew in the sky for a while, and then finally plunged into the deepest part of the sea and entered a maelstrom. The maelstrom is filled with terrifying power that can crush everything. Even if it is a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse, once they fall into the maelstrom, they will be shredded to pieces by the power of the maelstrom. Yang Feng's group of three are all Infinity Warlocks. Even though more than 99% of their life magic energy has been weakened by this strange world, but the remaining power of their fleshly body is still terrifying. The maelstrom's power cannot harm Yang Feng's group of three. Yang Feng's group of three snuck down along the maelstrom for about 40,000 kilometers, when a bronze gate suddenly appeared and blocked in front of them. The bronze door was condensed from countless strange seals, and it was extremely powerful. It hovered between reality and illusion, and it emanated a desolate, mighty, and bottomless terrifying aura. Yang Feng stared at the bronze gate with admiration in his eyes. As expected of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, they made perfect use of the world's origin force. The most powerful force in the world is the power of time. Even if it is the power of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, they can only exist for a few million years at most. Furthermore, they will weaken with time, and eventually be completely obliterated. However, the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse used a secret method, used his power as a seed, and used the plane's origin force as a source of power to create a sealed gate. Even after who knows how many tens of thousands of years have passed, the bronze gate is still extremely powerful. Even if it is a Holy Spirit Warlock, it will be difficult to break the bronze gate. After all, the bronze gate is linked to the whole world. Only a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse can blast through the bronze gate with absolute power. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and three keys inserted into the bronze gate. Crack! Crack! An ancient, ear-piercing sound of the door opening came from the bronze gate, and a surge of world energy spread out from the bronze gate. When ordinary glorious sun warlocks are hit by the surging world force, they will be eroded by the world force and reduced to puppets of the world will, which will destroy the seal set up by the warlock emperor at all costs. However, Yang Feng's group of 3 are infinity warlocks with extremely firm minds. As such, the powerful world force cannot hurt them at all. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the bronze gate, he saw a 1,000-meter-tall eternal god tree light of eternity with 36 branches, each of which carries a cluster of light. The 36 clusters of light on the 36 branches of the eternal divine spell light of eternity are the fruits of light of eternity. It takes 10,000 years for a fruit of light of eternity to be born and to absorb countless resources. A fruit of light of eternity can increase a warlock's lifespan by 50,000 years, greatly enhance the strength of the fleshly body, and slightly enhance the soul force and soul aptitude of the warlock. Next to the eternal god tree light of eternity, there is a white pool of milky white spring water formed from world force. Yang Feng raised his hand, and the god slayer white jade sword turned into a stream of light and entered the milky white spring water. As if it has a life of its own, the milky white spring water entered the god slayer white jade sword and nourished the Empyrean grade secret treasure. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and 36 jade boxes flew out and landed on the 36 fruits of light of eternity. The light of eternity shook slightly, and the fruits fell into the 36 jade boxes. Thank you. After thanking the light of eternity, Yang Feng turned around and left the world core with the 2 powerhouses, the Heavenly Venerable and the Dragon Emperor. This world belongs to me now. I can start to nurture my wings and improve my cultivation base here. As soon as Yang Feng stepped out of the world core, he looked into the distance, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. The world-shaking tribulation that will affect the entire universe is about to arrive. Yang Feng has too little time. The time difference between this world and the outside world is 1,000 times, which can make his foundation more profound in a short period of time. At the same time, he can mend his foundation. A dozen days later, the Gold Canopy Imperial Court announced its submission to the Great Chu Empire and became a part of the empire. Not long after, the Sea Dragon Empire also announced its submission to the Great Chu Empire and became a part of the empire. The whole world was unified by Yang Feng and firmly under his control. The countless battle robots also entered this world through various teleportation gates and began to carry out various construction projects, secretly modifying this world. Yang Feng took out all the huge resources he plundered from the Zhangji Plain and other plains and established an extraordinary holy land suitable for cultivation in this world. Wu Meiying, Xiaomeng Luo, Qinghe Ziwei, Qian Jieyu, Ha Yaina, Regina, and other beautiful girls with outstanding soul aptitude collected by Yang Feng entered this extraordinary holy land to practice cultivation. Yang Feng's true body, in the deepest part of the extraordinary holy land, consumed the light of eternity fruits and practiced the primal chaos imperishable body, and began to comprehend various mysterious laws. Time elapsed. 1 year passed in the Zhangji Plain, while 1,000 years passed in the strange world. In a secret room, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. There is already magic crystal dust around him, and advanced infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power slowly diffused from him. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows, and an enigmatic glint flashed in his eyes. There are not enough resources. At this rate, I'll have to practice cultivation for another 100 years at most before all the resources I have accumulated will be consumed. Yang Feng has obtained countless resources over the years. But the resources he needs to consume to practice cultivation is an astronomical figure. Wu Meiying, Xiaomeng Luo, Qinghe Ziwei, Qian Jieyu, Ha Yaina, and Regina are all geniuses. With Yang Feng's help, they implanted a small world in the great warlock realm and became monstrous geniuses. However, their consumption is also extremely huge, far greater than that of ordinary warlocks. In such a situation, only 1,000 years have passed, yet the resources Yang Feng plundered along the way have been almost completely consumed. Chapter 826. However, in the past 1,000 years, Wu Meiying and Regina, who are peerless geniuses with intermediate level 8 soul aptitude, have cultivated to the pinnacle bright world warlock realm, only one step away from advancing to the infinity warlock realm. Qinghe Ziwei and Xiao Mengluo, on the other hand, are only glorious dawn warlocks. The myriad flowers temples 10 flowers and Kaina have only cultivated to the moonlight warlock realm. The influence of soul aptitude on warlock cultivation has been vividly reflected in the past 1,000 years. During the past 1,000 years, Yang Feng consolidated his foundation, perfected his essence of devour, and laid a solid foundation for advancing to a higher realm. The Zhangji Plain, a certain leaf-floating continent, in a large underground laboratory. Yang Feng stepped into the large underground laboratory, and Beskia followed behind him. The machinery in the large underground laboratory squirmed, and an ice coffin suddenly rose from the deepest part and opened, revealing the peerless beauty Agnipe, the commander of the First Legion subordinated to Poidal. Runes flickered, mist rose, and the runes restricting Agnipe were unraveled one by one. She slowly opened her eyes and stared coldly at Yang Feng with killing intent in her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng asked with a smile, "How is it? How does it feel to struggle in endless darkness?" Although sealed in the ice coffin, Agnipe didn't fall asleep. Instead, she fell into eternal darkness and struggled. Although this kind of torture doesn't harm the body, but it is extremely cruel. Even moonlight warlock rank powerhouses can hardly resist this kind of torture. There was a flash of unswerving determination in Agnipe's beautiful eyes, and she said calmly, "Even if another 10,000 years pass, my decision won't change." "Good. Come out. Let me see how powerful a legendary Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse is." Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and the runes on Agnipe collapsed at once. At the same time, a tremendous amount of dark force poured into the area through channels. With a single breath, Agnipe's body turned into an endless black hole, absorbing all of the incomparably large amount of dark energy into her body. Within a dozen plus breaths of time, Agnipe absorbed a tremendous amount of dark force and restored her Supreme Infinity Warlock rank strength. Agnipe looked deeply at Beskia and coldly said, "Beskia, you actually submitted to him. What did he offer?" Beskia smiled sweetly and said, "Sister Agnipe, I promised to serve him for 3,000 years. After 3,000 years, he will return me my freedom. So, sister, if you want to escape from this place, then I advise you to give up on this plan." Angels were the gods' most loyal weapons of war. The fallen angel with a master was also the most loyal war weapon in the endless abyss. Although Beskia had a very good relationship with Agnipe at the beginning, but now that she has recognized Yang Feng as her master, she won't hesitate to confront Agnipe. Agnipe stared at Yang Feng with scorching fighting spirit in her beautiful eyes. "So, are we going to fight here? The construction of this laboratory consumed a lot of resources. Let's go out and fight." Yang Feng's words had just fallen, when the huge laboratory suddenly cracked open, revealing a passage leading to the sky. With a flash of black light, Agnipe flew out of the laboratory. Yang Feng also turned into a stream of light and flew out of the passage. Agnipe extended her hand, and fearsome dark force instantly condensed in her hand and formed a 3-meter-long fallen angel sword burning with fallen angel fire, and an extremely fearsome aura spread from her. "If you don't want to die, try your best to take my sword strike." Agnipe's beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and she slashed out with her sword, and a sword ray containing twisted dark force slashed towards Yang Feng. The sword ray containing twisting dark force can seriously injure an ordinary junior Infinity Warlock rank human Warlock rank powerhouse. Yang Feng extended his hand and operated the essence of Devour, and a black hole appeared in his right hand and swallowed the black sword ray. In an instant, the black sword light was swallowed by the terrifying black hole and disappeared. Amazing, this is a Supreme Infinity Warlock? How fearsome! Yang Feng looked at his right hand with a dignified shade in his eyes. A bloody line appeared on his right hand, and drops of blood dripped from the wound. Strengthened by the light of eternity and the primal chaos imperishable body, Ong Feng's fleshly body is already very strong, and his recovery ability is also terrifyingly strong, far surpassing that of powerhouses of the same rank. For Agnipe to be able to injure Yang Feng with a single sword strike, Yang Feng experienced the tyrannical power and terror of a supreme infinity warlock. It seems that I have to be a little more serious in order to truly subdue you. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he operated the Battle Demon secret method. The Battle Demon armor instantly enveloped him, and advanced Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power slowly diffused from him. Advanced Infinity Warlock? How is this possible? How can your cultivation speed be so fast? Agnipe's beautiful eyes flashed with shock. Her beautiful eyes were filled with seriousness. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of Agnipe. He spread his right hand, and a huge black hole more than 10 times stronger than the previous one suddenly appeared and pressed towards Agnipe. Agnipe suddenly retreated briskly, turned into more than 20 afterimages, and slashed out one powerful, distorted sword ray after another slashing towards Yang Feng from incredible angles. A devour black moon suddenly rose from behind Yang Feng and, like a monster capable of devouring the world, frantically devoured all power. The sword ray containing dark force that Agnipe slashed out with was completely devoured by the devour black moon, unable to harm Yang Feng in the slightest. Agnipe's martial arts have gone through tens of thousands of years of actual combat and have been thoroughly tempered. She is even not inferior to the Feisua Plain Sea Goddess of War Basana, who has the divine authority of the martial god. But in front of the devour black moon, she is like a mouse trying to pull a turtle. Beskia looked at the devour black moon with a dignified look in her beautiful eyes. Amazing. When did Yang Feng grow up to this point? What a monster. Although Beskia has submitted to Yang Feng, but deep down, she still looks down on him, believing that he is just an ambitious and ruthless person who takes advantage of others' difficulties. But now, Yang Feng, whom Beskia somewhat looked down on, has grown into an existence that can rival her in such a short period of time. She was quite moved at once. Agnipe slashed out 1,000 times in a row, but still couldn't break the devour black moon. Her beautiful eyes became more and more dignified. Suddenly, Agnipe stopped in midair, took a deep breath, and then slashed out 1,000 times in an instant. The 1,000 swords combined into one and formed a 100-meter-long, extremely sharp black sword ray that slashed towards Yang Feng with devastating power. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng extended a hand and spread the fingers of a hand, and the devour black moon suddenly shrunk by a size, and its defensive power increased tenfold. When the black sword ray slashed into the devour black moon, it chopped the devour black moon into two and split the battle demon armor on Yang Feng's right hand, revealing a bone-deep wound. You lost. From the black sword ray, Agnipe strangely teleported out and mercilessly stabbed her sword at Yang Feng's forehead with frigid killing intent. Wrong. You're the one who lost. Yang Feng suddenly showed a strange smile. Through the world ring, he frantically extracted world force from the 9 small worlds inside him and unleashed a primal chaos annihilation fist that slammed into Agnipe's abdomen in an instant. A mist of blood erupted, and Agnipe's abdomen burst open, and she flew away like a broken rag doll. Loftily in the sky, world force revolved around Yang Feng, looking like an invincible god, looking down at Agnipe. A copious amount of dark force gushed out of Agnipe and quickly repaired her broken body. Agnipe's figure fluttered, and a dozen plus afterimages suddenly appeared. At the same time, her figure blurred, and she appeared above Yang Feng and stabbed at him with her sword. It's no use. Yang Feng chuckled and slammed a fist into Agnipe's fallen angel sword. The force of the 9 small worlds erupted and instantly shattered the fallen angel sword, and then slammed into Agnipe. Agnipe spewed out a large mouthful of blood, fell to the ground, and blasted open a huge hole. Yang Feng took a step, appeared in front of Agnipe, and pointed a finger at Agnipe's forehead. Countless black runes poured into Agnipe like a tide and sealed her completely. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "According to our agreement, you should become my subordinate, right?" "Yes, my lord." A complicated look flashed in Agnipe's eyes. She sighed slightly, and a soul shadow suddenly appeared. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the true god Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out, and countless rune chains entered Agnipe's soul projection and branded his soul brand inside. Yang Feng removed the runes on Agnipe and asked Agnipe curiously, "Agnipe, compared to the warlock monarchs you besieged at the time, who is stronger?" Agnipe answered, "The warlock monarchs we besieged at the time were all seriously injured, and they were comparable to you in strength." Chapter 827. Yang Feng's eyes flashed. "The strength of a seriously injured warlock monarch rank powerhouse is comparable to mine. Warlock monarch rank powerhouses are really formidable. Yang Feng's main secret method is the Empyrean grade secret treasure primal chaos imperishable body created by the Taboo Lord. He has established 9 small worlds inside him, each of which consumed countless resources. Furthermore, even after strengthening his body with the 36 fruits of the eternal god tree, yet he is still only comparable to a seriously injured warlock monarch rank powerhouse in strength. From this, it can be seen how terrifying warlock monarch rank powerhouses are. On the branch floating continent, in a luxurious palace, Yang Feng is sitting on a sofa. Eunice, who was dressed in professional attire and looked extremely beautiful, was holding a stack of documents and reporting to him. In the past year, the resources obtained from these continents are more than 10 times that of my other territories. However, it's still a drop in the bucket for my practice of cultivation. In addition to soul aptitude and secret methods, what restricts a warlock from becoming stronger is resources." Yang Feng flicked the armrest with his finger, frowned slightly, and sank into his thoughts. Originally, with Yang Feng's wealth, the resources produced in his territories are more than enough for his practice of cultivation. However, the time ratio between the strange world and the Zhangji plain is 1001. Furthermore, a lot of resources are needed to cultivate geniuses like Wu Meiying and Regina. This consumption is naturally terrifying. Even though Yang Feng is extremely wealthy, he still can't bear it. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with enigmatic light. Most of the Zhangji plain's forces can't be touched lightly. It seems that I can only go look for the Black Emperor's treasure trove. I hope the resources won't let me down. With a flash of light, Yu Yan appeared in front of Yang Feng. Yu Yan saluted Yang Feng and uttered respectfully, "Greetings, Lord." Yang Feng looked straight at Yu Yan and uttered unhurriedly, "I want the Black Emperor's treasure trove." Yu Yan looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic smile and uttered, "Lord, didn't you say that I'm more valuable than the Black Emperor's treasure trove?" "Yes, you are indeed more valuable than the Black Emperor's treasure trove. That's why I chose you. However, I'm determined to get the Black Emperor's treasure trove. This is for you." Yang Feng smiled and flicked his finger, and a jade box flew towards Yu Yan. As soon as Yu Yan opened the jade box, boundless light blossomed from the jade box, and strands of extremely fresh aura reverberated in this area. Yu Yan took a closer look, and her delicate body trembled slightly. She cried out involuntarily, "Could this be the legendary divine artifact, Eternal Light?" Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "That's right. With the light of eternity, your sister Yu Tianling can break through the bottleneck and advance to an infinity warlock in one fell swoop. In the future, there will be a higher chance of survival in the Great Calamity. Yu Tianling, who has Fenghuang bloodline, has long since reached the pinnacle bright world warlock realm. Unfortunately, like many geniuses, she is trapped in this realm, unable to make any progress. If Yu Tianling gets a light of eternity, she will be able to break through the bottleneck and advance to an infinity warlock. Thank you, my lord. This is all the information on the Black Emperor's treasure trove. Yu Yan's beautiful eyes shimmered with a dignified shade, and she pointed with her lily-white hand, and a ball of light suddenly flew towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng pointed with a finger on the ball of light, and it immediately collapsed and turned into a stream of information that entered his mind. Yang Feng frowned slightly. No wonder Yu Yan didn't go looking for the Black Emperor's treasure trove. It turns out that the treasure trove is in the core world. The Zhangji Plain's core world was also a part of the Zhangji Plain in ancient times. In the Archgod era, the Zhangji Plain was much larger than it is now. In order to contend against the innately powerful archgods who dominated the world, the Time Lord ordered the many treasures Great Holy to use the corpse of a warlock emperor rank existence as the core to refine a world for the resistance army to live in. That world is the embryonic form of the core world. In the eras of the 8 warlock dynasties, each warlock emperor invested a lot of resources to build the core world and turned it into the last stronghold of human warlocks. After the second warlock emperor Taboo Lord buried the heart of a strange life form in the center of the core world began to attach itself to the Zhangji Plain and expand continuously, swallowing many places of the Zhangji Plain. Over time, the core world has now become a treasure land with the densest life force in the Zhangji Plain and the essence of human warlocks gathered in it. Over time, the core world has now become a treasure land with the densest life magic energy in the Zhangji Plain and the essence of human warlocks. In the core world, only human warlocks exist. The other races are slaves, experimental subjects, servants, and soldiers of human warlocks. Without the protection of humans, other races can only wait for them to be wiped out. Once a human warlock is controlled by another race, then both the human warlock and the other race warlock will be destroyed and annihilated, leaving no survivors. As the final stronghold of human warlocks, the core world is attached to the Zhangji Plain. But it is a strange world that is constantly moving and located in an alternate space. Only warlocks who come from the core world can easily enter and exit the core world, while it is very difficult for human warlocks from the outside to enter the core world. Just determining the location of the core world is very difficult. It should be noted that even warlock emperor rank archgods weren't able to find the core world. Yu Yan obtained the location of the Black Emperor's treasure trove during a fortuitous encounter. But since the treasure trove is in the core world, she can't do anything about it. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. To enter the core world, you must have a referral from someone from the core world. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared at the edge of the heaven and earth spirit root branch floating continent occupied by the Star Dynasty and said loudly, "I, Undying Mountains Lei Ming of the Golem Dynasty, request an audience with the mighty Star Monarch." The Time Monarch, the Taboo Monarch, the Transcendent Monarch, the Star Monarch, the Death Monarch, and the Magic Note Monarch, these 6 warlock monarch rank powerhouses are the rulers of the 6 warlock dynasties. Following in the footsteps of the core world's human warlocks, their reputation has spread throughout the Zhangji Plain. Among the 8 warlock emperors, the Time Lord and the Star Lord are more rational and won't kill people lightly. Compared to killing people, they prefer to make friends. Only when dealing with enemies will they kill without hesitation. After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Feng chose the Star Monarch to request an audience with. Rays of dazzling starlight extended from the branch floating continent and formed a bridge of stars. There are flowers of stars floating on the bridge of stars, and warlocks of the Star Dynasty dressed in warlock robes embroidered with the sun, moon, and stars appeared on the bridge of stars. Surrounded by a dozen plus warlocks from the Star Dynasty, a beautiful woman with a mask of the sun and moon, long hair like a black waterfall, a figure of golden proportions, and countless starlight shrouding her every movement, like a beautiful goddess walking in the starlight, walked over. Undying Mountains Lei Ming? Interesting, I am the Star Dynasty's Star Heavenly Maiden. Lei Ming, if you want to request an audience with the Star Monarch, then let me see what you're capable of." The Star Heavenly Maiden smiled sweetly, and advanced Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power erupted. She pointed with a finger, and starlight formed ribbons. The ribbons suddenly turned into starlight locks that shot towards Yang Feng. The Star Thread Cloud Lock was the name of this spell, and it was also an extremely powerful killing technique recorded in the Star Codex. The chains of starlight were constructed from the purest starlight energy and the laws of the stars. They contained powerful purifying and sealing powers. The Starlight Thread Cloud Lock was not afraid of swords and sabers, nor was it afraid of wind, fire, or lightning. It could be both hard and soft, a combination of hard and soft. In the past, the Star Cloud Locks defeated countless powerful warlocks in the hands of the Star Lord's Empress. What a powerful cloud strand of stellar threads! If this was 3 years ago, I would have no choice but to surrender to this technique. Yang Feng smiled and pointed with a finger, and a small black hole suddenly appeared. An endless devouring force gushed out from the black hole and swept towards the Star Cloud Locks. The dense swarm of Star Thread's cloud shackles was swallowed by the black hole, obliterated, and transformed into Yang Feng's power. The complexion of the dozen-plus Star Dynasty's warlocks flickered. The Star Cloud Locks isn't an invincible spell. But Yang Feng dispelled the Star Cloud Locks so easily. This kind of strength can be rated as terrifying. The Star Heavenly Maiden retracted her spell and looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic smile, saying, "Amazing." As expected of the Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming, the most talented genius in the entire Undying Mountain. After practicing cultivation for less than 100 years, you have already promoted to an Infinity Warlock. Yang Feng had a vague feeling. It seems that my identity as the Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming has been seen through. However, Yang Feng doesn't care. At this time, his strength and influence are already tremendous. He doesn't need the support of the Undying Mountain. As an Infinity Warlock, Yang Feng is full of confidence. Even if he runs into a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, he can retreat unscathed. The Star Heavenly Maiden smiled sweetly, waved her lily-white hand, and made an inviting gesture. "Please come in, the Star Monarch is waiting for you." Yang Feng smiled slightly, took a step, and appeared beside the Star Heavenly Maiden. The Star Bridge rolled up and sank into the depths of the branch-floating continent. "Greetings, Star Monarch, I am the Battle Demon Sect's Yang Feng." As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the Star Hall in the center of the Star Royal Palace, he bowed to the Star Monarch sitting on the throne and said in a dignified manner. The Star Monarch sitting on the throne looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic smile and said, "Yang Feng, you dare to impersonate the Golem Lord, how audacious." Chapter 828. Yang Feng said with a calm smile, "I had no choice but to do so. I've made a fool of myself. With the Empyrean-grade secret treasure White Jade God Slayer, plus the 2 supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses Agnipe and Beskia joined his ranks. Even if a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse invades his branch-floating continent, he is somewhat confident that he can seriously injure or even kill the other party. With a strong enough underlying strength, Yang Feng is more confident and at ease when facing the Star Monarch. The Star Monarch asked curiously, "When the Heaven and Earth Spirit Root appeared, the Transcendent Monarch proposed to suppress you, who pretended to be a Golem Dynasty member. It was the Taboo Monarch who saved you. According to him, this is the will of the mighty Taboo Lord. What is the relationship between you and the Taboo Lord?" Taken aback, Yang Feng recalled the scene when he obtained the Taboo Lord's inheritance in the Feisua Plain. Taboo Lord? Yang Feng frowned and fell into silence. The Star Monarch smiled and said considerately, "If it's not convenient to say, then forget it. I was just curious. By the way, Yang Feng, why did you come to see me this time?" Yang Feng answered calmly, I want to enter the core world and look for opportunities. There are indeed many treasures in the core world, but most of them already have owners. It won't be of much benefit for you to enter the core world now. With the Great Tribulation approaching, the Cangxi Plain has entered a period of transformation. Countless years of accumulation will erupt in the coming years. The countless treasures and dwellings hidden in the Cangxi Plain will emerge one after another thanks to the Cangxi Plain's origin will. Soon, the surface world will be the biggest treasure trove. Why do you want to go to the core world at this time? The Star Monarch asked. Over the years, in order to leave a way out, countless warlocks have built one dwelling and treasure trove after another in secret places on the Cangxi Plain. Many cave abodes and treasure vaults were obtained by fated people, but even more cave abodes and treasure vaults were hidden extremely deeply. The dwellings set up by some Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses will move automatically over time. Some Holy Spirit warlock rank dwellings are similar to the core world. They are in a twisted and illusory world. Some Eternal's ruins were even located in the cracks between worlds that were eternally unmoving. They were constantly moving and incomparably mysterious. Even a warlock emperor rank powerhouse would find it difficult to discover them. If it weren't for the impending invasion of another universe, those treasures wouldn't have appeared. Now that another universe was invading, if this universe did not want to be devoured, it would instinctively increase the combat power of its subordinates. Under the influence of the origin will of the universe, many treasures in this universe would appear in various reasonable ways. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he said with a smile, as the final base of human warlocks, I have always been curious about the core world. Am I not qualified enough? Of course not. However, as the core world is the final base of us human warlocks, we must be very careful in selecting our entrance. Unless you are willing to sign the core world convention and abide by the rules recorded in it, even if you are a Holy Spirit warlock, you will not be able to enter the core world. The Star Monarch smiled and spread the fingers of a hand, and starlight enveloped him and formed a contract in his hand, which flew towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng took the contract book and carefully looked at it, sweeping through everything written on the contract book. There are several rules recorded in the contract. The first is that the soul must be free. Only those without a soul brand are qualified to enter the core world. The second is that the soul must be that of a human warlock. The third is that the location of the core world must never be exposed. The fourth is that once you enter the core world, you must fight for the survival of human warlocks. If you encounter other races that threaten the survival of human warlocks, you must take action and annihilate them. The fifth is that if there is a conflict between powerhouses above the Holy Spirit warlock rank, you must leave the core world and go to other places to fight. At the time, the first sect master of the Battle Demon sect had a fortuitous encounter in the core world, and then came to the surface world and assisted the first emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty in establishing the Great Cloud Dynasty. After the Battle Demon sect's first sect master, no one in the Battle Demon sect knew about the existence of the core world because of the geocentric convention. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, no problem, I can abide by these few rules. At the time, in order to unite all human warlocks to fight against the ruling archgods, the conditions for entering the core world were not very strict. But after the core world evolved, the cultivation environment became more than 100 times better than that of the Cangxi Plain surface world, which was declining day by day. As a result, the rulers of the core world concealed the existence of the core world and only allowed the most outstanding warlock supreme geniuses to enter the core world. Yang Feng has promoted to an infinity warlock in a short period of time. Furthermore, he has the audacity to occupy a branch floating continent of the heaven and earth spirit root. Such a peerless genius is naturally qualified to enter the core world. The Star Monarch waved her hand, and a gold contract flew to in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng received the gold contract, and transcendent pupils suddenly appeared in his eyes. After carefully examining it for a while and confirming that no tricks were done, he signed his name on it. Rays of dazzling golden light shone, and a strange golden arrow with 9 eyes suddenly appeared above the golden contract. As soon as the strange gold arrow appeared, Yang Feng's heart went alarmed. He instinctively felt that the gold arrow has the power to insta-kill him. The strange golden arrow suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the golden contract book. The 9 eyes turned, carefully sized up Yang Feng, and then disappeared. The Star Monarch said with a smile, "That's an Empyrean-grade secret treasure that the Time Lord had the many treasures wholly refine using the spine of the ancient Emperor All-Eyes God of Justice. Even if it is a great holy step powerhouse, if they violate the core world convention, they will be shot to death by the Empyrean eye arrow." After the gold arrow disappeared, a gold token appeared in Yang Feng's hand. As soon as Yang Feng held the gold token, he vaguely felt that a mysterious, queer, and powerful world is moving in the depths of the Zhangji Plains core. With a look of satisfaction in his eyes, Yang Feng put away the gold token and continued to chat with the Star Monarch. After attending the banquet held by the Star Monarch, Yang Feng turned into a stream of light and flew away from the floating continent occupied by the Star Imperial Court. What do you think of him? After Yang Feng left, in a secret room, the Star Monarch sitting on a sofa asked with a smile. The mysterious and unfathomable Star Heavenly Maiden appeared on the other side of the sofa in a stream of starlight and sat on equal footing with the Star Monarch, looking like a pair of beautiful sisters. The beautiful eyes of the Star Heavenly Maiden flickered with dazzling starlight, and she uttered unhurriedly, "A dragon among men, an ambitious and ruthless person." The Star Monarch uttered with a faint smile, "That's right. If my astrology isn't mistaken, Yang Feng should be one of the geniuses of this era who are qualified to compete for the position of Warlock Emperor." The Star Heavenly Maiden raised her eyebrows and said, "Warlock Emperor? Him? He's just from an ordinary sect in the surface world. Compared with those freak geniuses in the core world, isn't he too lacking? Moreover, the ancient god realm, the remnants of the demon race, the evil god plane, and the savage insect plane, none of the geniuses born in those planes are simple. The Zhangji Plains human warlocks in the surface world are much weaker than those in the core world. Moreover, in the vast universe, there are countless powerhouses. In the 36 primary material planes, there are also crouching tigers, hidden dragons, and geniuses. In any era, there is only one person who can become a Warlock Emperor. That person must be a supreme powerhouse who has suppressed countless peerless geniuses in an era. Although the Star Heavenly Maiden is quite optimistic about Yang Feng, but she doesn't think that he can become a new Warlock Emperor. The Star Monarch uttered with a smile, "He's just one of the geniuses who are qualified to compete for the position of Warlock Emperor. However, I'm still very optimistic about him." The Star Heavenly Maiden's beautiful eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor, and she uttered with a smile, "I think that Helian Wui, Yen Maoan, and Bulientian, these freaks of the core world are much stronger than Yang Feng. Besides, the freaks who are most likely to become Warlock Emperors should be you 6 monarchs. Each of the 6 monarchs is a genius among geniuses, a freak among freaks, and a peerless powerhouse of the younger generation. The 6 of them are peerless geniuses of the core world's younger generation who are most likely to become a new Warlock Emperor." The Star Monarch sighed faintly, "I can't. All the secret methods I learned come from the star text. Even if I practice them to the peak, I can only become a great holy step powerhouse. I have no hope of becoming a Warlock Emperor." The Star Heavenly Maiden was silent for a while, and then sighed regretfully. Every Warlock Emperor is a fearsome existence who opens a path of their own and wields a different flawless great essence. Once they reach the position of Warlock Emperor, before they die, no one can promote to a Warlock Emperor with the same essence. Even if a Warlock Emperor dies, it will be far more difficult for others to promote to a Warlock Emperor with the same essence than it is for powerhouses who open a path of their own. The Battle Demon Sect's Yang Feng requests an audience with the Taboo Monarch. The next day, Yang Feng came to the floating continent occupied by the taboo imperial court and raised his voice. A dark light extended from the floating continent occupied by the taboo imperial court, appeared under Yang Feng's feet, and formed a bridge of dark light. Chapter 829. As soon as Yang Feng stepped on the dim light suddenly rolled back and entered the depths of the floating continent. With a flash of black light, Yang Feng appeared in an exquisite palace. On the throne of the palace, there sits a peerless beauty with a pair of cat ears, dressed in a gorgeous warlock robe, and exuding wisps of monarch might. She is the taboo imperial court's taboo monarch. There are 8 powerhouses standing below the taboo monarch, each of whom has different bloodline characteristics and exudes the breath of a powerhouse. As soon as Yang Feng appeared in the palace, scrutinizing gazes focused on him. Yang Feng bowed to the taboo monarch and said magnanimously, "Greetings, taboo monarch. Thank you for speaking up for justice at the time and letting me avoid a disaster." At the time, if the taboo monarch hadn't spoken up to protect Yang Feng, with his strength at the time, he wouldn't have been able to resist an all-out attack from any of the 6 warlock dynasties. The taboo monarch uttered with a sweet smile, "Don't thank me, this is my lord's will. If you want to thank someone, you should thank my lord." Yang Feng smiled and flicked a finger, and a storage ring flew towards the taboo monarch. "This is a small gift I prepared. Please accept it." The taboo monarch took the storage ring, glanced at it, and then put it aside and uttered with a smile, "Not bad, you're considerate." The storage ring contains precious cultivation resources that can move the heart of even warlock monarch rank powerhouses. However, the taboo monarch is the ruler of the taboo imperial court, a powerful warlock dynasty who has suppressed countless planes. The resources she can mobilize are far greater than Yang Feng's. As such, the storage ring is naturally nothing in her eyes. "You are Yang Feng? I am one of the 72 marshals of the taboo imperial court, the Lightning Devil. I want to challenge you to see if you are worthy of the taboo imperial court support." A burly man with a single horn on his head and countless mysterious lightning runes engraved all over his body walked out from among the 8 powerhouses and stared at Yang Feng with scorching fighting spirit in his eyes. A handsome man with a pair of horns on the head, a burly figure, white hair, and a wicked temperament sneered, "Yang Feng, if you don't dare to fight the Lightning Devil, then we won't make things difficult for you. However, you'd better not come to the taboo imperial dynasty in the future. The taboo dynasty doesn't like to befriend cowards. In the world of warlocks, the strong are respected. Only those with equivalent strength could sit on equal footing, communicate, and become friends. There are countless bloodline warlocks in the taboo imperial court. These bloodline warlocks use the blood essence of various powerful existences to transform themselves into warlocks similar to those powerful existences. Blood Meridian warlocks were powerful, but they were also irascible, and would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Only true experts can gain the approval of Blood Meridian warlocks. Sitting on the throne, the taboo monarch looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic smile, wondering how Yang Feng will respond. Yang Feng said with a smile, "In that case, I'll exchange pointers with you." "Okay, you can exchange pointers here." The taboo monarch smiled and clapped her hands, and black light descended from the sky and illuminated the center of the hall. Along with flashes of light, a small arena equipped with spatial spells suddenly appeared. The Lightning Devil's figure fluttered, and he flew into the small arena. As soon as he operated a secret method, one lightning rune after another appeared all over his body, and his body suddenly swelled up and turned into a 10-meter-tall thunder lion tiger devil with a lightning horn on his head and a ferocious expression that resembled a lion or a tiger. Lightning ligers are fearsome existences that can manipulate the essence of lightning and wield purple demonic lightning. An Infinity Warlock rank lightning liger can slay a human Infinity Warlock. A deep and dark demonic chi revolves around countless bolts of purple demonic lightning, making the lightning devil look like a god of lightning. Yang Feng smiled, took a step forward, and stepped into the arena. The lightning devil barked, "Yang Feng, quickly cast a secret method. Otherwise, I'll step in." Waves of incomparably terrifying thunderous sounds reverberated in the area, like the rumbling of thunder, incessantly lingering in the ears. Yang Feng said with a smile, "I'm ready." Arrogant. "In that case, let me see what you've got." The lightning devil roared and unleashed the essence of lightning to manipulate lightning. In an instant, dark clouds surged, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled in an area 100 kilometers in radius. Millions of bolts of lightning suddenly shot out at the same time, gathered the lightning force in an area 100 kilometers in radius, and turned into a purple demonic lightning that slashed towards Yang Feng with Infinity Warlock rank might. If an ordinary junior Infinity Warlock is hit by the purple demonic lightning, their magic shields will collapse, and they will eventually be seriously injured or even killed. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and black devour light suddenly appeared and extended towards the purple demonic lightning. The purple demonic lightning instantly blasted into the black devour light and disappeared. What spell is that? What an amazing spell! What a fearsome defensive spell! When the 7 Infinity Warlocks below the Taboo Monarch saw the purple demonic lightning disappear, their countenance changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. The purple demonic lightning is a spell the lightning devil cast by combining the essence of lightning with the essence of heaven and earth in an area 100 kilometers in radius. Even the 7 Infinity Warlocks would find it difficult to block it. Yet Yang Feng easily broke the purple demonic lightning. This kind of strength is simply terrifying. Demonic lightning prison. Eyes shot with blood, the lightning devil roared, and the lightning runes all over his body erupted in an instant and were stimulated to the limit. In an instant, the life magic energy in an area 1,000 kilometers in radius in the arena was extracted. Dancing silver snakes and countless bolts of purple demonic lightning barreled towards Yang Feng from all directions, destroying everything in their path. Each of the countless bolts of purple demonic lightning has the power to seriously injure Infinity Warlocks. Amid the doomsday-like barrage of purple demonic lightning, black devour light appeared on Yang Feng, and he took a step forward, devoured countless bolts of purple demonic lightning, appeared on the lightning devil's head, and slapped it with his palm. Boom! The lightning devil trembled in an instant, and then crashed into the ground and blasted open a huge hole in the ground. Yang Feng pointed with a finger on the lightning fiend's forehead, and countless black runes turned into seals that filled the lightning fiend's body and sealed his power. When the power of the lightning devil's bloodline was sealed, the extraordinary life form lightning liger shrank and finally changed into a human form. His power was completely sealed by Yang Feng, and even 99% of his fleshly body's power was sealed. Yang Feng floated back slightly, landed on the ground, and uttered with a smile, "Martial Lightning Devil, thank you for letting me win." The Lightning Devil took a deep breath, took a deep look at Yang Feng, a complicated look in his eyes, and said solemnly, "Not bad, Yang Feng, you're very strong. You should be able to fight against Helian Wui, Yen Maoan, Bu Lientian, and the true Dragon Crown Prince. I concede. Undo the seals on me." Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and countless black runes flew out of the lightning devil, fell into his hand, and disappeared. With a forthright smile, the lightning devil's figure fluttered, and he returned to the group of 8, "I concede. If there's a chance, let's drink together." Yang Feng glanced at the 7 Infinity Warlocks and said with a smile, "Do you still want to swap pointers with me?" The white-haired Infinity Warlock smiled and said, "No need. We are on par with the Lightning Devil in terms of strength. Since you can easily defeat him, you can easily defeat us as well. The monarch chose to protect you, we are convinced." The other 6 Infinity Warlocks nodded slightly, and their eyes shimmered with approval. Among warlocks, the strong are respected. The second warlock dynasty, the Taboo dynasty, exerted this law to the limit. Only a true supreme powerhouse can subdue countless bloodline warlocks and sit firmly on the throne. After the Taboo Lord died, the Taboo dynasty collapsed immediately. The most important reason for this is that apart from the Taboo Lord, no one can subdue the great holy steppe warlocks of the Taboo dynasty. The Taboo monarch's beautiful eyes flashed with an enigmatic gleam, and she revealed a sweet smile, essence of devour. Interesting, no one has really reached the end of this essence. This little fellow may really have a chance to promote to a warlock emperor rank powerhouse in the future. No wonder he looks at him in a different light. After defeating the lightning devil, Yang Feng gained the approval of the other infinity warlocks of the Taboo dynasty. Under the hospitality of the Taboo monarch, he stayed to drink with the lightning devil and the other infinity warlocks and discuss many questions and mysteries regarding cultivation. He didn't leave until the next day. The Zhangji Plain surface world, in a barren desert with no signs of life 1,000 kilometers in radius. With a flash of black light, Yang Feng appeared in the sky above the desert. Yang Feng glanced at the desert, an enigmatic ray flashed in his eyes, and he said with a smile, "Who would have thought that this place without any signs of life and unsuitable for cultivation would be the entrance to the core world?" Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he cast a spell and fell into the desert. Like a ghost, he merged with the desert and snuck underground. After moving stealthily for about 10,000 kilometers, Yang Feng took out the gold token and squeezed it. Gold light flew out of the gold token and formed a gold vortex that swallowed Yang Feng. Chapter 830. The space distorted, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Feng appeared in a vast world full of spiritual qi. So this is the core world. The life magic energy here is so rich. The concentration of life magic energy in this world is 10 times that of the Zhangji Plain surface world. No wonder the true powerhouses among human warlocks are here. Yang Feng scanned the world with his tremendous soul force and analyzed the surrounding environment, and his eyes flashed with an enigmatic gleam. Different environments can accommodate different existences. For example, a pond can't accommodate a flood dragon. A grade 9 plane can only give birth to legend rank powerhouses. The core world is attached to the Zhangji Plain, which is equivalent to an extension of the Zhangji Plain. The laws of heaven and earth here are the same as those of the Zhangji Plain, and the life magic energy here is more than 10 times stronger than that of the Zhangji Plain. The core world is the true essence of the Zhangji Plain. Of course, once the devouring between the two universes begins, the Zhangji Plain's origin will begin to give birth to all kinds of powerhouses. At that time, the Zhangji Plain's surface world will replace the core world and become a supreme holy land for cultivation. Yang Feng looked up, and his eyes shimmered with admiration. The sun, the moon, and the stars are everywhere, just like a real world. Amazing! In the core world, there are stars and the sun hanging in the sky. At first glance, there is no difference between this and the Zhangji Plain. However, when Yang Feng operated the transcendent pupils, he saw that the stars in the sky are engraved with countless mysterious runes, which form an integrated defense system with the core world. Once there is any abnormality in the core world, the warlock groups that control the entire core world's defense system can mobilize countless star force and bombard the source of the abnormality. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and dense purple smoke revolved and formed an arrowhead pointing in a certain direction. A cool breeze blew by, and Yang Feng turned into a breeze and disappeared. A few days later, Yang Feng sat on the deck of a luxurious flying vessel. Basking in the sun, he casually held a sparkling and translucent wine glass in his hand and looked at a magic image crystal no different from a TV. Insect demon Li Jiang went to challenge the Black Moon Dragon Zhou Ming. In the 5th minute, Zhou Ming, who had transformed into a Black Moon Dragon, tore off one of his arms. he suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Black Moon Dragon. The Eye of the Black Spirit has discovered a new magic crystal vein and is applying to King Taishan to develop it. In the magic image crystal, beautiful female broadcasters with incomparable looks were explaining the news one after another. In the core world, the magic civilization had developed to its peak, and many spells had been adapted for civilian use. In the core world, a magic stone could not even be exchanged for a magic coin. The purchasing power of one magic coin was only equivalent to 1 yuan on Earth. Yang Feng carefully looked at the news, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. Most of the news is about starry sky warlocks and moonlight warlocks and above, which only appear under special circumstances. Sure enough, fiend god powerhouses also possess great authority in the core world. Moonlight warlocks were god-fiend rank powerhouses. Moonlight warlocks were god-fiend rank powerhouses. Each one of them could suppress a grade 7 plane or below. At the same time, many large top-notch joint secret treasures required moonlight warlocks and above as the main force. Therefore, no matter in which force, moonlight warlocks and above had a great status. Of course, there were also some powerful god-fiend rank warlocks who liked to show their divinity in front of the masses, and they often appeared in the news. "Aren't you going to buy me a drink?" A beautiful blonde warlock with a fiery and sexy figure and an extremely flirtatious appearance walked over gracefully, exuding a fragrance, and sat down in front of Yang Feng's table. She revealed a charming and beautiful smile. After Yang Feng advanced to an infinity warlock, his life stage underwent an earth-shaking evolution. Although he had concealed his strength and incomparably terrifying life force, he still exuded an extraordinary aura. This was a great attraction to many beautiful warlocks. Yang Feng smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. A wind sprite formed from wind elemental particles flew up, picked up a bottle of wine, opened it, and poured wine for the beautiful warlock with a sexy figure and flirtatious appearance. "Good wine, this is the highest grade of dark night flowing gold. Each bottle of this kind of wine costs more than 10 million magic coins. It's really delicious." The beautiful warlock took a sip of the wine, and her beautiful eyes shone brightly at once, and she said with a sweet smile, "Hello, I am Mary, a professor of Purple Hyacinth. Nice to meet you." Yang Feng replied with a smile, "Hello, my name is Yang Feng. It's nice to meet a beautiful woman like you." Yang Feng doesn't have a mature intelligence system in the core world, so he knows almost nothing about this world. He doesn't know what kind of organization Purple Hyacinth is. "Mary, I've been looking for you for a long time. Why are you here? And why are you with this kind of person?" A tall, handsome male warlock dressed in a purple warlock robe walked over from the other side of the flying vessel. He had an extraordinary temperament, yet there was a very annoying arrogance on his face. He swept Yang Feng with a glance, and his eyes flashed with disdain and contempt. Yang Feng glanced at the arrogant male warlock and saw at a glance that the male warlock has a moonlight warlock rank cultivation base. The male warlock and Mary are the only two moonlight warlocks on the flying vessel, so it is normal for him to be arrogant. Once you enter the moonlight warlock realm, you are a transcendent. Moonlight warlocks are fundamentally different from ordinary warlocks in terms of life level. In the view of many moonlight warlocks, those below the moonlight warlock rank cannot communicate with them on an equal footing, just like humans cannot communicate with gorillas. Mary frowned slightly and spoke with a trace of impatience. "Song Zibai, it's my business who I want to make friends with. Between you and I, we are just ordinary friends." Song Zibai's gaze shifted, fell on Yang Feng, and he said with a cold smile, "Your name is Yang Feng. Mary is not an existence that ordinary people like you can aspire to. There is an essential difference between you and her. I advise you to be sensible, or else I don't mind giving you an unforgettable lesson." Song Zibai, enough. Mary frowned, barked, stood up from her seat, and said to Yang Feng with an apologetic expression, "I'm sorry, Yang Feng. This matter arose because of me, so I will take care of it perfectly. Suddenly, a series of silver bell-like sounds rang out in the sky. A 10,000-meter-long golden ship slowly flew over. It was engraved with profound runes and gave off a resplendent light. The Rich's Gold Ship. It's the Rich's Gold King's ship. That's the Rich's Gold King. We're really lucky to meet the Rich's Gold King. Suddenly, sounds of excitement came from the huge flying vessel. Many human warlocks looked at the gold treasure ship in the distance and revealed excited smiles. Yang Feng asked curiously, "The Rich's Gold King? Who is he?" Mary looked at the golden ship with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes, filled with passion and desire. The Rich's Gold King is a bigwig above the bright world warlock rank. No one knows how high his cultivation base is. Legend has it that he has endless wealth and power. As long as you can board the Rich's Gold King's golden ship, he can satisfy any wish you have. When Yang Feng heard this, he said with a smile, "Any wish can be satisfied? Even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses can't do that. Even if it is a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, there are many things they can do nothing about. Becoming an Eternal is the dream of all Warlock Emperors, as well as their only goal. Unfortunately, from ancient times to the present, except for the era of Eternal Sovereigns, countless peerless geniuses have emerged, defeated the powerhouses of that era, suppressed an era, and become invincible, yet they still couldn't become Eternal Sovereigns. It's not that those peerless geniuses aren't talented, but that the energy level of the universe has been reduced. The universe can only give birth to Warlock Emperor rank existences. No matter how hard they try, they can't promote to Eternal Sovereigns. When Yang Feng heard that the Rich's Gold King can satisfy anyone's wish, he found it ridiculous. Mary said meaningfully, "The Rich's Gold King naturally can't compare to the 8 Warlock Emperors. But as a bright world warlock rank existence, he may even be an infinity warlock. For us, he has the ability to satisfy any wish we have." Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then nodded slightly, agreeing with Mary's point of view. A bright world warlock rank powerhouse can satisfy most of the wishes of these existences below the moonlight warlock rank. The wealth of a bright world warlock rank powerhouse is far beyond the imagination of moonlight warlocks. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Let's go. Let's board the ship. The Rich's Gold King only selects 100 guests at a time. If we're late, it'll be too late. Song Zibai said angrily, then manipulated the airflow and strode towards the Rich's Gold ship. Mary's eyes flickered, and she also strode towards the Rich's Gold ship. Interesting. Yang Feng smiled and also flew towards the Rich's Gold ship. After dozens of breaths of time, all the warlocks on the flying vessel flew out, surrounded the Rich's Gold ship, and looked longingly at the ship. Gold light shone, and 8 gold bridges extended from the Rich's Gold ship. On each of the 8 gold bridges, there is a beautiful woman with extraordinary temperament. Chapter 831. This guy is even more imposing than me. However, although these 8 girls are beautiful, but they are still far from being comparable to my Eunice, Wu Meiying, and Liana. Not to mention Shui. Yang Feng glanced at the 8 beautiful girls and saw at a glance that they have moonlight warlock rank cultivation bases. After a slight comparison, he showed a satisfied smile. A beautiful warlock in red, with a slender figure and a beautiful appearance, said flatly, "Since you are here, you should be aware of the rules of my lord. These are 100 fortune golden balls. Those who are hit by these fortune golden balls will be able to board my lord's fortune golden boat. If they can pass my lord's test, my lord will grant them one wish to the best of his ability." The 8 young ladies waved their hands, and golden balls of riches and honor descended from the sky. They transformed into rays of golden light that fell down at random. "Mine. That's mine. Scram. Do you want to die?" When the warlocks saw the gold balls falling from the sky, their eyes turned bloodshot, and they cast various spells to grab the gold balls. Shouts of abuse rang incessantly. As if they have a mind of their own, the gold balls easily passed through one spell after another and landed on the warlocks. With a flash of gold light, the warlock hit by the wealth gold ball disappeared and was teleported to the wealth gold ship. Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm, and a thread of fate wound around a gold ball. When the wealth gold ball landed on Yang Feng, gold light flickered, and he disappeared and reappeared on a banquet chair. Yang Feng looked around and saw that he is in a beautiful and luxurious palace. The palace is inlaid with all kinds of rare treasures and engraved with countless mysterious runes. There is a slight resonance between the countless rare treasures, which extracts the surrounding life magic energy and makes the life magic energy in the palace 100 times richer than in the outside world. If an ordinary warlock cultivates in this palace for a day, they will absorb life magic energy equivalent to 100 days of cultivation in the outside world. On the throne of the palace, there is a young man dressed in a gold robe, of medium build, with a wide face and big ears, and a smiling expression on his face. Even though he didn't speak, but from where he is sitting, Yang Feng can vaguely guess that he is most likely the legendary Wealth Gold King. Below the Wealth Gold King, there were 100 sets of tables and chairs. Each set of tables and chairs was made of purple chalcedony essence and top-notch alchemy. Purple radiant jade pith essence was an extremely precious treasure. Being in contact with purple radiant jade pith essence all year round could even improve a warlock's soul aptitude. Purple chalcedony essence. This is purple light chalcedony essence. Tables and chairs made of purple light chalcedony essence are truly extravagant. As expected of the Wealth King. The last time I saw a fist-sized piece of purple chalcedony essence at the auction, it was worth more than 1 billion magic coins. So much purple jade essence, 10 billion, no, at least 100 billion magic coins. Magic coins? Such a large piece of purple radiant jade essence was already a peerless treasure, a priceless treasure. It can only be traded. Or use the best soul stone to trade. On the 100 sets of tables and chairs, there are already warlocks who have been selected. The warlocks are stroking the tables and chairs refined from purple light jade essence and looking at the surroundings with shock in their eyes. Shocked by the extravagance of the Wealth Gold King, they commented animatedly. Zhong Zibai swept Yang Feng with his gaze, and his eyes shimmered with disgust. Why is that kid here? What a lucky bastard. Mary glanced at Yang Feng and revealed a trace of a smile. His luck is really good. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and flickered with excitement. The Wealth Gold King deserves his reputation, he has a lot of treasures. If the Wealth Gold ship is dismantled, I can refine at least 30 top-grade warp gates. Warp gates are one of the top technologies in the world of warlocks in Yang Feng's possession. Through top-grade warp gates, Yang Feng can freely shuttle between different planes. At the same time, he can also mobilize a large number of troops through warp gates. In the world of warlocks, there are teleportation devices such as teleportation arrays and planar passageways that can cross countless distances. However, compared to the top-grade warp gates of the Shizu, they are still much worse. That was because the development direction of the Shizu was the endless sea of stars. In the universe where the Shizu existed, the distance between stars was calculated in light years. Moreover, there was no astral boundary, which was a channel connecting the various universes and countless planes of stars. Without the warp gates, the Shizu would not be able to control their territory. The world of warlocks focuses on self-development. Most warlocks are more willing to improve their strength and make their cultivation base stronger. After teleportation arrays and planar passageways can achieve their goals, very few warlocks will continue to research in this direction. Without demand, there is no motivation. Therefore, compared to the Shizu, the warlock's skills in this regard were a lot worse. Among the Shizu's warp gate system, top-grade warp gates can freely shuttle through the endless space. They are indispensable. For Yang Feng, the 30 top-grade warp gates are a very tempting resource. The young man with a broad face, big ears, and a noble expression sitting on the throne said with a light smile, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Wealth Gold King." The Wealth Gold King's voice is not loud, but it suppressed the clamor in the hall. Under the shroud of a mysterious force, the warlocks who originally wanted to continue asking questions unconsciously became quiet. The Wealth Gold King smiled and clapped his hands. Waves of fragrant wind appeared, and within that fragrant wind floated many beautiful flower fairies with snow-white skin. The beautiful flower sprites carrying plates of precious extraordinary fruits and jugs of delicious extraordinary wine landed on the tables. Before long, a variety of delicious food and wine appeared in front of the warlocks' tables. The Wealth Gold King uttered with a light smile, "Please enjoy." The delicious food and wine are rare treasures for warlocks, which can improve their soul aptitude, spirit force, and physique. Therefore, the warlocks didn't stand on ceremony and enjoyed the delicacies in front of them. With delicacies, how can there be no beautiful music and dance? The Wealth Gold King clapped his hands. All of a sudden, vines extended from the gold pillars, and palm-sized flowers bloomed in the center of the vines. Among the flowers, there are little people holding various musical instruments, and melodious music spread from the instruments of the little people, cleansing the minds of many warlocks. When Yang Feng heard the music, he relaxed both physically and mentally. Even though he has no attainments in music, but he is still attracted by the beautiful music, and his mind is sublimated. After relaxing for just a moment, Yang Feng regained his sobriety and vigilance, and he praised in his heart, "Music elves." The Wealth Gold King really knows how to enjoy himself. Music elves are a branch of elves. They have extraordinary talent for manipulating musical instruments and playing all kinds of beautiful music. Although their music has no killing power, but it can purify the mind of warlocks and give them a high-quality rest. As a result, they were captured in large numbers by human warlocks. Due to the indiscriminate hunting of human warlocks all year round, music elves have virtually disappeared from the Zhangji Plain. Only in the Sandra Plain, the birthplace of elves, can there be some music elves. Even Yang Feng doesn't have top-notch musicians like the music elves. Amidst the wonderful music, 18 beautiful warlocks dressed in muslin appeared in the center of the hall and danced gracefully amidst the wonderful music. Many warlocks stared at the center of the hall with greed in their eyes. After the song and dance, the music elves and beautiful warlocks retreated one by one. "Everyone, it's time for the test. I, the Wealth Gold King, have traveled the world, learned from ancient times to modern times, and mastered countless methods. Moreover, I have cultivated countless beautiful maids, who have mastered some of my abilities. If you defeat my maids with your strongest ability, then for every maids of a rank you defeat, I will fulfill a wish of the corresponding rank. Of course, if someone can defeat me, then the Wealth Gold ship will be given to the person who defeats me. However, each of you only has one chance to challenge me. Think about it carefully." The Wealth Gold King looked at the many warlocks below, raised the corners of his mouth, and clapped his hands. One after another, beautiful warlocks poured in from the two plates. The beautiful warlocks wore a piece of paper on their chest marked with the words Great Warlock, Starry Sky Warlock, Moonlight Warlock, Glorious Sun Warlock, and Bright World Warlock. Among them, there are a total of 36 Moonlight Warlocks, 10 Glorious Sun Warlocks, and 3 Bright World Warlocks. This shows the terrifying underlying strength of the Wealth Gold King. When they heard this, the eyes of the warlocks present turned bloodshot, and their eyes flickered with excitement and scorching heat. Many warlocks focused their gazes on the beautiful warlocks, and their eyes flickered with scorching heat. For ordinary warlocks, once they can become the master of these beautiful warlocks, they can struggle for at least 1,000 years. Chapter 832. The warlocks who were entertained have self-awareness. None of them challenged the Wealth Gold King, but chose to challenge the maids. Although the Wealth Gold King's maids are called maids, but they are extraordinary. They are proficient in the zither, go, calligraphy, and painting, as well as in fighting and magic. Most of the guests who challenged the Wealth Gold King's maids failed. Only 7 or 8 guests were very cunning. They specifically challenged the maids who were weaker than them. They used their realm to suppress them and finally defeated those maids and obtained the reward. The Wealth Gold King didn't go back on his word. With a few words, he satisfied the small requests of the victorious guests. Yang Feng smiled and mused, the Wealth Gold King seems to be generous and forthright. But in fact, if you want to get benefits from him, you have to be a genius among geniuses in a certain field. Otherwise, even if you win against the maids, you won't get anything too precious. Each of the Wealth Gold King's maids has excellent aptitude and a complete inheritance. They are equivalent to disciples of a large sect. It is very difficult to defeat them with the strength of the same rank. As for challenging someone of a higher rank, only freaks among freaks can do it. Cave Mountain's true disciple Zong Zibai challenges Miss Hong Hong in magic. Just when there were only 3 guests left, Zong Zibai stood up from his seat and walked to the center of the hall with a carefree temperament. He smiled elegantly and issued a challenge to a red-clothed servant girl. Moonlight Warlock, he dares to challenge a Moonlight Warlock. Cave Mountain, that's a top warlock group with the Infinity Warlock Grotto ancestor. He turns out to be a true disciple of the Cave Mountain. Gazes of envy and awe fell on Zong Zibai from the side. Once you reach the Moonlight Warlock rank, you are a transcendent. For ordinary warlocks, warlocks above the Moonlight Warlock rank are unreachable and extremely powerful existences. There is a gap in the essence of life between the two sides. None of the invited guests have challenged the Wealth Gold King's Moonlight Warlock maids because they know that they are not on the same level as Moonlight Warlocks. Challenging them is just asking to be humiliated. Now that they saw someone dare to challenge the Wealth Gold King's Moonlight Warlock rank maids, they showed looks of excitement at once. Zong Zibai obtained great satisfaction from the astonished and awe-inspiring gazes of the surrounding warlocks. He gave Yang Feng a glance and revealed a warning look. The Wealth King smiled and said, "So it's the disciple of the Grotto ancestor. Hong Hong, go spar with the true disciple of Grotto Mountain." "Yes, Master." The red-clothed maid, Hong Hong, leaped lightly and flew into the small arena in the center of the hall. Zong Zibai smiled faintly, took a step forward, and used the earth-shrinking spell, instantly appearing in the small arena in the center of the hall. Hong Hong silently chanted an incantation. With a wave of her hand, red ropes flew out abruptly and hovered around her body within 100 meters radius. A crimson flower bloomed on the tip of each red rope, blossoming with a bewitching, beautiful, and bizarre brilliance. A cool breeze blew, and the petals of the scarlet flowers fluttered in the wind, forming a beautiful but dangerous petal barrier. If the Starry Sky Warlock got close to the petal barrier, they would be chopped into pieces. Yang Feng took a closer look and suddenly revealed a trace of a smile. "This spell is interesting." "Miss Hong Hong, excuse me." Zong Zibai smiled confidently, silently recited an incantation, spread the fingers of a hand, and a tremendous amount of fire elemental particles suddenly gathered and formed a 100-meter-long raging fire dragon that pounced towards the petal barrier. When the raging fire dragon slammed into the petal barrier, flames surged and ignited the petals, as if to devour Hong Hong. Suddenly, Zong Zibai's face flushed, his body swayed, his eyes flashed with incredulity, and he fell to the ground, twitched slightly, unable to move. The incomparably violent fire dragon also collapsed and disappeared in an instant, revealing the smiling maid, ready, inside. "What's going on? What's going on? How did Zong Zibai lose?" The spectating warlocks were dumbstruck and discussed spiritedly. Song Zibai's fire spell clearly restrained Hong Hong's extraordinary plant spell, yet he was strangely defeated by Yang Feng. This is simply appalling. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with enigmatic light, and he uttered slowly, "A poison spell." "That's right, it's a poison spell." With a smile, the Wealth Gold King looked at Yang Feng and said, "Little brother, you're quite knowledgeable. Which of my maids do you want to challenge?" Yang Feng replied, "Wealth Gold King, if I challenge you and win, then everything on the Wealth Gold ship will belong to me, including your maids?" An enigmatic ray flashed in the Wealth Gold King's eyes, and he uttered with a smile, "As long as you can defeat me, except for the Sun Concubine, Moon Concubine, and Star Concubine, the rest will belong to you." The Sun Concubine, Moon Concubine, and Star Concubine are the three Bright World Warlocks subordinated to the Wealth Gold King. In many warlock groups, Bright World Warlocks are great elders. Even the Wealth Gold King won't easily allow them to be taken away. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Okay, I'll challenge you." He dares to challenge the Wealth Gold King. Is he crazy? The Wealth Gold King is an infinity warlock with a lifespan of more than 10,000 years, an omnipotent infinity warlock. To challenge the Wealth Gold King, he's crazy. The guests looked at Yang Feng as if they were looking at a madman. Song Zibai returned to his seat, glanced at Yang Feng, and said with a cold smile, "Humph, I couldn't tell that this kid is a genius in a certain field." However, he met the Wealth Gold King, the omnipotent Wealth Gold King. No matter how much of a genius he is in a certain field, he is not the opponent of the Wealth Gold King. In the world of warlocks, there are countless eccentrics and geniuses in countless fields. The Wealth Gold King, on the other hand, is a genius in all fields. He is proficient in the zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, astronomy, divination, and battle spells. Many peerless geniuses in a certain field have challenged the Wealth Gold King, and yet none of them were defeated. This established the Wealth Gold King's illustrious reputation. As time passed, no one dared to challenge him anymore. The Wealth Gold King showed an interested look and said with a smile, "Interesting, in which field do you plan to challenge me?" "Whether it's transcendent biology, transcendent botany, chess, painting, medicine, or poison, as long as you can beat me in any of them, you win. Since we are both warlocks, we naturally compete in spells." Yang Feng smiled, and wisps of infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power slowly spread from him. This is an infinity warlock. He's also an infinity warlock. Infinity warlock. When the guests sensed the fluctuations of power coming from Yang Feng, their countenance changed dramatically, and they exclaimed, "Infinity warlock. He's actually an infinity warlock. Just now, I actually threatened an infinity warlock. An ancestor step existence." Song Zibai's face suddenly turned pale, his body trembled, his hands turned cold, and his back broke out in a cold sweat. Infinity warlocks are terrifying existences who can destroy a plane by themselves. If an infinity warlock cast a spell with all their strength, they can destroy a grade 9 plane. Even in the core world, a place where powerhouses are as common as clouds, infinity warlocks are exceedingly fearsome, elusive existences. Although Song Zibai is a true disciple of the Cave Mountain, but he has never seen an infinity warlock. The Wealth Gold King is the first infinity warlock he has seen. Mary looked at Yang Feng with a look of pleasant surprise on her pretty face. He's actually an infinity warlock. When the Wealth Gold King sensed the infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power coming from Yang Feng, the smile on his face disappeared, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. For the first time, he looked Yang Feng in the eye and asked unhurriedly, "Sir, how do I address you?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "You can call me Endless Darkness." Infinity warlocks generally call each other by their nicknames. The frequency of their real names will decrease until they are submerged in history with the passage of time. Naturally, the Wealth Gold King's real name isn't the Wealth Gold King. But after countless years, those who know his real name are almost all dead. Over time, he became the Wealth Gold King. The Wealth Gold King uttered with a smile, "Endless darkness, this treasure ship can't withstand our fight. Let's go out and fight." The Wealth Gold ship is a very powerful treasure ship. However, this treasure ship is not the royal palace where the taboo monarch lives. It can't withstand a fight between Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Okay. Yang Feng's body collapsed, turned into smoke, and disappeared from the Wealth Gold ship. The Wealth Gold King collapsed as well and disappeared. A fight between Infinity Warlocks. If I could see a fight between Infinity Warlocks, I wouldn't have lived my life in vain. The eyes of the guests aboard the Wealth Gold ship shimmered with excitement, and they got up and walked towards the deck of the Wealth Gold ship. The maids aboard the Wealth Gold ship entered the Warlock Towers and opened the barrier around the Wealth Gold ship. The three concubines Ri, Yu, and Xing also came to the deck and looked into the distance at Yang Feng and the Wealth Gold King standing proudly in the void with worry in their beautiful eyes. Chapter 833. There was a flash of excitement in the Wealth Gold King's eyes, and he said with a smile, "It's been 500 years, I haven't swapped pointers with an Infinity Warlock for 500 years. Endless darkness, let's stop here and not involve life and death, what do you think? If there is no accident, every Infinity Warlock can live for more than 10,000 years. If there is no conflict of interest or enmity, then Infinity Warlocks generally won't fight to the death. The core world is extremely safe. There are many Infinity Warlocks like the Wealth Gold King who haven't fought a powerhouse of the same level for 500 years. Yang Feng responded with a smile, "That's only natural. Although every Infinity Warlock is a mobile treasury, but if they aren't an enemy, Yang Feng won't kill them easily for no reason. Look at the power of my gold treasury." The Wealth Gold King smiled boldly, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the sky. A 100-meter-tall golden gate suddenly appeared, opened, and a sword flew out of the gate and slashed down. The sword split the sky, annihilated everything, and crushed the world. All kinds of fearsome anomalies flickered in the sky and crushed towards Yang Feng. What a terrifying sword strike! Just looking at it from afar, I feel like my soul is about to collapse. What a terrifying sword strike! If it wasn't for the barrier blocking it, I would already be dead. When the warlocks aboard the Wealth Gold ship saw the terrifying sword strike from afar, they suddenly felt a splitting headache, and almost collapsed. If it wasn't for the fearsome barrier activated on the gold ship, then at least half of the warlocks on the ship would have died when the sword strike appeared. Song Zibai looked at the earth-shaking sword strike with shock in his eyes. Amazing. That's an Infinity Warlock. That's terrifying. That endless darkness is dead meat. Faced with the peerless sword strike that split the sky and shattered the world, Yang Feng just extended his right hand and made a grasping motion, and a black light of devour suddenly appeared in his right hand. As if a black hole that can devour everything, it absorbed the peerless sword strike that split the sky and shattered the world, twisted it into fragments, and turned it into pure energy that nourished his fleshly body. There was a flash of surprise in the Wealth Gold King's eyes, and he uttered in a clear voice, "Amazing, what spell is this? How can it break the attack of my level 9 secret treasure sky splitter sword so easily?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "This is a spell I created, Dark Light Erosion. It can break any spell in the world." Break any spell in the world, what big words. Let me see if this spell can break any spell in the world. The Wealth Gold King chuckled and flicked his finger, and the level 9 secret treasure heaven-splitting sword retracted into the gold treasury. Gold light shone, and an ancient bronze mirror suddenly flew out from the gold treasury. As soon as the ancient bronze mirror flew out, the countless mysterious runes engraved on it suddenly shone with dazzling light. The runes engraved on the mysterious runes engraved on the bronze mirror suddenly shone. One after another, strange evil gods with different shapes and different evil god powers flew out from the million evil god diagram. A copious amount of divine force shot out from the evil gods barreling towards Yang Feng. In an instant, a sinister wind blew within a radius of 100 miles, and evil energy surged. All sorts of heretical god forces erupted, distorting the laws between the heavens and earth. Evil energy filled the air, distorting all phenomena. Each evil god has a different evil god force. The evil god force stimulated by the countless evil gods in the evil god drawing can seriously injure or even obliterate an infinity warlock. The guests on the golden ship looked at the sky filled with evil gods. The endless scenes caused their expressions to change and their bodies to tremble. The evil gods of the evil god plane were also great enemies of human warlocks. Many of the evil gods of the evil god plane were archgods of the Zhangji plane who fled in defeat, experimental subjects of human warlocks who failed taboo experiments, and innately powerful races who suffered crushing defeats at the hands of human warlocks. During the era of the human 7 great warlock dynasties, the evil god plane was ruled by human warlocks, and the evil gods inside were eliminated again and again like bugs. Many evil gods were eliminated by human warlocks. However, there was no lack of Holy Spirit warlock rank existences among the evil gods, who opened up worlds similar to the core world one after another and hid inside them. This was how they escaped the encirclement of the 7 great warlock dynasties. Since the 8th warlock dynasty's Dawn Lord was defeated, he hasn't taken action against the evil god plane. As a result, the evil god plane has been developing crazily and absorbing countless powerhouses full of malice towards human warlocks. If human warlocks were caught by the evil gods of the evil god plane, they would suffer a fate worse than death. Yang Feng smiled faintly, and a layer of devour black light enveloped him. When the evil god's spells hit the devouring black light, they were swallowed by the devouring black light and disappeared. With a flash of black light, Yang Feng withstood the attacks of countless evil gods, crossed a distance of more than 12 kilometers, and appeared in front of the Wealth Gold King. He pointed with a finger, ran through the Wealth Gold King's life force field, and gently touched the other party's forehead. "Thanks for letting me win." After his attack succeeded, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew back by more than 12 kilometers. Amazing! What an amazing spell! It's my loss. Shock shimmered in the Wealth Gold King's eyes, and he took a deep breath, smiled bitterly, and flicked his finger. In the sky, the gold treasury, which seems to contain countless level 9 secret treasures, slowly closed, and the 2 level 9 secret treasures turned into streams of light and flew into the gold treasury. There was a flash of reluctance in the Wealth Gold King's eyes, and he flicked a finger, and a gold bead flew towards Yang Feng. Endless darkness, this is the central control secret treasure of the Wealth Gold ship. With this, the Wealth Gold ship is yours. I will take the sun, moon, and star concubines with me. Yang Feng pointed lightly, and the control center of the Wealth Gold ship flew back to the Wealth Gold King's hand. "I don't want the Wealth Gold ship. I just want the few rare ores and information about the core world." The Wealth Gold King's thoughts revolved, and he immediately understood Yang Feng's origin. "Information about the core world? You're from the outside world? No wonder I've never heard of you." If a warlock wants to practice cultivation from an ordinary human to an infinity warlock, they are bound to have a wonderful life. At the same time, they are bound to have vast connections and their own information and intelligence channels. Even rogue warlocks will find a way to build their own intelligence channels. Yang Feng has already begun to build his own intelligence system in the Zhangji Plain. Countless spies have spread throughout the Zhangji Plain to search for information for him. No major movements in the Zhangji Plain can escape his eyes and ears. However, as Yang Feng has just arrived at the core world, he knows almost nothing about it. Therefore, he is very interested in the information the Wealth Gold King has. The Wealth Gold King smiled heartily and spoke with some affection. "I, the Wealth Gold King, have vast connections and many friends in the core world. The information in my hands won't let you down. The wealth gold ship is very valuable, and there are many treasures inside. Even the wealth gold king had to search for a long time to obtain them. Moreover, the moonlight warlock rank maids and above on the ship are not easy to cultivate. They are extremely valuable. Yang Feng doesn't want the wealth gold ship. Although the wealth gold king didn't say anything, but he is somewhat grateful inside. The wealth gold king glanced at the many guests on the deck and ordered them to leave. Everyone, that's all for today's reception. You can go back now. Thank you for your hospitality, wealth gold king. Thank you for your hospitality. The guests, who have benefited greatly from the top-notch extraordinary food and extraordinary wine, saluted the wealth gold king, cast various spells, and flew away. The guests are well aware that although the wealth gold king has received them warmly. However, only infinity warlocks of the same level can befriend the wealth gold king. Zhong Zibai took a deep look at Yang Feng standing next to the wealth gold king. He doesn't dare to feel any jealousy. Ignoring Mary, who he has been pursuing, he cast a spell and flew away. Infinity warlocks have all kinds of strange personalities. Some are kind and peaceful, while others like the wealth gold king like to play games. But most of them are the kind of cruel characters who will kill people if there is a disagreement. Zhong Zibai is not willing to put his life in Yang Feng's hands. Mary took a deep look at Yang Feng, then cast a spell and flew away. The wealth gold king asked with a smile, "That chick has a good impression of you. Aren't you going to keep her?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "No need. It may not be a good thing to follow me. I have no foundation in the core world. If I provoke any trouble, it will only implicate her." In the Zhangji Plain, Yang Feng's power is so great that even infinity warlocks don't dare to attack his people. Otherwise, they will be hunted down. In the core world, Yang Feng is a loner. Although he can move freely, but he has lost the ability to protect others. The wealth gold king replied frankly, "As long as you don't provoke supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouses, the 6 warlock imperial courts, and freaks of the warlock monarchs, I can help you resist some ordinary troubles. I seem to have provoked a warlock monarch called the Red Monarch." Yang Feng raised his eyebrows, but didn't say anything. Instead, he smiled and followed the wealth gold king into the gold ship. The location of the Black Emperor's treasure trove is on the edge of the Red Monarch's territory. What a malicious joke. Aboard the gold ship, Yang Feng flipped through all kinds of intelligence, frowned, and sank into his thoughts. Chapter 834. The Infinity, Monarch, and Holy Lists. Yang Feng carefully read the information about the Black Emperor's treasure trove, and then put it aside and picked up another piece of information that he is very interested in. The Infinity, Monarch, and Holy Lists respectively record the strongest human warlocks in the core world's Infinity Warlocks, Warlock Monarchs, and Holy Spirit Warlocks. Due to the large number of Infinity Warlocks in the core world, there are only the top 200 Infinity Warlocks on the Infinity List. The Wealth Gold King said. Although the core world is far smaller than the Zhangji Plains surface world, but the cultivation resources here are dozens of times better than in the Zhangji Plain. Moreover, the inheritances of the 8 warlock dynasties are far more complete than those of the Zhangji Plains surface world, and the number of Infinity Warlocks here is far greater than that of the Zhangji Plains surface world. According to the information Yang Feng obtained from the Wealth Gold King, there are more than 5,000 Infinity Warlocks in the core world. The 200 Infinity Warlocks recorded on the Infinity List are all outstanding Infinity Warlocks, geniuses among geniuses, and existences far beyond those of the same rank. As for the Warlock Monarchs, the number is much fewer. There are only 67 Warlock Monarchs on the Monarch List. The 6 in the lead are the Time Monarch, the Taboo Monarch, the Transcendent Monarch, the Death Monarch, the Star Monarch, and the Magic Note Monarch. The Red Monarch, ranked 65th on the monarch list. He advanced to a warlock monarch 1,000 years ago. He is in charge of the Red Kingdom and has 7 marshals under his command, each of which is an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. None of the 7 marshals is on the Infinity list. When Yang Feng saw the information about the Red Monarch, he showed a smile. Warlock monarchs are divided into different ranks. The Purple Monarch, who was killed by Shi Shui, is a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. The Red Monarch, on the other hand, has only been promoted for 1,000 years, which is equivalent to a powerhouse who has just advanced to the warlock monarch realm. Even if Yang Feng is not a match for the Red Monarch, he can still retreat unscathed. Yang Feng stared at the top 10 names on the Infinity list with a scorching shade in his eyes. My current opponents should be powerhouses on the Infinity list. The top 10 on the C list were Herculean Demon Lian Wui, Green Thunder God Yen Maoan, Brilliant Ninth Heaven Bu Liantian, Beast God Gu Menqi, Queen of 100 Changes Luo Jiejia, Darkness True Dragon Mo Xian, Crimson Flame Phoenix Lu Huang, Violent Qilan Qian Wushuang, Heart Shadow Zhou Yi, and Divine Light Cain. I wonder how strong the top 10 experts on the ocean list are. The inheritance of warlocks in the core world is much more complete than in the Zhangji Plain, and the warlock civilization is far more powerful than in the surface world. The top 10 on the core world's Infinity list are pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. The top 10 Infinity Warlocks on the Infinity list are Yang Feng's current goal. Yang Feng asked, Wealth Gold King, do you know where to buy 7-color Aurora Star Stone? 7-color Aurora Star Stone is a core mineral that Yang Feng currently lacks. If he can get it, he can start to evolve the Shizu base again. The Wealth Gold King thought for a while, and then uttered, 7-color Aurora Star Stone? I've seen them several times before, but most of them have been used up by their owners and refined into various secret treasures. Regret flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. 7-color Aurora Star Stone is an extremely precious mineral. In the world of warlocks, it is a top material used to refine level 9 secret treasures. Once an Infinity Warlock gets their hands on such a precious mineral, they will basically use it to refine level 9 secret treasures and enhance their strength. The Wealth Gold King pondered for a while, and then said, however, I heard that the floating Konghai Pavilion will soon hold an exchange meeting that only Infinity Warlocks can participate in. According to the information, 7-color Aurora Star Stone will appear in the exchange meeting. Most of the resources that Infinity Warlocks and above need to practice cultivation cannot be bought with magic crystals. They are basically priceless treasures. Even in some top auctions, the probability of treasures like 7-color Aurora Star Stone appearing is very low. However, at the exchange meetings between Infinity Warlocks, many treasures rarely seen in the outside world will appear. Through these exchange meetings, many Infinity Warlocks can exchange for the resources they want. Yang Feng has broken through the bases of many Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and occupied the Bright Moon Province, Ligui Province, and Yu Province, which are the Great Cloud Dynasty's 3 provinces. Cultivation resources have always been abundant, which is why he didn't participate in the Infinity Warlocks exchange meetings. As a result, he doesn't know much about this. The Wealth Gold King's power is far inferior to Yang Feng's. Although he plays around in the secular world, but he has never left the circle of Infinity Warlocks. As such, he naturally knows about many secret places and places where resources are exchanged. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he asked curiously, when will the floating Konghai Pavilion hold the exchange meeting? The Wealth Gold King replied, in 3 months. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said decisively, it's too long. Wealth Gold King, can you go to the floating Konghai Pavilion first? If I don't get there in 3 months, please help me exchange for 7-color Aurora Star Stone. I will definitely give you treasures that will satisfy you in exchange. The Wealth Gold King thought for a while, and then responded decisively, okay. The Wealth Gold King could play around in the core world and be carefree. He has a wide network and has made friends with many infinity warlocks. For Yang Feng to be able to easily defeat the Wealth Gold King, his strength is comparable to that of experts on the infinity list. He is naturally willing to make friends with Yang Feng. The Black Cloud Mountains is a dangerous place tens of thousands of kilometers in length, surrounded by demonic qi, shrouded in demonic fog, and filled with all kinds of strange extraordinary life forms. It is located at the edge of the Red Kingdom. The Black Cloud Mountains are shrouded in demonic fog. Even human powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank often die inside. The extraordinary treasures born in the Black Cloud Mountains aren't of high value, and the resources are only useful for Moonlight Warlocks at most. Therefore, for powerful warlock groups, the Black Cloud Mountains are of little value. Due to the formidable demonic beings frequently roaming the Black Clouds Mountains, there were no traces of human warlocks within a radius of 100 li around the Black Clouds Mountains. Only some rogue warlocks who aren't afraid of death will risk their lives to come to the edge of the Black Cloud Mountains to look for some resources and bring them back to the city to sell. At the edge of the Black Cloud Mountains, the demonic fog suddenly separated, and Yang Feng stepped into the strange demonic fog. As soon as Yang Feng entered the demonic fog, he quickly analyzed, 30,000 meters. In this demonic fog, the limit of my soul force's perception is 30,000 meters. If it was an ordinary infinity warlock, without using spells, they should only be able to perceive a distance of 5,000 meters. No wonder no warlocks are willing to come to the Black Cloud Mountains. This place is barren of resources. It's not a place to practice cultivation. Suddenly, a black snake ejected from the ground, opened its maw, and bit towards Yang Feng. The black snake has just ejected to within 10 meters of Yang Feng, when it was broken into 6 or 7 pieces by Yang Feng's life force cover. When the black snake died, spear-like tree vines suddenly stabbed out from the thick demonic fog, stabbed Yang Feng's life force cover, and shattered it. Yang Feng traveled for more than 30 kilometers in the demonic fog and encountered thousands of attacks. However, those attacks couldn't break his life force cover. After all, infinity warlocks are the pinnacle existences in this world. Ordinary freaks and extraordinary life forms can no longer hurt them. That's the entrance to the Black Emperor's treasure trove. When Yang Feng came to a mountain peak, he looked at a cave in midair on a cliff, and his eyes flashed with a scorching shade. Suddenly, a large stone next to Yang Feng cracked open, and an orchid light, which looks like it came from a bottomless abyss, bloomed like a flower of evil, and gathered all the power of evil, darkness, and massacre in the world. A pitch-black dagger with a deep orchid color stabbed towards Yang Feng at an extremely fast speed, carrying endless killing intent. The stab was extremely abrupt. Prior to this, Yang Feng's various perception spells weren't triggered. Even the mysterious fate algorithm only throbbed wildly at the moment when the stone exploded. A premonition of death welled up inside Yang Feng. At the moment of imminent peril, world force of the 9 small worlds inside Yang Feng poured into him via the world ring, and the runes of the primal chaos imperishable body shone brightly and formed a distorted primal chaos force field. When the pitch-black dagger stabbed into the primal chaos force field, it was forcibly distorted and deflected, and then brushed past Yang Feng's body and stabbed his right arm, leaving a white mark, and deflected to the side. A devouring black moon abruptly rose up, crushing towards the assassin in a frenzy. "No! Don't kill me, I'm..." Amid shrill screams of horror, Yang Feng saw a thin middle-aged warlock dressed in a black warlock robe with a distorted face erupt with junior infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power and struggle frantically inside the devoured black moon. In the end, he was crushed, burst apart, and turned into a mist of blood that was devoured by the devoured black moon. After the devoured black moon devoured the infinity warlock, a powerful and pure life magic energy poured into Yang Feng and nourished his body and soul. In the world with the light of eternity, Ong Feng entered seclusion for 1,000 years to comprehend the essence of Devour and advance his mastery of the essence of Devour to the next level. After devouring the power and flesh essence of enemies, he can feed them back to himself and enhance his strength in all aspects. If he can devour 3,000 infinity warlocks, Yang Feng can step into the warlock monarch realm in one fell swoop with the pure power. Chapter 835. To advance to a warlock monarch by devouring 3,000 infinity warlocks, this secret method is already very heaven-defying. It should be noted that Poidal, the former floor lord of the 666th floor of the Abyss, has been trapped in the infinity warlock realm for more than 100,000 years. If killing 3,000 infinity warlocks can promote to a warlock monarch rank existence, then he will use all his power to hunt down infinity warlock rank powerhouses. In the vast universe, there are as many experts as there are clouds. The number of human infinity warlocks in the Zhangji Plain alone has already exceeded 5,000. As long as Poidal is given enough time, he can devour enough infinity warlock rank powerhouses to advance to a warlock monarch. This dagger is also a level 9 secret treasure, but it's still slightly inferior to the ruler of the Knight's God armament dagger of the Knight. Otherwise, I'm afraid that both sides would suffer. A mere junior infinity warlock put me in such a difficult position. Sure enough, no infinity warlock can be underestimated. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the dagger that the warlock used to assassinate him flew into his hand. He scanned the dagger with his soul force, and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. The infinity warlock who assassinated Yang Feng just now only had junior infinity warlock rank cultivation base. If it was a head-on fight, Yang Feng would be able to blast the junior infinity warlock assassin into dregs with a few spells. But the junior infinity warlock assassin suddenly erupted with power just now. If Yang Feng hadn't cultivated the primal chaos imperishable body and strengthened his fleshly body with the light of eternity, then once he was stabbed by the assassin, the curse and poison contained in the dagger would be something that even someone as strong as Yang Feng may not be able to suppress. Someone is coming. All of a sudden, Yang Feng's body distorted, and he turned into the infinity warlock assassin. With a dagger in hand, he looked into the distance with a vigilant expression. Shadow Kill, what happened here just now? I sensed that you erupted with infinity warlock rank power. A beautiful warlock wearing a red dress walked over with a sweet smile on her face. Her voice was like that of an oriole in an empty valley, her appearance was extremely beautiful, and she had a sweet smile on her face. Yang Feng imitated the voice of the infinity warlock assassin and said, "There was an insect that I killed just now." A young man dressed in a black warlock robe with a strange giant snake embroidered on the warlock robe, with snake hair growing on his head, and an ugly appearance, looking like a humanoid snake monster, walked over from the side and said coldly, "Shadow Killer, be careful." This was the treasure of the legendary Black Emperor, who had suppressed countless planes during the ancient god era. If we're exposed and attract those monsters on the sea list, we won't even get a bone dregs. Yang Feng was slightly startled, and killing intent welled up inside him. The Black Emperor's treasure trove, they actually know about the Black Emperor's treasure trove. The Black Emperor's treasure trove is the treasure trove of a warlock emperor rank powerhouse. For Yang Feng, if he can get his hands on it, it will be a huge fortune. He wasn't willing to share this treasure with anyone. Since he has the strength to get his hands on the treasure trove, an ambitious and ruthless person like Yang Feng would make a choice. The beautiful eyes of the beautiful warlock in red turned slightly, and she said, "The three of us are here. Now we're still missing the red mountain bone monster, the petrol feathers, and the transcendent eyes." "I'm here." A red skeleton walked out of the demonic mist and spoke in a hoarse voice. The red skeleton was 3 meters tall, and it was completely made up of different red bones. It was like a mutated version of a skeleton demon. "I'm not late, am I?" Along with a chuckle, feathers of an unknown extraordinary bird drifted over from afar, interwove with each other, and formed a handsome young man with a medium build. The void slightly distorted, and a half-naked man wearing a pair of shorts with his eyes tightly closed walked out of the void. Most of his body was exposed, and there were creepy and strange eyes on his body that made people's hair stand on end. As soon as Yang Feng saw the 5 infinity warlocks appear, he hid his killing intent, and silently operated a secret method, and his aura and sense of existence became extremely thin. Making your aura and sense of existence become extremely thin is a secret method that assassin-type warlocks must master. Otherwise, the shadow kill wouldn't have been able to hide from Yang Feng's perception and almost succeeded in assassinating Yang Feng. The petrol feathers uttered with a smile, "Everyone is here. With the 6 of us joining forces, we can even fight experts on the infinity list as long as they aren't monsters in the top 50. Red Moon Fairy, let's begin." The beautiful warlock in red nodded, took out a round bead, and tossed it into the air. As soon as the round bead flew into the air, it expanded against the wind and turned into a 100-meter-long extraordinary life-form realm-crossing insect engraved with countless runes. The realm-crossing insect was a very strange kind of transcendent demon insect. It liked to dig holes in the barriers between worlds and open up a passageway between worlds. Human warlocks use realm-crossing insects to open planar passageways to many planes. The realm-crossing insect pounced on the cave halfway up the cliff, opened its ferocious mouthpart, and bit wildly. A strange bottomless hole appeared in the void, and it was filled with the power of distortion. The world passageway opened by the realm-crossing insect is chaotic and twisted. Only powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank can enter it. Once existences below the Moonlight Warlock rank enter the world passageway, they will be twisted and turned into a pile of minced meat. With flashes of magic light, the 5 infinity warlocks turned into streams of light and entered the world passageway. Yang Feng also operated a secret method, turned into a shadow, and entered the world passageway. Within a few breaths of time, Yang Feng passed through the world passageway and appeared in a wide, bright world with no end in sight. The Red Moon Fairy extended her hand, and red threads shot towards the realm-crossing insect in the sky and swept it up. When the red threads pierced the realm-crossing insect, the berserk realm-crossing insect quieted down, shrank, and finally flew into the Red Moon Fairy's hand. Extraordinary insects like realm-crossing insects are not easy to cultivate. Generally, only warlock groups such as the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western World's 3 dynasties have enough time and resources to cultivate them. Even the Battle Demon sect, one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty, doesn't have a realm-crossing insect. The Red Moon Fairy was lucky enough to get one, so she naturally treasures it. The Red Moon Fairy said, "This is the world inside the Black Emperor, the Black Emperor realm. Tens of thousands of years ago, there were still warlock monarch rank archgods in the Black Emperor realm. But now, there are only infinity warlock rank archgods left in the Black Emperor realm. These archgods are antiques of the Black Emperor era. They only know how to use their innate abilities. Compared to us infinity warlocks, they aren't on the same level. The Zhangji Plains warlock emperor rank powerhouses have basically established a powerful world inside them. They would use countless resources to nurture their own worlds, and the stronger their worlds were, the greater the power they could provide them. After a warlock emperor rank powerhouse dies, if they aren't killed directly, but rather die naturally, the world inside them will still exist. Then, with the passage of time, their energy level will continue to decline, and they will eventually lose all extraordinary power, and then die and be destroyed. The Black Emperor is one of the strongest warlock powerhouses of the Arch-God era. Together with the human 7 warlock emperors, he is recognized as the most powerful warlock emperor rank existence. His world also has a trace of immortality, which is why it has been able to exist for so many years and its energy level has declined so slowly. The Red Moon Fairy said, Now let's split up and sneak into the cities of the Black Emperor realm and find a way to inquire about the location of the Empyrean Origin Force. Empyrean Origin Force is the purest power formed from the soul force and origin force of a warlock emperor rank powerhouse after they die. It is the source of extraordinary power in a world like the Black Emperor realm. The Empyrean origin energy was the most precious treasure in the Black Emperor realm. If one could extract and refine the Empyrean origin energy, Yang Feng and them will advance to the warlock monarch rank without any suspense. If they can absorb the Empyrean origin force of 3 worlds like the Black Emperor realm, then even an ordinary Infinity Warlock may be able to promote to a Holy Spirit Warlock. The Infinity Warlocks nodded, agreed on a method of contact, and then blurred into motion, turned into streams of light, and flew in different directions. Yang Feng also turned into a stream of black light and disappeared. The Black Emperor realm, in front of a village made of countless boulders, there are many archgod powerhouses rarely seen in the outside world. Each of these archgod powerhouses has a grotesque appearance. Most of them have a human-like torso, but the other parts of their body are different from that of humans. As a whole, they are 70% similar to humans. These archgod powerhouses either have 3 eyes, an extraordinary right hand, or a bird head. Although they are grotesquely shaped, but they all exude terrifying auras. Any adult archgod exudes Moonlight Warlock rank aura or above, and there is no lack of glorious Sun Warlocks among them. The tribal system is really backward. Standing quietly in the shadow of the village, Yang Feng looked at the archgods and shook his head, and then blurred into motion and jumped into another shadow. These archgods are innately powerful. But when it comes to the use of power, they are thousands of times weaker than human warlocks. Yang Feng easily sneaked into the most powerful tribe in the area 1,000 kilometers in radius. Inside the archgod tribe, in a huge stone house covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters, there are 2 powerhouses sitting. One of them was a handsome man who had 3 eyes and looked 90% like a human. The other was an ancient god with 2 heads, one with its eyes closed and the other with its eyes open. Chapter 836. The 3-eyed archgod frowned and asked unhurriedly, "The demonic eye tribe is getting more and more rampant. They killed Beishan and Tuogue. High priest, what should we do now?" The 2-headed archgod barked, "Bajuno, we can't retreat. We must fight back. Gather all our forces, destroy them, kill them, and use their bones and flesh to let all those who resist the Flame Law tribe know the consequences of resisting us." A trifling ordinary archgod tribe has 2 Infinity Warlock rank archgods. Archgods are indeed fearsome existences that suppressed countless intelligent life forms. A slightly emotional voice sounded. The eyes of the 3-eyed archgod and the 2-headed archgod blurred, and then Yang Feng suddenly appeared in their line of sight. Die! The eyes of the 3-eyed archgod shimmered fiercely, his muscles bulged, his fleshly body surged to the extreme, and he shot towards Yang Feng, followed by afterimages that are difficult to see with the naked eye. Boom! Yang Feng grabbed the 3-eyed archgod's right hand and held it as steady as a mountain. A fearsome explosion reverberated in the room and set off shock waves. Originally, the physique of archgods is far superior to that of human warlocks of the same rank. But Yang Feng cultivates the Empyrean grade secret method Primal Chaos Imperishable and obtained the eternal God Tree Light of Eternity fruit to temper his fleshly body. The strength of his fleshly body is even superior to that of ordinary archgods. Yang Feng grabbed the right hand of the 3-eyed archgod Bajuno and twisted it. The 3-eyed archgod Bajuno suddenly slammed into the ground, produced an earth-shattering noise, and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. "You're courting death." Bajuno's eyes shimmered with a ferocious ray, and the power of bloodline inside him boiled. He wanted to open the closed 3rd eye and unleash his innate ability Void Demon Eye to kill Yang Feng in one fell swoop. The Void Demon Eye is a terrifying innate ability of the Bajuno family. Even if it is a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, without the corresponding spells and secret treasures to protect themselves, they will be seriously injured or even killed by the Void Demon Eye. This is Bajuno's trump card. You rely too much on innate spells. His fighting style is too obvious and crude. Yang Feng's voice was flat, and black runes diffused from him and turned into a rune net that stabbed into Bajuno. Bajuno suddenly felt the bloodline power inside him recede like a tide, and he could no longer keep his demon eye of insightful emptiness open. He fell into a state of drowsiness, as if he could fall asleep at any time. Bajuno possesses intermediate Infinity Warlock rank power. Unfortunately, his fighting style is simple and crude, which cannot compare to the exquisite spells and secret treasures of human warlocks. Thus, he was easily suppressed by Yang Feng. The high priest of the Flame Law tribe looked at Yang Feng with fear in his eyes and asked vigilantly, "I am the high priest of the Flame Law tribe, Shangqingpu. Who are you?" Yang Feng answered, "I am Endless Darkness. I came here to ask you something." Shangqingpu asked warily, "What is it?" Yang Feng answered, "When you practice cultivation, in which direction is the bloodline power inside you most active?" When archgod powerhouses practice cultivation, they mainly cultivate their bloodline power and develop it to the limit. According to legend, if the bloodline power of any archgod is purified and traced back to the limit, they can evolve into a Holy Spirit Warlock rank existence. As for going a step further and becoming a Warlock Emperor rank existence, it will depend on one's luck and effort. Shangqingpu's eyes shimmered with confusion, and he asked, "Practice cultivation? What's that?" Yang Feng said with emotion, "You don't even know what cultivation is, yet you can evolve to this point just by relying on innate skills and bloodline power. That's an archgod for you." In the Zhangji Plain, human warlocks racked their brains and developed virtually endless secret methods. However, more than 99% of human warlocks are stuck in the Moonlight Warlock realm. As long as these archgods reach adulthood, they will possess Moonlight Warlock rank power. The best among them don't even need to practice cultivation to become Infinity Warlock rank existences. Such freaks naturally possess the power to dominate the world. Yang Feng glanced at the two archgods, and his heart stirred. These two archgods can naturally evolve into Infinity Warlock rank existences without any cultivation secret methods. If they are given the corresponding cultivation methods and resources, they may even evolve into Warlock Monarch rank existences in the future. Tracing back to their origins, human warlocks' cultivation secret methods originate from the secret methods created by archgods. Over the years, human warlocks have collected many secret methods of archgod cultivation. Most of these secret methods have been sealed as materials for studying archgods, so they are not secrets. Yang Feng has many archgod cultivation secret methods in his hands. But if one doesn't have the corresponding bloodline power, they are useless to human warlocks. Yang Feng asked, "Every time your bloodline throbs and transforms, in which direction will the bloodline throb?" Empyrean origin force is equivalent to a world origin force in the Black Emperor realm. It is the source of all extraordinary forces. For archgods to evolve into Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, they have absorbed world origin force. Shangqingpu's eyes shimmered with coldness, and he asked coldly, "Why should I tell you?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "Because I'm stronger than you." The Phantom Ruler's projection suddenly appeared behind Yang Feng, and transparent threads stabbed into Shangqingpu's body. Shangqingpu's two heads fell into a daze. Shangqingpu's eyes revealed endless confusion, and he uttered, "When our bloodline throbs and transforms, the bloodline power throbs in the direction of the Holy Pulse Mountain." Yang Feng asked, "Which direction?" Shangqingpu clearly doesn't know the difference between north, south, east, and west. He pointed to the southeast and said, "This direction." Yang Feng flicked his finger, and runes entered Shangqingpu and Bajuno. A cool breeze blew past and Yang Feng disappeared from where he stood. Shanqing Pu came back to his senses. When he thought of what he just did, a chill welled up inside him. What a fearsome guy, what a terrifying method. But Juno got up from the ground, and fear shimmered in his eyes. Amazing. Who is that guy? Even the #1 expert of the Demon Eye tribe, Demon Eye Stoneheart, may not be his opponent. Demon Eye Stoneheart is the #1 expert in this area, and he is far stronger than Bajuno and Shanqing Pu. However, when he thought of Yang Feng's strange methods, Bajuno felt a chill in his heart. Shanqing Pu's eyes shimmered with worry, and he sighed slowly, I don't know. Following the law of wind, a breeze drifted towards the Holy Pulse Mountain. Each time it drifted, it crossed a distance of dozens of kilometers. This is really an archgod's treasure trove. There are powerful archgod bloodlines everywhere. If I can subdue them, I can use them as a powerful force. However, these archgods are also a double-edged sword. If I don't control them well, I may suffer a backlash. In the breeze, Yang Feng controlled the law of wind to jump around while quietly calculating. In terms of physical constitution alone, archgods are far superior to human warlocks. Their strength is not inferior to that of human warlocks. The only thing they lack is offensive secret methods that can exert their power to the limit. If someone were to teach them the secret offensive techniques of the ancient gods, they would definitely become a terrifying force. The two warlock emperors, the Time Lord and the Taboo Lord, besieged archgods, while the human warlocks slayed archgods, nearly wiping out the Zhangji Plains archgods. Many archgods were forced to flee to the depths of the universe and other planes. The relationship between human warlocks and archgods is practically irreconcilable. However, the ancient gods of the Black Emperor realm who resided in the Black Emperor realm merely killed each other and fought for resources. They have no deep hatred with human warlocks, so they can be accepted. Found it, the Holy Pulse Mountain. After flying for 300,000 kilometers, a huge mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see appeared in front of Yang Feng. It looked like a human spine and stretched without end. A vast, desolate, ancient, and mighty aura slowly diffused from the huge mountain range. What's that? Yang Feng's eyes suddenly constricted, and he looked towards the center of the Holy Pulse Mountain. He saw that the center of the Holy Pulse Mountain, which is tens of thousands of kilometers in length, was destroyed by a terrifying power of heaven and earth, revealing a shocking fist imprint with a radius of thousands of kilometers. It looks like someone blasted the Holy Pulse Mountain in half with a punch. Yang Feng looked at the shocking fist imprint with a dignified look in his eyes. Was the Black Emperor killed by someone at the time? But at the time, the Black Emperor was already invincible, and the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses who were his opponents died before him. Who could kill the Black Emperor? The Black Emperor realm evolved from the world inside the Black Emperor. Most Archgod Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses have a world inside them. As world lords, they can exert terrifying power in any world. Magic Band domain has no effect on them. Warlock Emperor rank existences have tyrannical fleshly bodies. And the big world within their bodies was the source of their power, the foundation of the magic power that could easily destroy the world. Once the world inside them is severely damaged, it means that they are in the most dangerous time. At the time, the Black Emperor was invincible. He defeated all the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses of the Zhangji Plain and took them in as his subordinates. For someone to be able to cause damage to the world inside him, this is simply bizarre. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.